One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
Seven rounds down, and the candidates returns with the pressure rising. We're at the halfway mark now, and Sindarov has given himself a lead that is both historic and imposing. 6 points from 7 games, a point and a half clear in the open section. In the women's candidates, Anna Muzychuk still leads the way, but only just, with Vachier-Lagrave now right behind her and the race still wide open. So today's about what happens after the break. Can the leader pick up where he left off? Can the chasing pack finally change this tournament? And in the women's candidates, where the margins remain so fine, who can turn opportunity into real momentum? I'm John Sargent, and I am thrilled to be joined today by the GOAT herself, Grandmaster Judith Polgar, alongside the always insightful Grandmaster David Howell. This is round 8 of the FIDE Candidates. First of all, Judith, welcome to the broadcast. It's good to have you back on screen with us again. How are you doing?
I'm so happy to be back, and I was missing out the first half of the event, but I'm really happy to be with you guys and follow it move by move.
Second half now, David. We've been through quite a lot in the first half. Normally, we talk about a big run in the second half, making a big impact. Sindarov didn't really get the memo. He's sort of done that already.
Exactly. You talked about historic, John. Of course, what Sindarov's been doing is just incredible, but we could see something even more historic if one of the outsiders, one of the underdogs suddenly puts together a surge and is able to overtake him come the end of the event. At the moment, it does look like it might be Fabiano or Sindarov, but yeah, of course, anything can happen. This is the biggest tournament of the year, and nerves are bound to be high.
So, of course, this is the second half of the tournament now. The players have all played each other once. Now they get to do it again with colors reversed, but they're doing it after the rest day. So some of our opportunities took the, some of our players even took the opportunity to improve their chess, but others had some fun in the sun with the FIDE official paddle tournament. I didn't realize that ratings were going to extend from over the board to onto the court. David, do you play paddle at all?
I do actually, John. It's been a little while now, but yeah, I probably have played a bit more than some of these players, just judging from what we see in front of us right now. Technique could be worked on slightly, but it looks like they're having a fun time.
All right, Judith, we're now going to exclude David from the conversation because you and I play the real sport. Let's talk tennis instead.
Actually, I also tried paddle twice, I think, in Spain, but tennis was something that I was doing for quite some years.
We've still got knees, Judith. We might as well use them, right? That's how I feel about it.
Tennis is a great sport. You can also play doubles.
Yes,
you don't
exactly
have to run
right.
so much.
Exactly right. And to be fair, when you see the social media highlights of a particularly insane paddle point where they're like running outside of the box to get the ball back in and stuff, those do look pretty spectacular. I get the impression we didn't see too much of that yesterday, though. We'll have to see. One person who was there and will be able to give us the lowdown on everything heading into the second half of the tournament, though, is Fun Master Mike. Let's see where he is today.
Here we are moments before the second half of the 2026 FIDE Candidates in round 8. We're actually filming this a day early. This is the rest day. And of course, we always want to know, what are the players up to? Well, 3 of them decided to take their hand at a FIDE organized paddle tournament. We had Anna Muzichuk, Andrei Sapenko, and Fabiano Caruana. By the way, Fabiano's partner was Kristen Karilla, his real-life chess partner. They were wearing shirts that said all prep, no talent. I think they were referring to paddle. Now, what are we going to see in the chess game? Well, we've got the recurrence of the All-American matchup. Hikaru Nakamura will look to get revenge on Fabiano Caruana after that round 1 loss. He's still looking for his first win. As far as Vachier-Lagrave, he was supposed to show up today, but I think he's focusing on chess. He's still got that 1.5 lead over Fabiano. Now, as we get set up over here, we've actually got Pavel Tregobov, former chess tennis world champion over there. Goes without saying, he's pretty good. He's posing for a photo there with Peter Svidler. Now, in the ladies section, Anna Muzichuk's got to get herself off the paddle court and back to focusing on chess because she's only up a half point over Vachier-Lagrave, who's just won 2 games in a row. I don't have to remind you, in Toronto, she won 5 in a row. She ran out of rounds in Toronto, but here she's got a lot of time left to catch up. So we're going to head back inside. It's time to get back to indoor chess. That's the scene from the rest day. Let's get going with round 8.
All right, thank you very much for that roundup, Mike. I love that. All prep, no talent. Someone who's got both, frankly, in spades is Sindarov. We'll talk about him in a moment, but for now, the standings in the women's. Anna Muzichuk, very, very slim advantage, the slimmest possible, David, just half a point, and Vachier-Lagrave looking like she's got momentum on her side here.
Yeah, Vachier-Lagrave has won 2 games in a row. She'll feel that luck is on her side as well, profiting from a huge blunder from Tan Zhongyi just before the rest day. But for now, Anna has her own fate in her hands. She'll feel that it might be destiny on her side as well. Just having that last-minute golden ticket to the candidate. She gets white against Divya Deshmukh. All 4 matchups that we see in front of us today, they were draws in the first half of the event, all the way back in round 1. So can someone break their duck there? And can someone catch up with Anna?
And Judith, let's talk about the runaway train in the open section. Sindarov feels unstoppable right about now. This almost feels like the kind of gap you expect at the end of a tournament, but we're here looking at this at the halfway mark.
Well, Sindarov is actually quite amazing in this tournament, and I can say that it was basically round 4, yeah, when he beat Fabiano. So that was a crucial game and match there. He took the lead, and actually in round 7, it could have been even a bigger lead, I must say. So still, of course, there are a lot of questions with Sindarov, how he's going to be playing today, and what mindset, how the nerves are going to be taking part in this round.
They're looking pretty relaxed at the board at the moment. Not seeing any particularly nervous signs. Sindarov kind of always looks like this, maybe thinking over some of his prep, considering what he's going to be doing in a bit. Handshakes all around. I think there's going to be a ceremonial first move as well. Indeed, that's David Luiz in the background, getting ready to make that first move. Incredible stuff here at the candidates, and we will shortly get the games underway. David, you're a big football fan. This must be pretty special.
Yeah, I follow football very closely. I've watched a lot of David Luiz, a fantastic centre-back, but not just a pure defender. He had a bit of an attacking streak as well. He could do a bit of everything. So very appropriate that he starts this game, where Sindarov has shown everything so far. I love to see both players smiling, but Yesipenko, maybe he's smiling more because the pressure is off now. He's the tail ender, unlikely to win the whole event. He can play with a bit more freedom. I think Sindarov, on the other hand, we're just used to seeing a smile on his face at this point.
Good luck to everybody.
Yeah, maybe he's a big fan of David Luiz himself, and he's happy that he was making the ceremonial first move. We'll maybe find out from him later on if we get him for an interview or similar, but for now, the clocks have begun. The first move is on the board, C4 on board number 1 here. Judith, over to you and David to take a look at what happens in our openings.
Yeah. It's always interesting to see what kind of opening we are going to be witnessing, but it seems like Sindarov is very well prepared in this event. But what do you think, David? What is the strength of Sindarov in this event? Because I was also following his games, and I'm very curious about your take on that.
Yeah, I think it's partly about what all of his strengths are, but partly the fact he's shown zero weakness. Like the openings have been very strong. He showed that especially against Fabiano and Hikaru. Very well prepared. He's got great nerves, very confident. I think he scares players by how quickly he's playing. So great time management. And just the fact he never seems to blunder, Judith. Like maybe some small inaccuracies here and there, but he doesn't give his opponents any easy chances. And maybe the only time he's been in trouble in this whole tournament so far was actually round 1 against Yasipenko, just for a few moves. So this one's going to be interesting. How about you from the sidelines? What's been the most impressive thing for you about Sindarov?
Well, actually, indeed, I fully agree with you that basically the first game was the key, one of the key moments, right? Because there, in the early middle game, it was quite interesting, and probably Sindarov could be unhappy at some point. At the same time, what I see with him is that he does not mind at all the different structure changes. He's just so adapting to different structures, different situations, and I fully agree with you on the time management. I mean, I say that I think that's what he does here with his time is just exemplary. Of course, he makes mistakes. Sometimes he makes too quick moves. At the same time, he always has time. I mean, sometimes seems to be too much. He could give some to other players in the meantime. But we see this Catalan. Not a classical Catalan at all, right? Because the bishop on d6 kind of interestingly standing.
Yeah, it's transposed. It started as the English opening and has gone to the Catalan, like you say, Judah. And this is quite a trendy idea, but normally they start by putting a pawn on h6 before bringing the black knight out to c6. Yeah, it always makes an odd impression to my eyes because I'm so used to the black bishop being a bit safer on e7. It's as if black's saying, okay, push forward, please, gain space. But then the center would become a bit more locked. And yeah, interesting. Yasipenko may be surprised, but I think we'll learn a lot in the next few moves. Sindarov, I just have to praise his opening preparation, just judged on the first 7 rounds. But it will be interesting. This feels a bit provocative somehow.
Yeah, it's like really inviting. Come on, go c5. I'm going to play e5 if you don't do so, right? At the same time, c5 can be also early. e3. e3, blocking the bishop on c1.
Wow. And now my talk about h6 is total nonsense because black doesn't need to be worried about bishop g5 at all. And wow, Sindarov immediately with rook e8. That shows, Judith, that e3 might be one of the top engine moves. I think the idea just to play queen to e2 to defend the c4 pawn, to help maybe arrange e4 later, but doesn't make a great impression. Some weird stuff going on for both sides.
At the same time, rook e8 clearly shows that black wants to play e5 at some point. And the body language shows that they are both very relaxed. Of course, they are very much on different ends of the cross table, but still seems like they are having both fun.
Exactly. Do you think Sindarov sees this as a game he can push a little bit? Because he's chosen not the most solid line with black against the Catalan. Like, if he wanted to draw, maybe he would choose something a bit more forcing, a bit more direct. Here, he's giving a lot of choice to Yasipenko. Maybe he sees this as, ooh, another opportunity against the player at the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, it's tricky, right? When you play against the player who is at the very bottom of the standings. It's a very tricky thing. And I think Sindarov is not too experienced, and as he's so young, he's only 20. At the same time, he is experienced already that you're not going to hunt down the last place in the tournament because whoever is playing here is a fantastic player. Besides that, for Yasipenko, it's also, I mean, in every game he has a chance, especially that he has no pressure at all anymore. I think it's a very big question how Sindarov's nerve system will handle the tournament, but it seems that he's really comfortable, really happy. And I also saw the previous round on his face that he was a little bit disappointed about himself. I think that he was not able to convert his advantage against Giri. Don't you think so?
Yeah, definitely. I think whether or not he expected to beat Giri, just the fact he got a position with such kind of pleasant moves, no risk, and he kind of let Giri off with this fortress idea. I think he misevaluated that fortress coming. So yeah, at this point, he's such a confident player and such a kind of maximalist that even a half chance, or maybe even less than half a chance, will feel like a missed opportunity to him. But he's getting up from the board.
Sorry. No, they usually say that +5 is enough to qualify and win the tournament, right? Qualify for the play from the candidates to the World Championship. Do you think it goes also if let's say there would be all draws, no losses for Sindarov? Is it the same than, let's say, if he's losing against Fabiano, let's say, on the road? Like, do you think +5 will win the event?
I think +5 would be enough. I mean, Fabiano would need +3 in the second half to catch at this point, and that's going to be difficult. I don't know. I think he can probably afford to draw his games. I don't think it's his style. I think as soon as he starts going passive, losing some momentum, maybe he starts to, I don't know, lose a bit of that special glow, and opponents will be a bit less fearful. He might get a bit nervous towards the end. I think he'll still play for fighting chess, but if it is all draws, I think he would take it now. How about you, Judith? I remember in 2005 you were there, right? And it was a different tournament. That was a World Championship, but Topalov was winning all of his games back then.
Yeah, in those times, well, that was a World Championship round-robin tournament because Kasparov resigned his professional career in 2005, and that's how it was. But yeah, indeed, it's very interesting how you play the first round of the event and then the next round of the event, and how can you manage it with a lead. And of course, 1.5 point lead is a lot. At the same time, if let's say suddenly Sindarov would lose one game and Fabi would win, then 0.5 point would seem nothing. In some ways, I think.
Still plenty of time. And it looks like Yesipenko is going to burn some time on the clock. Just before we move away, Judith, what would you say are the main candidate moves for White right now?
Well, I think Queen E2 is the most logical, as you pointed out. And otherwise, what is the idea behind E3 if you don't go Queen E2? That's my question mainly. Queen E2, Rook D1, Knight C3, E4. The other option is maybe to play, I don't know, Knight C3 you can, because E5 is not possible yet to play because it put pressure on the D5 pawn, I guess. But also one more question, of course, C5. At the same time, if you wanted to play C5, then you would play C5 immediately, not to let black to go with the bishop to F8, right? And then E5 anyway it's coming. So C5 looks kind of illogical after E3. And, well, White's idea would be if he would have 3 moves to play B3, bishop B2, knight E5. But where is the time for that?
Oh, that's a very good point.
I mean, C takes D5. You're not going to take C takes D5. I mean, E takes D5 and black has a fantastic bishop. Suddenly, white square coming bishop G4, knight E4. What can go wrong? So it's quite interesting why Yesipenko is thinking, I mean, after E3.
Yeah, it's a bit odd. Like E3, black didn't have too many candidate moves there. Like, I don't think black was ready to take on C4 yet and push through with E5. So, I mean, rook E8 looks like a useful move, as you mentioned. Like, bishop was very happy to drop back to F8, and E5's coming. So, definitely feels like he's outprepared his opponents again. Sindarov, maybe Yesipenko just, yeah, it must be hard, like playing a tournament like this, being at the bottom, feeling like you have no chances, and yeah, maybe he's just trying to remember something he studied before. I'm expecting B3 or Queen E2, Judah, just one of those two moves. But maybe we allow him to think longer and we check out some of the other boards.
Yeah, I think it's time because there's not so much action happening right here immediately. Not yet, at least.
Not yet. And here we see the bird's eye view. All games have started. Still in the opening stage for most of them, Judith. On the top row, we've examined the board at the top left. Yesipenko against Sindarov. Nakamura against Caruana is very interesting. That's one of my pet lines, actually, in the English opening, in the symmetrical English. Giri against Pragnananda is a trendy line of the Queen's Gambit declined. One of those Vienna lines where black takes on c4, gives up the b-pawn, and imbalances the structure. Feels like both players willing to take a bit of risk. Wei Yi against Bluebaum came from e4, e5. I'm not sure exactly what branch of that opening. And Okay, the women's boards, Muzichuk, Divya, that looks like it's going to an accelerated dragon. Bibisara against Vaishali was a 4 knights defense, something that we also saw in the first half of the tournament. A Scotch game between Lagno and Goyachkina, and Zhujina against Tan Zhongyi, the all-Chinese clash, is a Nimzo Indian. Judith, I'm going to give you the power, though. Where are we going next?
Well, of course, Nakamura, the US big clash with Fabiano, of course, that's the game which we have to see quite a bit. Maybe we can go there first because we have a clear pawn structure by now. In the last move, it was decided. And, well, of course, I'm very interested after that to go to Giri's game. But let's talk a bit about Nakamura, I think.
Let's do it.
Maybe we can go back a few moves just to see how and why Fabiano was ready to give up. Well, the center not to give up necessarily, but to have a hanging pawn on c6.
Yeah, let's do it. And English opening, symmetrical English. White strikes in the center first. And here, black has many ways to play, but yeah, g6 allows white to play e4, accelerated dragon, transposes to the Sicilian, so knight f6, knight c3, e6, and again, many moves for white. I remember being one of Peter Svidler's seconds in the 2016 candidates, and we were looking at this position like a lot from the white side because the English was meant to be his main weapon. So we were looking at g3, we were looking at bishop f4, we were looking at e4, we were looking at all sorts of moves. But bishop f4 was one of the ones I quite liked after studying during those few months. And black has many moves, d5. But white normally plays e3 here, Judith, just to keep the tension, and the main line would go bishop b4, just bishop to e2, and we would see some simplifications. And this position is meant to have a very good reputation for black, but it's something that we might see similar to the game. Black has a nice square on d5. Instead, white took on d5 first.
I'm sorry. Sorry for the interruption. I think it's interesting to point out that instead of c takes d5, knight db5. It would be some concrete line, right? e5 would be the only move for black. And after c takes d5, you capture on f4, takes. And how does it go? Takes immediately? Takes immediately, of course, yes. Takes, long castle.
And this is another line.
Though probably long castle is a bad move because knight g4 will arise, right?
Yeah, I remember everything's supposed to be equal, so it's all very confusing, Judith. But at least here, black gets the bishop pair, like similar to the game, right? But Fabi would at least enjoy a dark squared bishop. Maybe not for much longer after knight d6, but at least something to compensate for the damaged structure.
Yeah, so knight db5 is not really a good move at that position.
But interesting because, as you say, like Fabiano after capture here, taking on c6, he didn't necessarily need to go into this, but now he does have to compensate somehow for the fact that he's clearly worse on the queen side. And bishop b4 he's just played, so he's threatening to do the same to white structure. What do you make of Hikaru's opening choice, and also what do you make of his form so far in the tournament?
Well, this is not what he came for. This is what I can say. I mean, what he has been showing so far, it's not what he was expecting from himself in the first part of the tournament. And I think also he's quite unfortunate with the openings, even though he is, of course, one of the players who usually have great opening preparation, but things are not turning out the way he's expecting them. And also, I mean, today, I mean, what is this position? Is it really going to be a great fight that he's going to win? I mean, he needs patience. He needs, of course, the opponent, Fabi, to go something really wrong. It's a very lifeless position in some way, at least for some time. And this is not exactly what you want to have when you are in a must-win situation. Practically, Hikaru should win. I'm not saying all 7 games in this round to qualify, but maybe. Maybe even then he will not make it. No, then he will, of course. Well, yeah, that's when he would have the chance, right, to qualify +5.
Yeah. if you're right and the magic number's +5, like imagine having to win all 7 in a row. That would be crazy. He still might not make it in that case. But I mean, I'm going to ask the other question then. Fabiano with black here, probably only playing for equality. He's got quite a bad recent score with black, at least in classical, against Hikaru. Do you think he sees this as a game, a draw is fine, and then he moves on and focuses maybe a bit later on that one-on-one against Sindarov? Or do you think Fabi has been kind of tricked here into a position where he's only playing for the draw?
Well, I don't know exactly whether he's unhappy regarding seeing the position which he's in right now. If I would be in Fabi's place, probably I would be more happy to have a bit complicated or provoking position where Hikaru could go and go for sharper directions. At the same time, I think Fabi, I mean, he's too professional for that to understand that, of course, I mean, 7 rounds to go, anything can happen. If he's just winning every second game, it's also fine. So a draw here is not going to hurt him. He knows exactly that there are two great rivals or enemies here. First, of course, Sindarov is it possible to stop him, right? And he can only count on himself. That's the only thing he can have control on. So that game definitely going to be incredibly important. Their next game, that is something where Fabi can imbalance him. But the other one is that he himself, he has to show stability, and definitely very little mistake is allowed. And whenever he has a chance, he has to grab that. But if everything goes as it was going in the first half of the tournament, I think, of course, he knows that he will not catch Sindarov in that case. So he has to focus on himself to play good moves and get the maximum points he can have.
Yeah.
Will he sacrifice the pawn, just castle?
Yeah, castles. We should investigate, Judith. We should jump in because I see there's only been 2 games played in this position, and Black played Queen B6, protecting the pawn in both of those games. So let's see what happens if Black sacrifices. I know for you this would be, I mean, you've made far more speculative sacrifices than this. This feels very natural, right? Developing.
But don't tell me it doesn't come to for you also. It's the most natural one to check first, no? Especially if it's not your own pawn.
I agree. Like here, I would probably play it in a heartbeat, but we know that castles isn't always in Hikaru's files, so maybe that's extra incentive to do it. Okay, let's just for argument's sake. Even a pawn grabber like me probably doesn't take on c6, but what would happen here?
Oh, I like the bar. I have no idea why it says so, but I love that it dropped so heavy, but I'm not surprised. I don't know. First, I thought we can just go rook b8, but also bishop d7 also possible. Actually, maybe bishop d7, start chasing the queen is even better.
Yeah, white's so far behind the development.
Rook c8.
Just easy, natural developing moves enough. And okay.
I mean, it looks like knight is so much behind in development, right?
I hope everyone at home as well feels just the pain of white's pieces. 3 moves away from castling still, and the game getting a bit sharper. Let's say I defend it. Oh, doesn't feel good.
No? I don't know. I can also go queen f6, you know, just to go the very primitive way. I was thinking, just put extra pressure on c3.
Yeah, maximum pressure. And okay, I'll resign this variation with this show of checkmate, the first checkmate of the day. Okay, so castles. If we go back to the live position, castle's very tempting. But what do you think Hikaru has in mind? Could it be? I don't know. It's just protecting the knight. Is it maybe
e4? I'm thinking. Yeah, e4, forcing black to give up the bishop pair, playing bishop c3.
Yeah, because knight takes this piece is captured. Yeah, I'm surprised this is still almost equal on the bar, but white gets the bishop pair, and I guess the knight has to go back to some ugly squares. So castles e4 takes with the bishop, b takes c3.
Knight b6.
Yeah. Feels like maybe something for white.
Yeah, queen c2, then bishop d3. So probably this is why castle is actually something that Fabi is hesitant about, because not because the c6 pawn is hanging.
Okay, so...
But I have a question. What happens if I don't castle, but I go rook b8, for example?
Yeah, rook b8 makes sense. I think that's why everyone's been playing queen b6, or the few people who've got here, not just to defend the pawn, but to defend the bishop. I'm not going to be brave enough to take on a7. I'll agree with you there, Judith. Let's say I play e4 again.
Yeah, and after e4, my idea was to take with the knight on c3. And then it's a different story. Suddenly, bishop c5, already I'm threatened. Sorry. I don't give that bishop. No. Well, then I have to go back, yeah?
Yeah.
That was not exactly my plan.
I have found a game. It's between Hans Niemann and Vidit. Maybe Hans with white is actually indeed Hikaru's secret second. But in that game, queen to b6 was played. And now, I guess, e4. Now your Judith takes, and bishop c5 is extra powerful, since c6 is protected. So white in that game played a3. Very slow. And after bc3, just castles, the game went on and eventually ended in a draw.
e4, knight f6, or how did it go?
In this position, e4, knight f6, yeah. And bishop d3, knight to g4. Very primitive. I guess with the idea that castles maybe rook d8 and some problems on the d file.
Yeah, a bit too many bishops on the d file.
Okay, so at least Hikaru's got the first surprise in. That's all I'll say. Like, I don't remember any game really where he's got the first surprise in at all.
Are you sure it's not Fabi who is just hesitating about what kind of ideas, if queen b6 or maybe bishop d7, for example?
Yeah, maybe.
What do you think about bishop d7? e4. I thought that black can go c5 possibly.
Ooh, flashy.
But maybe it's just extremely risky for black. Bishop b5.
Yeah, quite interesting. Maybe now black can just keep the tension and act as if nothing happened, but the queenside pawns are still isolated and no damage has been done to white's pawns. Feels like
Maybe
Judith
knight
white...
b6.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Maybe knight b6.
Oh. And if I take...
Queen takes.
Everything just looks equal. Okay,
Well, maybe black can be worse, yeah, with the c5 pawn, because I thought king d7 and knight c4 can be pretty unpleasant, but white can just go long castle. I mean, the c5 pawn is
Yeah.
tricky. King c6.
King c6. Yeah, the game continues. I think it might be one of those where Fabi's looked at this before, but maybe he can't quite remember what move he thought was best, and everything is like 0.0 or 0.1, and it's hard to spot the difference.
But you have to make a move, yeah? Out of the 0.0000. Which is the more...
He's got time. Like, Judith, have you been shocked at how many players find themselves 1 hour down on the clock by move 10, move 15? Because it keeps happening every single round, and maybe this is going to be one of them.
Well, not with Sindarov.
Yeah. He's the one. He's immune.
He's
Everyone
the
else
one
is
with the extra hour.
Exactly. And talking of an extra hour, it's still early in these games, and that gives us the chance to bring in John to sum up what we've seen in the early stages so far.
Well, thank you very much, David. Look, I can manufacture ads out of thin air, but I'm not sure I can buy you an extra hour. I'll do what I can. The openings have been decided here in the second half of the candidates. Round 8 is underway. When we come back, we'll start to dive into what those middle games could look like. But there's more chess news today as well. For those of you in chat who were not already aware, today's the day. Netflix's Untold Chessmates is officially live, diving deep into the rivalry that shook the chess world to its core. You've heard the headlines, now you get to see the personal struggles and the behind-the-scenes moments of Magnus Carlsen and Hans Niemann. Don't miss the story. Head to go.chess.com/Netflix Untold or type !Netflix in the chat to see the moves that made history. See you guys in a few minutes.
Yeah, filming for a show. This was the first one. We then appeared a little bit in Boardwalk, but it is kind of interesting to be on the other side. I'd never really been doing that, but oh, now you got to mic up. Hey, now we have to take a break. Hey, now the union says it's lunchtime, and you have to do these different things. And camera people, and it's just kind of an interesting behind the scenes to see how much goes into it, how many people are there, how many cameras are set up, how often they have to break for eating, and
there are a lot of labor laws in the filming industry that people don't know about.
Yeah, we're well, let's just finish now. We'll just go. Nope, it's time, and I respect it. I'm sure there's a lot of, those rules are there for a reason. But it was kind of interesting to see behind the scenes, all those different things, and I enjoyed, everybody who was on staff. There was all, very kind and everything. But how much camera and lighting and everything went into it. It was kind of my first time of being in that situation.
When they first showed up, they thought they were doing a day with us.
Right.
Then, as we opened up about the chess world, along with them not being totally sure how good of an interview Hans and Magnus were going to give them, I remember them saying at the time, they filmed with us first. And so there was we're going to get a lot of conversation out of these guys because we don't know what we're going to get from Hans and Magnus. And so I'll say that was interesting, knowing that apparently Hans and Magnus, from what we've heard, really opened up. So people should want to see that. And so I remember coming back, on day 2 and 3, and having to look exactly the same, making sure that we wore the same exact shirt. Because what you're going to see, whatever it looks like, we filmed over 3 days. That was not one setting, and so we had to wear exactly the same stuff.
Yeah. Well, the other interesting thing is they told us later that they were going to do a little bit of you and me together on the couch, and then they were going to do you separately and me separately. And then as soon as we got on the couch, they're these guys are inseparable. Their chemistry.
Were playing off each other.
We got to keep these guys together. So it's supposed to be one day and a separate, and then it was 3 days together.
Which is kind of what you said about Ben's thing. In some ways, we are one character to some degree because of our relationship and how this all goes down. So they never separated us in the end. We got no solo time. It was just
one thing I bet people wonder sometimes is, why do you and I look so much alike? Why do we have the same hair?
We spend too much time together.
We have the same kind of build. We are zero
related. You want
to
tell them how many times we have shown up wearing the same thing? And not chess.com things.
Yeah.
We have walked in, it was the famous meetup. We walked in and we were both wearing these blue khakis and a dark blue shirt. And we looked at each other and we're like, we got to start seeing other people, man. We have got to start seeing other people. This is crazy. Oh my gosh.
It is true. We do spend a lot of time together. We work out in the mornings pretty much 5 times a week.
Yep.
And we work together, and we've known each other.
We go on walks in the afternoon.
Yeah, we do. We sauna together. Yeah. But we're both married with 4 kids.
Is that what it is?
We're both married with 4 kids. Can we just say that?
Yeah, we are.
We're both married with 4 kids.
Yeah, say it again to the camera.
Happily married with 4 kids, separately.
And we're also
separately married. We're not married with 4 kids. That
backfired.
We are separately
that is
married.
Clipped and all over the internet. We are married with 4 kids.
We are separately married to 2 amazing women.
Yes.
Who are also friends, and we each have 4 children separately on our own.
All right, next question. We got to get wrapping up here. Okay, where are we at? All right, we're done. Okay, well then apparently That brings it home, I guess. This is amazing. And again, they do, meaning the content overlords of chess.com. I'm not included in this part because here I'm just Danny, a character. We want to do this again once we've seen the film.
Yeah.
Which I think we won't release until after it's out. Obviously, Eric and I are going to get a little bit of early access before April 7th.
Yeah.
We just learned. But you're not going to see that. You will see this part, but you will not see our reaction to what this film actually turned out to be until after April 7th, because that is the agreement with Netflix. Obviously, we don't want to spoil anything. So April 7th on Netflix, watch The Untold Chessmates, just like us. And we will all be seeing what we all think after that. So check it out, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the 2026 FIDE Candidates, where some of the titans of the game are fighting over the board. But they're not the only titans of the game in the playing hall today. You probably spotted in the background earlier that David Luiz himself made the first move, and I'm very pleased to say that Mike managed to grab a word with him. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they had to say about being there today.
Thanks, guys. And I have the pleasure of being joined by David Luiz, famous footballer who made the first move today. And of course, you're now a resident of Paphos. You're playing for Paphos. So what's it like to have this tournament come to Cyprus?
I think it's a great opportunity, not just for Paphos, also even by me and for everybody to know more about chess. I think it's rude for me. It was so nice to do this first move. I felt the tension there is so concentration. The players that was there, and you could see them in their face and how they are really into this. So for me, it's a new word, but of course it was so nice to be here.
And I know the players were excited to see you. I saw Vachier actually get out of his chair. Did he say anything to you?
No, I just say good luck for him. I think he was so concentrated for his game. I think it's a big game. He's trying to. I think he's leading in the moment. So I was just trying to say to them in the simple way, good luck, and to not get involved in this concentration time.
Were you nervous at all for the first move? You told me
I was a bit. I was more to make a mess there and touch him more than one piece, but it was nice. It was nice.
Yeah, we don't have VAR in chess, though.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Not yet, but soon, I think.
Now, how do you think like playing a chess game or any kind of strategy game compares to some of the things you've done on the field? Because you've won let's see, you've won the Premier League, you've won the Champions League, you've scored a winning goal in the World Cup. Do you think that chess could possibly be as exciting as some of those moments?
I think so. I think you work the best muscle of our body is our brain. I think this, when you touch your brain doing things in life, I think make you feel different, and for sure chess or another sport is always give you some experience that you never forget.
Do you do anything to help you prepare mentally for a football match? I mean, if it's not chess, do you do anything what do you do?
I have my psychologist. I do a lot of work by reading and then by trying to prepare my brain before the games, prepare my brain before the heavy training, because this muscle has to be full of power if I want to do something good.
And you told me before we started that you're aware of some famous footballers who play chess. Do you ever have conversations about the game with the people like Mo Salah?
No, I think I remember in Chelsea they was playing a bit. N'Golo Kante, Mo Salah, and Kurt Zuma was the ones I always saw playing a lot. I didn't have a conversation because they didn't let me play a lot. So we are playing already, but of course I know for them it's more popular than for us in Brazil. It's not that popular chess yet, but I think should, because help a lot for the development to grow in different way.
Well, you say that, but chess.com, we have a Brazilian team, and they're going to be so excited for this interview, so it's more popular than you think. Final question. So chess is actually getting a little bit cooler, not as cool as football, but what could chess learn from football to help popularize itself? What's something that we could do to make us not as popular as football, but, something?
I think it's going to grow. I think it depends on how you develop these, especially with the kids. So, and then you create a generation that start to like a real game that's change life and change their brains and make them even better as a person and in life. So I think it's gonna grow and can be excited as a football, because more people is gonna start to play, more people is gonna start to like, more people is gonna start to watch, more people is gonna start to celebrate and to feel things in the chess. So that's why football is playing on many years. That's why everybody now is into football. But for sure, in few years, chess can be in the same way.
I hope so. By the way, the World Cup's being played in my country. Who's going to win this year?
I hope Brazil. I hope Brazil. Let's see.
I hope they go a long way. I hope they lose the USA in the final.
Let's see.
David, Luis, thanks so much for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much for that, Mike. Some really insightful questions, actually, in that interview. And there's a slight trick one towards the end. Who do you think is going to win the World Cup? I don't think there was another politically correct or any other way correct question David Luiz could have possibly answered there. But really fun to hear his take on the parallels between football and chess and what he is seeing here today at the Candidates. Huge thank you for that. Now we head back to the action. The openings are on the board. David, Judith, I'm going to ask one question to start us off. It looks like Sindarov is still playing Blitz here. Is he just playing Blitz and trying to intimidate his opponent? Or is this really all prep? What's going on this board?
I think it's generally prep. The ideas are prep, I think.
Judith, the clock tells one story, but he did finally spend almost 3 minutes on his last move, Sindarov. And,
oh my God, 3 minutes! he doubled. He doubled almost what he has spent in all the previous moves until this point.
I think he was just maybe off getting some snacks. Yasipenko thought for 25 minutes, so maybe he just needed a break. But I've got to admit, despite the fact he's up so much on the clock, I'm not thrilled about Black's position. I understand there's a big threat. If White does nothing, if White plays h3, then Black is, I'm not sure about winning, but getting a scary initiative with this typical idea of bishop to c3, rook b1, knight b4, and the a2 pawn might drop. But if White just plays the most natural move in the world, like queen c2 in the live position, then what's the idea? Queen c2, maybe there's other ways as well. Rook c1.
I also understand why you're saying what you're saying, that this bishop b4 has mixed feelings, right? Because, first of all, to play a3 is a very committal move if once Black is going to be doing it. Secondly, queen c2 is a very natural move, though it's not the only move, I think. There is a move, White can go to c1, White can also do some other things. I don't know, it can also show that maybe Sindarov is a bit nervous after all. It is a very tricky tournament situation. I think it's not very common that you play with the bishop e7 or d6 and at some point you go bishop b4 when White is already completely developed. Usually it goes the other way around. You put the bishop on b4 and later on you go back, right? It's usually on the other way. And, I think it's clear that Black is just ready to give up the bishop pair.
Mm-hmm. So, for
It can
example,
also,
a3.
I mean,
take-
after a3, for sure he takes, right?
Yeah.
Takes, a takes b3, queen b3. But why is black so happy?
I mean, isolated pawn, I guess, but I mean, it's an age before that becomes relevant. I don't know, knight to a5, b6, maybe b6. I don't like it so much though. Maybe knight a5.
Knight a5, queen c2.
Yeah, I don't really understand. I'm too biased towards the bishop pair, and white has the center.
Yeah, it's not clear,
obvious.
right? White, I mean, e4 can come in the next move if black is not fast. Now maybe there is d takes c4, and knight c4 maybe not possible to bishop b5. Maybe there is some tactics.
Yeah, but maybe Yasipenko needs to be a bit more clever there with the move order before forcing through e4. But I actually quite like a3 now. Like, I think queen c2 is like the automatic, as you said, so committal for black to put the pawn on a3, and white can just ignore it, play around it, rooks to the center, e4. But also a3.
You know what? Maybe after queen c2, black wants to take a takes b3, and then your bishop can be good, well placed. Or no rush. But
Yeah, but looks nice, but what's it doing there, really?
well. No, actually bishop b4 is quite a strange continuation by black, especially after he went rook e8. I mean, all the signs were shown that he wants to go e5, right? And after that he goes a5, a4, which I liked actually up to a4. And we see a3.
Yeah. And the blue arrow appears the first time today. That means bishop takes knight is by far the best move, and that's very logical, Judith. Going back now with the bishop would lose so much time, but also allow white to play b4 and shut the door, and white has a free hand now on the queen side. So I think we'll see that whole variation unfold. Bishop takes d2, knight takes d2. And white
Well,
has the
so
bishop
far
now.
we see no players at the board.
I did notice that Sindarov is back-to-back with Bibisara today, so they're going to be cheering each other on from close proximity.
But what is this bishop b4?
Okay, I think we'll learn a lot, surely. Like, maybe not this move, he's going to take the knight, only logical response, but we'll learn a lot in the next, 2 minutes, assuming he doesn't think for too long after knight takes d2. Like, either he's still in prep and this is some really, really deep idea, or he's just given up the bishop pair and he's going to wing it. He's going to freestyle.
I thought for a second the crazy move knight a5, but I think it cannot work because knight a5. Because I thought if c5, then a b3 and knight c4, but then probably white can go after knight a5, b4. And if knight c4 takes, queen c2, and black cannot defend the pawn.
And then white gets the center for free, bishop pair for free, everything for free. Feels nice. Beautiful bishop. Okay. Can't be knight a5, but I mean, that means he has to take before white goes b4 and keeps all the pawns nice intact together.
I have a question. What about e5?
Whoa.
But I think e5 is also problematic for black. C takes d5, takes e4 and d5.
Like,
Don't look at the bar.
I didn't see it, Judith. Nobody saw it. Nobody saw it.
Nobody, don't see it. Let's enjoy chess. Don't see the bar.
Yeah, and, I mean, white
Just
can probably
b4.
do a lot of things. Yeah, just b4 and rook c1 and bishop pair.
Well, and at some point you probably some way you can just take the knight and grab a pawn, the d4. somehow.
Yeah, true. Yeah, like just take and knight f3 and win d4. Okay, maybe not immediately. Rook e1 first. I'm not going to hang the e4 pawn. But yeah, this looks very one-sided. So
Okay.
He's thinking. That's quite rare, but also not a good sign for Sindarov. The fact that he hasn't played a takes b3, which looks almost positionally forced here. Before white plays b4.
Don't tell me that it's a home prep by Sindarov.
Mm-hmm. I think we've seen him blitz like quite quickly. Like he spent against Fabiano, for example, when he had this great prep, he was spending 1 minute here, 1 minute there, but it was still prep. If he spends more than 5 minutes, okay, jacket coming off, then he might start.
Not a good sign.
Mm-hmm. And
not a good sign. Jacket coming off.
Yeah, this is why it's so hard to freestyle against the Catalan. Like, white just has so many different setups. If you don't immediately force the tension in the center, black's often just a little bit worse.
Yeah, but it doesn't happen very often that you give up the black square bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Can you remember any of a game that black gives up the black square bishop? A takes b3.
Yeah. Only in lines where black kind of grabs on c4 early and then maybe gives a quick bishop b4 check and takes a knight on d2 to keep the pawn alive a little bit longer, but not normally.
To keep an extra pawn, right?
Exactly.
But I don't see the extra pawn.
Yeah. Not yet. Not yet.
Not yet. You're really optimistic.
No, I'm joking. Knight a5. Mate, I don't know. It's deceptive, his speed. Like, he's playing at that tempo where it's unclear whether it's prep or whether he's kind of bluffing a bit.
But I think these are forced moves, to be honest. I mean, otherwise it's just a huge advantage for white, right? What we've seen, if you don't capture on b3, white goes b4, and it's just awful for black. So probably the simplification has to be done.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're expecting queen to c2. Most natural square. And what do we conclude next move? Should black be trying to solve the problem of the bishop? b6 or bishop d7? Queen c2.
Yeah, b6 actually is what I would try to discover first.
Yeah.
Because finally, bishop on a6, there's this square c4. That can be nice for black.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe white just takes, or rook c1 immediately. Yeah, I thought c takes d first and rook c1, but doesn't matter. Rook c1.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Some threats. He's
bishop d7.
Yeah, he went a different way, Judith. So bishop d7. Okay, now I think he's in prep again.
Oh, he is.
Changing my mind. I mean, he
should be.
Yeah, he must be. He gave up the bishop pair. He played so quickly, and now he just spent 15 seconds on this move, 10 seconds on his previous move. Like you said, maybe they're forced, but if he wasn't in prep, surely he spends an extra 5-10 seconds minimum on b6. Not so obvious. And Judith, just as we see Sindarov leave the board, we're going to bring in John for some big breaking news.
That's right. Thank you very much, both. Not the board we're currently on, but just to let you guys know, quite often computers, eval bars, that sort of thing, might give a move a question mark in the opening just because there was something better. But we have had 2 moves in a row in the game between Lano and Goryachkina to the point where there might be a positionally won game on the board already, which would be crazy this early on in the round. Back to you guys.
Okay, and thank you for pointing us in this direction, John. Our attention needs to be on this board right now because there has been a bit of a curse going on, Judith, and that's on Goryachkina, who, despite having several strong positions, promising positions in the first half, didn't win a single game. All draws. For Lagno, it's been up and down, some wins, some losses. They're both on 50%, but what do you make of this? It was the Scotch, and John mentioned 2 moves in a row, just to backtrack. It looks like theory almost up to this point, and this was move 14. At least according to the computer, black can safely take a pawn on e5. I guess scary to allow the knight to hang, but there is this pin. Instead, she retreated knight to b6, or really bad square for the knight and bishop now, b3, and I guess she didn't want to take on e5. Maybe still some tactics, but f5 looks really anti-positional, as John mentioned. What do you make of all of this?
Well, I like knight f3 very much. Well, of course, I played Scotch myself with the white pieces, and I was enjoying it, though it was quite difficult to understand many times. But one thing is understood, that when you have your pawn, your knight on b6, thank you for highlighting that, and the bishop on e6, and white has the pawn on c4, exactly, c4, and white can go b3, black has to be extremely fast playing d5 or something, otherwise those pieces on a6 and b6 is going to be completely out of the play. But not only that, but now after f5, black doesn't have this f6 kind of idea, and if white can stabilize this e5, and of course, I mean, we are not going to look what happens on bishop e5, right? Because just everything is a knight e5, bishop b2, and then it's dead. Right, on the long diagonal. The only question is bishop b2 first or rook e5 first, bishop b2, queen c3, and then, you know, the long diagonal is just completely hopeless. And this is incredible in this Scotch system, that you make 1-2 moves and everything is falling apart. And this is what we're witnessing here, I think, right now. That, I mean, of course, f5 could be played because black could have been thinking that white cannot protect the e5 because f4 is not possible. Knight e4 was a threat. But f4 is not possible to defend, right? But we don't need that pawn. Actually, we are very grateful with white if black would be giving up the black square bishop after knight f3. So probably the only move could be maybe d5, somehow to try to break up the c4 pawn. But white is so well developed. Well, d5 or, I mean, d6 I think black cannot do because white is maybe trapping the queen or something with bishop e3.
Oof.
Queen e5 maybe.
Yeah, queen a5.
But black is very much on the edge of losing.
Knight d4 looks tempting.
Well, I think not only tempting, but if you make it, it's gonna be painful.
Lots of moves. Bishop d2 first.
Yeah, bishop d2, queen c5 back.
There's no b4 yet, but feels close.
At the same time, I would like to express my feeling towards the evil bar. Because if it wouldn't be there, we would also understand that white has, we have an intuitive feeling about it. But then we would really, oh really? I mean, maybe black plays d6 and maybe it's not so easy, right? And when we see the evil bar, I mean, it's not only for, I mean, for weaker players, it's a great guidance. At the same time, it also tricks us. That we can say, right, yes, of course, it's a huge mistake. But when you're sitting at the board, you have to understand, of course, the position and the opening itself, why things are working or they are not working. But I'm not sure, for example, that Lucknow knows exactly that she's completely winning already. She has a good feeling about the position, but she's not absolutely sure that she has a winning position.
And just to show in this variation, Judith, rook b8 was played, but that feels... Well, it doesn't feel helpful at all, but bishop e3, I think after queen a5, maybe a3 will trap the black queen, because after black takes on e5, not b4 because of queen a4, and maybe black survives a few more moves, but bishop d2, and now bishop b4, and trapped. This is painful stuff. Going back to the game, rook b8 was played, but I don't really understand how this helps.
Well, maybe because she might be thinking that she wants to play d6 and she wants to get out of these knight d4 things. But of course, it's slow, yes. But now white has a question. You know, David, we have a great position and then this is winning. That's great. The other one is also good. What should I do? I spend my time. You can connect to that one, right?
Yep.
And then you're thinking, and but I have to make a move. And then you say, okay, so after all, let's make the move which I wanted at first place.
Yes. Story of my life, Judith. Like, my opponents know that I'm doing well if I'm burning time, because there's like 5 different attractive moves, and I'm like, oh, which one? But yeah, normally if you're playing badly, you can play quicker because often the moves are forced and there's not much choice. But yeah, that being said, she does have 1 hour 20 on her clock, so
yes,
to find a good
but
continuation.
for example, what would you be playing here? Like, I would also say maybe a4 is a crazy move. At the same time, sometimes in these systems, a4 makes sense to play bishop a3 or even push back the knight from b6. The other idea is, of course, not to play because, okay, I make weaknesses, right, on b3. To play bishop e3, to play bishop b2.
Yeah.
Right? So there are so many questions that how are you converting your fantastic initiative and good position, because all white pieces are standing great, healthy. You want to kill on h5, h4, h5?
Maybe later. Maybe solve the bishop problem.
At some point.
Yeah. Just move the bishop out. Like everything perfect. Bishop e3 or bishop b2. Then bring the rook to d1. I don't know where black goes. Rook to d1. Then h4. Then h5. Then, I mean, 2 dead pieces. The rook on b8 not great either.
I like this the most, actually, to centralize the pieces and somehow to offer this e5 pawn, but it's not even possible to take it because bishop b6.
Oof, yeah. Bishop b6 and then bishop hangs.
Okay, so what happens? Bishop e3. Let's try to defend with black. Go queen f8.
Okay.
And after rook d1, I go d6. Or d5.
Okay. d5. Yeah,
no,
d6.
d6.
Yeah. I mean, either way, I'm slightly tempted to just take it. Probably don't need to rush, but let's say we take.
Takes.
Like you said, there's too many tempting moves. There's bishop f4, knight d4,
exactly.
c5.
You can go c5. You can go bishop f4. You can bishop d4 also. Exchange the black square bishop. Knight d4, as you said.
Yeah. c5. Then again, I've got to decide between 2 very nice moves. Yeah, I mean, this is so ugly for black.
It is.
Yeah.
It is, but let's say if we think about it, this is the best I have with white. Let's go back and figure something even better. No?
She's not hanging around. She plays bishop e3. She doesn't want better. She sees it's good enough.
Yeah. Well, now it's a big question where the black queen is moving.
I'm a bit surprised. Like Goyashkina, she spent a bit of time in the opening. Yes, she was caught out. Yes, she feared like tactics with knight to e4 if she grabbed on e5 earlier. But I think I would rather spend a bit more time try to find the concrete solution rather than suffering positionally long term. Like she's a super classy player. She'll understand that it's big trouble now.
Well, it's probably there is. You will not find too many people who wants to take the black side of it here.
Yeah, not much upside. It's just one-way traffic and not much to cling on to. Like if black's up a pawn, then and having to put pieces on bad squares, then at least there's something to suffer for. But here, it's level material, and white has the space, and white has the good pieces.
So if it's white, you would give up a pawn. It would be the a2, yeah.
Or h2, or
yeah.
Maybe with a rook on d1, I could even give up e5, but okay, I'd rather a2.
Yeah, I mean, e5, you don't really want to give up with the bishop capped on the diagonal, right?
Yeah, although, yeah, actually the Scotch is my favorite blitz opening with white, and there are many lines where white gives up the e5 pawn and just acts as if nothing happened because you get a lead in development or some kind of initiative. But yeah, I mean, here she has it all, everything together.
Well, and it's a very important round because they are tying, right? And, there is a big pack of players with 3.5 points. And it is a critical, important full point if Lucknow can collect it.
Yeah, there's still only 1 point off the lead. If she wins here, Lucknow, and Anna Musutruk doesn't win, then the gap closes, or she might even catch up. We'll see.
Yeah.
But Yeah, this has been
Yeah.
maybe the biggest opening slip up. I won't say disaster, Judith, but almost disaster. The biggest opening imbalance that we've seen so far today.
And I think we can say that these Scotch positions, actually, it can be, first of all, they are very concrete. Secondly, I think it can be extremely dangerous to work with engines. Because the engines might say that because very concrete reasons that maybe it's balanced, but if you don't play those only moves, then you can just have a complete lost position out of the opening, basically. So it's very difficult. And sometimes, well, when I was playing the Scotch back in the early 90s, of course, then the engines were not even close to today's strength. But in complicated positions, it can be very, very tricky with evaluation what the computer is saying and to synchronize it with your own knowledge and understanding of the position, the changes of structures, the changes of the piece play, pieces where they are. Well, maybe we can change back. Because this is something not very nice with black. Let's go to the bird's eye view for a moment.
Let's do that as she plays Queen F8. So we predicted that variation. Also interesting that I commentated on this Women's Speed Chess Championship where Lagno as black kept facing the Scotch against Kostenyuk, and she was always in trouble. So maybe taking some inspiration from those games. Judith, what catches your eye now with all 8 boards in front of us?
Well, we've never seen the Giri Pragnananda game, which actually started out with some quite interesting stuff. I think we could go there, because in the meantime, I see Esipenko got to be thinking. He's thinking for quite a long time already after Bishop D7. Probably he's still hesitating. Is it Sindarov's home preparation? No, but it cannot be. How is it possible that you want to play this with black? Is it really not so bad? No? I mean, these are the things you're thinking in your head. I mean, really, it's not so bad? What do you mean? Actually, he just played Rook FC1, yeah? On the board.
Sindarov has finally started thinking again. He spent about 10 minutes on this move, so Sindarov's home prep has dried up or run out, and definitely looks like Yesipenko has a small advantage, maybe more. And okay, maybe the spoiler role is the one that suits him the most, Yesipenko. Often that's what happens, Judith, right? Like the player who's having a tough time in the second half, they don't have anything left to play for. They just start playing with freedom, and
But one thing
ruin other
is
people's tournaments.
sure that you cannot take this game easy when your leader and the other player is just completely hopeless already and being on the last place of the bottom of the cross table. Those are the most dangerous moments, or it could be. It could easily be. We've seen that before.
We've seen that before, and we'll come back to that game later when there are more updates for everyone at home. But in the meantime, Judith, it looks like great preparation from Anish Giri has given him an extra pawn. And I just want to backtrack a few moves, because I was told that a few moves ago, this was the Vienna variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. Anish played a4, which is quite a rare move. Although I remember back when I was studying this, it's one of the main ideas that the engine always suggests every position they want to play a4 just to kick the knight. And c4 will drop. Is either that or black plays a5, and then the white knight looks nice and pretty. But bishop a6, and a novelty, I was told, by Anish Giri, knight back to a3. It's very clever. Yeah, he just wants to play, he wants to play a5 and then just take this pawn. And that's what happened. I guess knight c6, maybe just a5 anyway, right? And can't take because of knight c2. Oh, that's clever.
Wow.
And okay, knight a3. c5
But knight a3 is an easy to blunder move. If you're not aware of this pattern in this kind of position, I think it's very easy to blunder.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess sometimes you can consider probably not here taking the knight, because white's going to take with the rook, and knight g5, the rook's going to swing.
Ooh, it looks awful. It looks so scary.
Yeah, the bar tells the story, but yeah, I guess Black's king is just no defenders around it. That's a naked king. So knight a3. He decided to just give up the pawn after a bit of thought prag. He played c5, a5, kicking the knight, and now, yeah, Giri spent a bit of time before actually taking it, but it looks like he's up material. I don't know if Black can take on a5, Judith. Feels risky somehow.
Well, after queen a5.
I guess, yeah.
Well, maybe just bishop d2, and after queen b6, queen a4. Or is that too slow? Black goes back, bishop b7, yeah? Bishop a5, bishop b5. No, this is not good for Black.
Okay, maybe I can just take there. Maybe I take.
Yeah, takes knight c4, and I thought I'm happy with the tempis.
No. At least
Maybe
if the queens come off, Black's okay, maybe.
Oh yeah, and you have this very nice knight on d5. Okay,
Yeah.
so maybe this is not the best for white, or there is something better. So queen takes a5. No. I thought bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop takes. I thought this as well at first, but it is annoying that the rook hangs. Although the eval bar says still good for white.
Well, maybe just rook e1. And then bishop g5.
So like if Black develops, then maybe knight c2 as well first. Bishop g5 coming. Maybe knight c2, and then you're or maybe knight e3. Just go.
And attack on d5 and knight f5.
It's double-edged though. Like Black could easily be better if white isn't quick enough with any attack. Two bishops.
Yeah, actually, if you don't see the bar, the evil bar, you don't feel it that Black has such a bad position, isn't?
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Like, I would
say, okay, Black is doing fine.
Yeah, maybe concretely it's good for white, but like if Black got one more move here, then probably fine. Maybe it all depends on some line where like white gets some big attack immediately, e6. Or... Yeah. Okay, bishop f8 is apparently too slow. Yeah, either way, okay, maybe it's a key moment now, Judith, because if Anish, well, if Prag takes the pawn and if Anish finds something there, maybe it's very good. If not, then we'll see just a slower game, end game, where Black might be a pawn down, but good pieces.
Yeah, I mean, now it's a big question for Black. I mean, is he brave enough to take on a5?
Yeah. I mean, Prag's not greedy as a player. You know, he's not obsessed with pawns, but maybe there's just no other attractive alternatives.
But after queen a5, sorry.
Okay. No, go on. Go on, Judith.
After queen a5, if immediately bishop g5?
I'm reluctant to take knight c6, queen c7, queen d8 maybe. Okay, maybe queen d8. I just don't want to let your knight near my king.
D8.
I don't love it.
Yeah. You love it or you don't love it?
I don't love it for Black, but it's okay.
And after bishop e7, you go queen e7.
Yes. At least not down a pawn anymore.
Yeah.
Could you maybe do the same thing, Judith? If we go back after queen takes a5, could I start with knight c2 just to force your queen to b6?
Yes.
And then I kind of wanted to take, or maybe take on a6, bishop g5, or maybe take this pawn first, force you to take with the bishop.
Yes.
And Oh, tactics don't work. I wanted to kind of play take b4 or something like that, but
Wow.
Maybe.
Okay, takes b4, bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7. I just wanted to gain some tempi, but I don't know what I'm really gaining. Bishop e3.
Queen b7.
Now finally save the rook.
And then bishop c5 and knight d4 and stuff like that.
Yeah. And then positional chess after some tactics. Computer points out there was something better earlier, but I don't really see it. I just saw the eval bar jump, but
yeah,
I could see a position like this being slightly better for white. Maybe.
Yeah, black can go knight d7. At some point, the c4 square is weak.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Okay, and the game goes on. So, okay, big moments.
No, now it's crucial whether black is ready to take on a5, or is that the only move to take on a5?
Yeah, I've been naughty, Judah. I just turned on the computer. It just neglects the a5 pawn, says take.
And knight
take,
c6.
Knight c6.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it says slight edge for white, but nothing special. I guess the b pawn's not too relevant. Rook b8 will come. Okay, but
Well,
Anish isn't.
these days, I
Sorry?
think Prague is going to go this.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, Prague would rather dodge any preparation, like dodge any immediate knockout. Queen takes a5 just for curiosity. Oh wow, that whole line. Queen b6. Okay, white has many options, but actually this line is quite interesting.
What you said, yeah, before.
Yeah, and not bishop e3, just rook e1 to keep this pawn hit. And okay, white will get knight to d4, maybe to f5.
And also e6 at some point, I think, can be annoying.
Okay, game on. This has potential, I feel, Judith, this game to explode into life, depending on what Prague does here and now.
Yeah, now it's a big moment.
What would you stylistically prefer? Pawn down, but you have good pieces, activity. You might not get the pawn back in the next 20 moves, but the foundations are strong. Or would you try and spend a lot of time calculating, trying to win the pawn back, but maybe some small risk in the process?
I would be not happy if I have to take queen a5. I would be scared from all these bishop g5 kind of things, I think.
Makes sense. Makes sense. But Prague is a calculator. He's going to try and work it out. Maybe we can leave him to it. There have been a lot of piece exchanges in the Nakamura game. What would you prefer, Judith? Should we go back to Hikaru against Fabiano, or should we quickly check in with Wei Yi, Blue Baum, where we haven't been so far today?
Yeah, let's go there for short. Not to leave them out.
Okay. Yeah,
because on the other boards also, nothing concrete stuff is going on that much.
True. So, okay. This came from another Vienna game, I was told earlier by John, and we won't go the whole way back, maybe, but the last move from white does look like quite a lot of pressure, now threatening to take and win the e5 pawn. I guess f6 is the most natural to guard against that, but maybe white plays a6. What do you make of it, Judith? Who would you rather, whose shoes would you rather be in right now?
White.
Why so quick and confident with that answer?
I don't know, because you said a6, and that's so tempting that if I can go a6, then life can be difficult only for black. That's why I thought.
Yeah.
And okay, the bishop pair doesn't hurt.
True. Bishop pair.
I know the evil bar is not so convincing yet, that it's white who is having the upper hand, but I think it can be very quickly dangerous for black. Maybe black should go queen d6, or black cannot go.
Okay. Why can black not go here?
I don't know, queen d6. Well, because maybe a6 anyway, and then if the b7 pawn is moving, bishop c6 and knight e5 possible.
Yeah. Maybe c4
c4 first? No, then knight f6. And you take with the rook, you mean? I thought to take with the knight.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm blind. Take with the knight. No, of course.
That's why I played a6.
You got me, Judith. I was just looking at rook takes, but you're right. A6. Bishop takes here also looks quite promising then, but I guess black can survive with b takes. So a6 first. Yeah, winning a pawn for white. So yeah, it looks like either f6 or maybe knight e7. It's quite a typical idea.
But a knight d7.
Knight d7. At least now I can meet a6 with b6, I hope. Keep the structure intact, although eval bar rises.
Yeah, it looks pretty reasonable for black. Knight d7 I like.
Yeah, but after a6?
b6?
b6, no isolated pawn. Why is the eval bar so excited? Is it just white playing like h3 and threatening g4?
Maybe rook a4.
Oof. Judah, that's clever. Not only rook h4, but sometimes g4.
Keep in mind both. I love when the rooks are coming in the most unexpected situations horizontally.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that would be a surprise for black. Rook a4, rook h4 suddenly.
Now you've shown me rook a4. Like, okay, now I'm definitely taking white every time. Probably would have done before, but still, this is a bonus. I always I play some Gleck systems as well, where it's like 4 knights with g3, and you often get this pawn structure. But
yes,
this pin is often really hard to break without playing g4. It's really frustrating sometimes, but yeah, this is much more active version than most of those. Okay, Wei Yi maybe with a bit of momentum at his back, having won just before the rest day. Really nice game. But Judith, have you been following Bluebaum's progress? Because he's got an army of fans these days, very popular online.
I was not following that much. I was following it in the World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup and Grand Swiss. He played really, really well, and Vaikanze as well. Beat Giri, beat others.
Yeah, shows a lot of stability in his play.
Yeah, but maybe under a bit of pressure here. Okay, should we?
Bishop b5 actually, as the last move, it was. It was a good last move. He went to knight e7. He went knight e7.
Yeah.
Well, actually, maybe after a6, black should not go b6.
Okay. Does black have something more dynamic? Because if white takes on b7, then it's just positionally very nice, like isolated pawns for black. Is it something dynamic? Maybe queen d5?
Queen d6, I thought. Queen d5, maybe even better. I don't know.
Queen d6, I think white probably takes. Rook b7.
And?
I don't know. Do I gain a bit of time, maybe?
Maybe c4.
Yeah,
but I wanted to go knight d4 then, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
c4 cannot be the move.
Okay, let's...
Well, maybe white just goes back, bishop c4.
Yeah. Arguing the hard work's been done. Does feel like a bit of pressure somehow. Queen f6, maybe. Okay, it's just a position. But I think I would take white even more now because
Rook a4, look at that. Rook a4 without a6.
Nice, Judah. Nice prediction. Wei Yi spent a long time on his previous couple of moves, so he's definitely seen this in advance. And how scary is this? Like, oh, I keep stopping short. Rook h4. If black plays like a6, for example.
Maybe rook h4 anyway.
Oh, wow. Not blundering a piece because bishop takes f3, queen f3, a takes b5.
The evil bar is destroying my party again.
I mean,
Yeah,
I would be
queen h5.
terrified. This looks like mate.
Bishop takes h6.
Knight g6? No, bishop
g5.
Wait, how is this not mate?
I mean, it's crazy, no? I mean, there is no evil bar we would stop. Bishop h6 and it's cooked. It's done. It's black has no chance.
Those computers, pesky stockfish. This is unfair. Like, yeah, I guess moving the queen now. I mean, bishop g7 doesn't work. Moving the queen.
Like after queen f3, probably knight f5, no?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Queen
yes,
f3.
and after bishop g5, knight h4.
Yeah, and the queen is hit. Making our own luck here. And yeah, if queen g4, or queen g5, probably knight f5 as well. Or no, not knight f5.
Why not?
Bishop takes f8.
Ah, knight h4, queen h6.
Yeah. And that's
Though after bishop f8, king g8, and it's still not over.
Yeah, everything's hanging. But maybe.
But okay, this was not our idea, yeah?
Okay. I love the idea though, like giving up a piece.
Maybe just king g8?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's wild that it's not checkmate, but knight f5 is such a good resource. Okay. Wow. So, okay, back to my question then. If rook h4 isn't working, a6? What else?
Bishop c6.
Bishop c6, knight c6.
g4.
G4, yeah, it is G4, surely. I thought I was being clever, like forcing white to take so that the black queen covers h4, but now G4, and just a pawn.
Knight e5, yeah.
Greed is good. Mm-hmm. Okay, rook a4 comes with a threat. So queen d6 or f6 maybe. Let's say f6.
Then rook h4.
Mm-hmm. I just feel a bit safer knowing that the knight can't get to g5.
Yes, I understand.
Help me, Judith. Which one? Bishop f7, maybe? Oh.
I was thinking bishop f7 first.
Yeah, just to have this square.
Yeah. And also that diagonal somehow seems vulnerable otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop goes only to g6.
Yeah, it's a crazy position. I can imagine white playing d4 in the near future, dropping the bishop back to d3 and some kind of attack. But it is quite, I don't know, not risky, but it is quite committal playing rook h4 and going for
yes,
big attack. If it works, white looks like a genius. If it doesn't work, it's like, oh, you put your rook on the side of the board, no backup.
But maybe after f6, white can go a6?
Mm-hmm. f6, a6, a6, sorry. Yeah, that makes sense. b6, you just feel better in general with the white pawn and a6, right?
Well...
I quite like this idea of queen d5. I don't know if it works. Queen d5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You just want to exchange on f3.
Yes. bishop c4, take an f3. Yeah.
This is not something I like with white. I mean, with queen f3 we are losing. Takes and b5.
Yeah, I just wanted to show as well. White can't get away in this exact position with this. Okay. So it feels like Blue Baum, yeah, he's maybe under a bit of pressure, but should be fine with some calmness.
Well, it is interesting. I'm curious if it will ever happen rook h4 in this game. But maybe it's time to go back.
Yes.
By the way, in the meantime, if we go back to the bird's eye view, we're gonna witness that Pragnananda could not resist and took the pawn.
Ooh, risky stuff. I did have a feeling like just the way Prag's been playing the last year or two, it's like it's very heavily calculation based, and if he couldn't see a refutation, why suffer a pawn down when he can be level material? Like he doesn't see the eval bar. He looks like he's got a decent position. Anish is now forced to make some committal moves.
Yeah, but actually the line you suggested, bishop takes on d5, d takes c, and b4, it gives a very nice space advantage for white.
Yeah.
But Kiri should be finding that. What do you think going back to Esipenko, or you have a better suggestion?
No, I think that's a great choice because it looks like Sindarov's about to win a pawn, right? Sorry, Esipenko's about to win a pawn. Sindarov's about to be a pawn down. c7 is hanging.
Maybe we can go back? Yes.
Let's do it. We left it with rook c1 and 14-minute think for Sindarov. That is like, that's hours in mere human time. He played d takes c4 capture, and he solved the problem of his bishop. So he's so desperate to get rid of white's Fianchetto bishop, he gave up a pawn. Knight takes a5, bishop g2, king g2, check, king g1, and okay, Judith, this has potential for black if the knight were on any better square, but for now it's just a pawn, right?
You see only that pawn, yeah, that black is going to take that pawn.
I also see a knight landing on f3 long term, and then I'm scared, but pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn, and white can go rook c5 next if black is not fast enough. So knight e4, for example, is a move I would be happy to check. With the idea of knight d2, knight f3, David.
Oh, I saw it. I thought you were going knight g5, knight h3.
Okay, but knight d2 is also not bad to have in mind knight b3 at some point.
Good move. And Judith, I see a way to get the queens off. So I'm going to make it. I'm going to play queen e5 before I get mated.
Queen e5. I'd be so happy not to have the b7 pawn and go queen a8. But then you would go d5 even.
Oh, yeah. d5.
Queen e5 I don't like.
Yeah, because like endgames like this, like maybe it's a draw, but actually white's bishop has quite a nice square, and yeah, it's just going to be a difficult defense for black for the rest of the game.
No, this is something black wants to avoid.
Because queen e5 isn't a threat here, just queen d8, keeping the queens on the board. So
okay, I have a question. What happens if black takes with the queen on a5 instead, and after queen c7, queen h5?
Ooh, okay. All in on the mate.
I'm afraid that I'm not going to be fast enough. That's my worries.
Can I... Queen f4 if it doesn't work. Well, maybe it does work. Feels wrong though. Rook c5, which way are you going?
I wanted to do queen h3, I think.
Okay. I wanted to play f3, but
I thought so. I thought that one day he goes f3 and tells me that I have no attack.
One more move. If white gets e4, then the knight is stuck.
Completely.
But maybe knight d5. I don't know. b6, rook c8, try to fight for the c file.
Well, the e3 is hanging, right?
Yeah, queen e5. Okay, I think, like, yes, there's compensation, but I think I would always take white here. Just doesn't feel like there's that much risk.
Yeah, okay, so let's go back. So this is why Sindarov is hesitating which one to take back with. Because, of course, rook takes is the more logical one. So what, okay, I go rook takes a5. Takes on c7, rook b5.
Okay. That is annoying. Ah, because now you can keep the queens on, can you? I don't know. Say I just defend my bishop. Knight e4. I'm still hoping to play queen e5.
And maybe you can.
It does feel a bit scary though. Maybe just h5. Like now rook c5 isn't an issue, the one you mentioned. Maybe just h5 and just play long term.
h5, nice. Nice. h5, h4. White squares are weak for white.
Yeah.
a4, rook b3, I guess.
Yeah, and I can't get the queens off. Wherever I go, you run away, and maybe something like queen f4. Maybe this is how the game will end.
I don't think Sindarov would mind. Especially seeing the game of Nakamura Caruana.
Yeah, big moments ahead in this game, Judith. It looks like Sindarov's going to be seeking compensation for the pawn, but yeah, let's zoom out of this game and bring John back because things are heating up. Action is happening all over the place, but it still feels like anything is possible.
It does indeed. I love the analysis of that last game and just the number of different possible permutations that can pop out even after a concrete idea like swinging the rook across, for example. Previously you'd think, there's one idea here, and before you know it, there's about 7 different lines you have to go down to even determine whether it's viable in the first place. I absolutely love it, and we're going to see way more of that across our other boards as well. I can also reveal that our next break is not any normal break. If you fancy winning yourself some chess.com diamond memberships or potentially some Chessable courses as well, now's a great time to listen up. We're going to give you some mid-break trivia, and we're going to ask you to send in the answers in chat. That can be on Twitch or on YouTube using the hashtag candidates. And heading into this break, we ask you the question: which chess teacher consulted on the chess game in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? That's the movie. Was it Daniel King, Gary Kasparov, Bruce Pandolfini, or Jeremy Silman? Have a think about it. Maybe some of you instantly know the answer. We'll wait and see. Make sure to use the hashtag candidates in chat to submit your answer, and you could be winning a chess.com diamond membership or a Chessable course. We'll see you after the break.
Chess.com is pleased to be joined by the director of Untold Chessmates, Thomas Tancred. Thomas, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Good to see the Chess.com people.
I'm always interested to hear when somebody joins the chess world, what was your prior knowledge of either the game of chess or this incident before you took on the project?
I honestly don't know really anything about chess, and I thought of that before coming into this, like, is this the right fit, somebody who knows nothing about chess? But then I came to the realization that that might be a good thing. Maybe it's good for somebody who doesn't have a complete grasp of the chess world to come in here and kind of like try to understand it, but then also for the viewer kind of break it down what it is. very little chess background. When I was a little kid, there was a snowstorm and we were stuck inside, and a friend's mom taught us like chess for 3 days. So that's kind of like my background. I kind of played a bit as a child, but once I got the gig, like I really just went just full steam ahead, just like reading every book I could. I looked up just like, okay, what are the chess books I need to read? What are the best biographies? And then there's a lot of like documentaries that really aren't known. Yeah, no. And then I instantly just kind of fell in love with the world because it's honestly so interesting. There's so many interesting characters, just the way it works. I mean, I was just like, honestly, I was just kind of studying for months and months and months, preparing for the interviews, preparing to create it. So yeah, I kind of came in not knowing much. Oh, and then you asked, so I had a little knowledge about the scandal. The thing that really like made me want to do this was, I think it's one of those stories that, you know, we see on our timeline and you're kind of like, huh, that funny thing. Of course that kid cheated. And then you just kind of go on with your day. So I love this story because it truly is one of those things that I think people are gonna, like, even when I tell people I worked on this film, they're like, oh, that story, even people not in the chess world. So I think that is a good thing to get the non-chess people into it, and then to actually unfold like what happened inside of there.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time to find out who consulted on the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone movie. David got this one quickly as well. Let the nerds of the world unite. Let's go ahead and reveal the answer to all of you in chat, as well as who has won. It was indeed Jeremy Silman, still, I think, the author of one of, if not the best chess books ever published. Absolutely incredible author, honestly, and great teacher. Congratulations to OGICS_ on Twitch. We'll be getting in touch with you shortly to reveal what prizes you have won. But for now, it's back to the 2026 FIDE candidates. Judith, let's get your thoughts on today so far. You're coming into the broadcast in the second half. Obviously, the first 7 rounds of the candidates have been extremely busy, very entertaining, and a lot went on. What are your thoughts on today so far?
Well, the Sindarov game, I must say, it's getting more and more interesting, because this h5, which before the break we were discussing with David, pointed out this sharp and good move, and very much in Sindarov style. So it's getting exciting. The other games are going still slowly, but I'm still waiting the big moment in those games. Weyi game against Bloombaum, also quite interesting. And of course, with the ladies, Lucknow can collect a full point probably shortly.
Love it. So plenty of tension, some cooking still to be done, and lots of fireworks potentially on the board in maybe half an hour from now. So with this information in mind, David, I throw it over to you guys. Where would you like to head next?
Ooh, good question, John. And thank you for revealing the answer there. Classic chess scene, of course, in that movie. And we're going to see some classic games ahead in this round for sure. I suggest, Judith, that we go to a game we haven't checked in on for a while now, and that is between Nakamura and Caruana. Maybe not because of the position on the board, but more because it's a key round for both players. Fabiano, of course, would love to play for more than just a draw with the tournament situation, but Hikaru also, he needs a win to start momentum going. But it doesn't look like the most thrilling position right now.
Well, yeah, it would be black to move. I think I would consider queen c4. That's a beautiful square for the black queen. So white has to be thinking about that, I believe, that how to handle that square, not to allow black to occupy. Yeah, it seems like a pretty solid position. Not big dangers for black, I must say, because the bishop on c5 covers the d6 square, which is very important. At the same time, puts pressure on the f2, the diagonal. I wouldn't be worrying that much with black, to be honest. The a6 rook I'm not so happy with. I would rather have it on b7.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take us back, Judah. I fully agree there. I think that might be his next move if queen c4 is foiled. But I'm just going to take us back to the position we last left it, because we did see a long think from Fabiano. He spent over 20 minutes playing a5, which was a novelty. I also got messaged by a friend in the break that this was apparently the top computer move. So Fabiano, worth the think there, that investment of 20 minutes. E4, now he captures, and bishop to e7, bishop e2, castles. This is how the bishop exchange happened, and the rook got to a6. We saw some captures, queen b5, taking would be a draw offer pretty much. And this is how we got here. And the first question is, like, if queen c4 is a positional threat, and I agree, then maybe white can stop it with c4 himself. I would say that or maybe rook d7 would be the most natural moves. Maybe h4 if white wants to get some luft. But okay, let's start with c4, Judith. What are your thoughts on committing like this?
Yeah, c4 is the first move comes to mind, though I would like to make my remark on the opening phase when a5 was played, and we left it there discussing different alternatives for black, queen b6 the main move, and then we talked about castle and rook b8, right? And I'm still not convinced that Fabiano was coming up with a5 at the board at all. Because I think it can easily happen that you know that a5 is a move as an option, but you're not so sure about it. Like, really? I mean, okay, we made this home preparation of a5, but I mean, this is the best I can have. Maybe I have something better. I don't want to play that position. It's so boring. And how it was, you showed, right? After a5, it was just within moves that the knights were off of the board and the bishops also. And it's not something that you want to play for a win with black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the question is whether white's playing for a win either, or whether it's just totally equal.
It's
did
not
feel like-
totally equal.
Mm-hmm.
It's always white who is a little bit trying to do something, isn't it? It's only my feeling.
No, I was going to say it did feel like Hikaru is the one who's made a bit of progress, just because he's got a very decent bishop. He's got the better rook. It's probably tiny now. C4 has just been played after 35 minutes by Hikaru Nakamura. He loves the long thinks these days.
But this time maybe it's the best move.
Mm-hmm.
Because it happens so many times, right? I don't know what is your experience, because you're a person who likes to think long sometimes, right? What do you think after 30 minutes of thinking? In what percentage you're making the best move?
Ooh, I would say because it's so normal for me to think long, then maybe the kind of fluctuation, like whether it's a great move or whether it's a terrible move, it's not so clear. Like often it's just a normal move. But I would say anything over 30 minutes, I tend to end up playing my first instinct anyway. So that, whether it's good or bad, it's like my first instinct. So it does feel like time wasted. I don't think we see, like, unless it's deep calculation, I don't think we see much new after the first 10 or 15 minutes of thought, Judith. How about yourself?
Well, I think in this position exactly the same thing happens. C4 is the first move comes to mind.
Mm-hmm.
No?
Exactly. Agree.
For me, I was not such a big thinker. I was not spending 30, 40 minutes on one move. I usually spend my time splitting it in parts. But sometimes I was spending, but I don't have good experience generally. And when I saw that in round 4, was it? When which game was it? When Sindarov was playing with black against Nakamura, and Nakamura was thinking 67 minutes and played not the best move, it was clear. It's like, I think it's like 80% people play not the best move when they think an hour.
Yeah. Yeah, that was around 5, I believe. And you're right, like most people, they kind of talk themselves out of their first instinct, which might actually be quite a good move. The longer you think, the more likely you don't trust yourself, or you end up playing something a bit speculative, or you just kind of guess. It's like pure guesswork past the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, it's how much self-confidence you have, and you can just play C4. I remember when Vachier-Lagrave back in 89, he was just playing. I mean, C4 obviously is the first move you want to play. You play it. Why you think about it, right?
Exactly. Maybe Sindarov's gone back in time and he's asked 1989 Vichy, like, what was your secret? The speed monster. C4.
Well, intuitively, the best move in C4 looks like the best move. So the question is how black is reacting, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he going back to B6 and A7 if rook B1? Or, I mean, queen B4 is not possible, right?
Oh, that looks...
Seems pretty dangerous. Isn't it a queen trap?
Yeah.
Queen A3, bishop C1.
Nice. Very nice. So
Deadlock.
it's 2 squares. 2 squares, Judith. 50-50.
Yeah. You see, by elimination, we are getting there.
We don't need to spend 38 minutes or whatever it was. 34 minutes. 35.
Well, but after queen b6, rook d7 seems to be maybe strong.
Mm-hmm. Although,
rook a7.
Yeah. We could get a weird position. Oh, rook b1 doesn't quite work, right? Bishop takes f2. Maybe.
And then rook takes d7, right?
Yeah. King moves. Queen couldn't take because of queen takes b1. So rook d7 and... Okay. If it was just queen versus 2 rooks, I would say it's very interesting. But here, losing the f-pawn, I'm not that interested anymore. c5, bishop c7. Yeah. Okay, so queen b6. looks quite healthy. And if white backs up the rook, then I think at the very minimum, black could just play rook d8 here, Judith, and looks equal. Oh.
Now bishop c7.
Commentator's curse. Oh my god. Okay, not rook d8. Something looks equal, but not that move.
No, but you know what? I think queen b7 should be a better move. Because after queen b6, I don't like it with white, that white can go rook b1. And after queen a7, I have some ideas, for example, rook b3.
Ah. Okay, and you're swinging over if I hit you. a4.
And I would swing over there. But I see that Fabi played queen b7. But it's a better move, I think, because rook b1, rook b6. So in exchange of one pair of rooks, it benefits black, most likely.
Less trouble ahead, especially this rook, if you can trade off the a6 rook.
Yeah. I understand that you want to point out that, well, maybe it matters which one.
Yeah. Bishop e5 immediately from Nakamura, so backing up his long think with this move. I guess he's trying to provoke f6 Judith before he goes in with bishop d6. And then he's going to argue that he's weakened e6 slightly. Bishop d6, rook d6, and...
Can black go c5?
Ah, c5. I was only thinking e5 and white gets c5 and then it's beautiful, but yeah,
oh
c5.
My god, black does not want that.
No. Maybe this is still fine.
Well, I also don't like this with black, but it's still maybe from the better choices.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit of pressure, but it should be okay somehow. Maybe.
Well, takes and rook b8.
Yeah. Yeah, with the queens off, I'm very confident.
Okay. Dreams, sweet dreams. But probably it becomes reality after that.
Yeah, but I mean, f6, like that's the move black wants to play, I think, just to solve all the problems.
So if after f6, white goes bishop c3, would you go e5?
Yes. Quite happily, I think.
And you're happy.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's like pawns on dart squares, bishop on dart squares, but the bishop's quite good here, so I don't think it's ever a bad bishop. Everything's covered. Yeah. We could see black being better long term.
Bishop e5 was the plan.
It must be bishop d6, I think.
In the other hand, why should black go f6? Why not to play rook b6?
Rook b6? Yeah. I was slightly concerned that this might be an annoying double attack.
And after f6 now?
Yeah, now still to do the same thing. Just I don't know if it's a better version or not. Probably it's just the same. I was just thinking about this before I realized there was your c5 move, which is again needed.
Yes, c5 is there.
Yeah. Here, maybe I... Still looks equal. I was going to say e5, but this is just to try and imbalance things, not because I really believe that white's better anymore.
Well, after e5, maybe just take on d6 and... Or do you think this is going to be good for white? Queen b6?
Yep.
Rook d8.
Yeah, and I was about to blunder d7.
That's tasty.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Okay, so yeah, I guess I just defended with my queen. Queen d3.
Yeah, but probably there is no progress can be done with white. Don't you think so?
Rook on d7.
Rook d7.
Yeah. Yeah, should be a draw somehow. Although I can...
f4 maybe.
f4, yeah. h4, h5, you just pretend, just sit. And not pleasant for black, though. Like, black's the one waiting, right?
You're really an h4, h5 person, I see.
I've been corrupted, Judith. I wasn't until a few months ago or a few years ago.
But now, in every position, you go h4, h5. Sindarov h5. Then there was another one with h. Also in the Goryachkina game, you said at some point h4.
I've been corrupted by freestyle chess where like it's always a good idea to push the h pawn or a pawns. I don't know why. It's just always a thing. But queen e7 from Fabi, he stopped my h4.
Oh, that's the only thing you think. Yeah, stopped your h4. Oh.
That's the only reason queen e7 is good, clearly.
But queen e7 I like.
Professional.
Very professional. I think white maybe has to go queen d3 or queen d2 with an idea to go bishop d6 and simplify. Because if white is not paying attention, black goes f6, e5, and the c5 bishop is not going to be worse a bit than the c3 bishop.
Yeah.
e5,
very
queen
happy.
e6, beautiful, queen on e6, and h5.
Yes, Judith. Yes.
I'm learning fast.
Computers always love this move. Trust me. Yeah, and
then you know what? My move: rook a7, g something, and rook g7, rook h7.
Nice. Rook a7. Push the pawn. Swing it somewhere. Maybe h4 is a better way. h4, rook a7, and then g5. Boom. Nice. Yeah, I should shout out John for suggesting g3 here to support h4. But I think you're right, Judith. f6 is actually a positional threat now, just to kind of lock this bishop behind its own pawns. So Hikaru almost guaranteed to play one of these moves to force the bishop into d6.
Well, he can also think of playing rook d3 or something, and after f6 playing bishop d4.
Yeah. That's
but you know,
ambitious,
at some point I have the feeling, and maybe already in this move, Nakamura has to make a decision. Am I just playing a move, keeping the bishops on the board for playing whatever? Or I say, you know what? Okay, I don't have anything, and I go queen d2, bishop d6, and we see queen d3 on the board, right? And just let's exchange pieces. Okay, rook endgame. Let's go back, make my stream, cover my game. Tomorrow another game.
Yeah, it's funny watching Hikaru because it feels like most games he's playing not to lose. At least it feels like that this tournament. Like one game he took a massive risk against Sindarov and it backfired so quickly, and now he's playing like safety first openings again. And it's hard, I guess, at this level, Judith, to play like, I mean, that's how I like to play when I'm playing maybe slightly lower rated opposition, like safety first. I'll press a bit. Like a draw's not the worst result, but yeah, in this tournament he needs to sort of start winning now, and I don't think he's going to win many games in this style.
But you know, it's interesting that after Sindarov won his first game, which was pretty double-edged, right?
Yeah.
And he was playing with white, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So with the white pieces, it was shaky. And basically, after he won this game 3, I think, was it game 3 against Pragnananda, that was a key game. But if you don't gain this self-confidence at the early phase of the tournament, then you don't have that. Like, for example, for Nakamura to lose against Sindarov, that was awful. I mean, that was kind of killing his tournament, I think. Because you need to be brave, but at the same time, to be brave, you need self-confidence.
True. And imagine if he held the draw against Fabiano in round 1, Hikaru, like he was worse. Like after the opening, he was, it looked like he was equalizing, but then after that, he was worse, totally lost. Then he got one chance. If he took that chance and saved the draw, maybe his tournament would be different. He would never have played that opening against Sindarov, that's for sure. And we could be talking about a totally different tournament.
Yeah, it is so interesting how much it influences your tournament. Even though, of course, I saw the recap of Hikaru after the game. And you could see him that, okay, it's chess, it's only first round, I had my chance with Miracle, what Fabi gave me, I didn't take it. Okay, It's just the beginning, yeah. But somehow it's there in your mind that you could have taken it, yeah. And you got a chance from nowhere, and these small things do bother. And we know that Hikaru, for me, Hikaru is one of the biggest unexpected player in the chess world. Being a streamer and calling himself an amateur player, of course, we see it differently. But when you can put off the pressure from your shoulder and the way then you can play, this he demonstrated 100% what it means when you don't have pressure on your shoulder. And I think before this event, of course, he had pressure on his shoulder suddenly because of many reasons. Because the way he qualified by the rules, but he played on those tournaments which was not on his level, right? Secondly, he knows it that this may be his last candidate tournaments playing for the World Championship title, right? I mean, possibly. Many people were saying that he was definitely one of the favorites to win. So there was the pressure putting back on his shoulder, and it's not so easy to push it back.
Yeah, I fully agree. And like, even if he wasn't too upset or wasn't too down about that loss against Fabiano in round one, like the scoreboard, like the objective thing, the fact that he was on -1 when he played Sindarov, and the fact that Sindarov was already on, what was it, +3, that was what affected everything. If he was on 50%, you might have felt kind of he could play a bit calmer. But here we are, Judith. And
well, you know how it is. Yes, body
Go on.
No, I wanted to say that, I mean, to see your opponent having +3 or +5, it's like seeing the evil bar during the game. I mean...
It influences everything, our thinking, our evaluation, everything. You're right.
The trust in your opponent, whether he's making a move. It's like Magnus makes a move. I remember I was commentating the World Championship when he played 2016. He made a very crazy move. And then, of course, I can't say that it's a crazy move. I said, well, it's Magnus played it. Let's figure out why is it good? Why is it so special? That's the first intention, right?
Yeah. And that's my theory as to why everyone's burning so much time against Sindarov. They're like, oh my God, he's +5 and he's blitzing every move in the opening. And it just causes some kind of freeze in their brain. And they're like, they need 30, 40 minutes just to compose themselves. They're probably not even thinking about the position that much. And it's become like more and more pronounced. Every round that we go on, every round that he keeps impressing, winning or controlling games, then the players are spending more and more time against him. It's all interconnected, all linked.
Yeah, here body language says that Hikaru is not convinced that he has an advantage.
Mm-hmm. I do wonder, Judith, just before we move away from this game, because it looks like we might be headed towards equality, but if Fabiano plays f6, is that just a good version of the endgame for White, if White plays bishop d6 and gets everything off the board? Or is that just still totally drawn? Does Fabiano have to be careful at all, or is everything totally fine now?
I was also wondering that how much is it that equal or not?
Mm-hmm.
Because after f6, bishop goes d6, and if everything is exchanged, you don't want to give this. Somehow I want to go to b6, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I don't really see what White's next move. That's the key. Like, what's White playing next? Like rook b1, then Black can play f6 and e5.
No, if it's my move, maybe I would go rook d2.
Mm-hmm. Okay, double up. But then Black can play f6, and same thing. Just we have one tempo now to.
But what can you use that for?
Yeah, I quite liked your rook b6. Let's put some moves on the board. Like if Black just waits. Ooh, the bar does rise slightly.
The a5 is weak suddenly, and it's unprotected. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if...
Yeah.
Maybe queen g3 possible.
Okay.
And after f6, bishop d6 takes and rook takes d6.
Uh-huh. That makes sense. Now.
And then e5, c5.
Oh,
or rook
c5.
rook d1,
not
queen
rook
d6,
d1.
I would not.
I blundered it again. No, I mean, I meant that, Judith. I was just showing the audience.
Exactly, exactly. This is how things can go wrong in a second.
Yes. C5, everyone. And then rook d1. Yeah, now it's a
this
very
is not
good version.
funny.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so it could still go wrong. Like, I just want to show this. f6, bishop d6. Like, if everything comes off, I don't know if black's obliged to take on d6, but this does feel like you need slight accuracy. Like e5, rook, I don't know, b1. Activity versus passivity.
It's not funny for black.
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe to go, instead of e5, to go rook e8.
Mm-hmm. So, with the queen capture, or?
Yes, I want to capture, because I'm afraid that you go c5.
Okay. Oh, the chat is roasting me for blundering.
You may, anyways, play c5.
Yeah, c5 or rook b1 first, maybe. Maybe same thing. Just want to put the rooks on the 7th.
So actually, this is not nice for me. We should equalize before we leave this game.
Okay. All right, chat. Help us out. How does black equalize?
Maybe he cannot. Maybe it's just very unpleasant. I don't know.
And this is what we were saying. Like, we see the bar, we see 0.0, but maybe it's not a case of like everything's equal. Maybe just one or two specific variations. I don't know. I'm really scared of your queen g3 idea now, though. And bishop d6.
I scared you?
Yeah.
I would also not.
But especially with this one. No. Just queen g3 is a bit scary.
Yeah, keeping the queen on the board and having the rook on d6 is not fun.
Mm-hmm. How? I was gonna say how about rook a7, but I'm not really sure what I'm doing with that.
I have another. I'm thinking to move away with the f8 rook to e8, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
And if bishop d6, then queen a7, I thought. But you go queen g3 anyway.
Yeah, queen g3 anyway.
And bishop d6. And okay, f6, bishop d6. And after queen a7.
Ooh, feels risky.
I should be scared, yeah?
I mean, I can
Takes
get it
rook
in
d7.
now. Yeah. Rook e7.
Maybe
d8.
queen b8.
Ah, queen b8 as well, yeah. And round the back,
Rook d1.
Or just rook d1. Yeah. Okay, I think even if he's surviving this, Fabiano will not enjoy it. I think he'll try and avoid this at any cost.
So what should he be doing?
Oof. Chat, we still need help. We need help. Judith, when in doubt, push the h-pawn. No, it doesn't work.
Well,
I wanted like h5, queen g3, f6, and like something along the lines of h4, but white can still just go back with queen d3.
yes.
And didn't work. Oof. Okay, this is not so easy. Like you said, not fun for Fabiano, and he doesn't have that much time, 36 minutes. The good thing is if he solves the problem now, then he might not need much time, but still only moved 21 now. 36 minutes left. Still haven't equalized.
Well, yeah. And what about what chat is h6?
Wow.
h6, queen g3, queen g5.
Oh, that is not easy. That is a good suggestion though from one of our viewers. I mean, even this feels a bit scary, but Yeah.
Yeah, but having the double pawns, probably it would benefit black. Takes, bishop d6, takes.
Yeah.
And
it's
then
nice that
it's
e6 isn't hanging.
important that we don't have a weakness on e6.
Yeah.
And even the 7th rank is not as weak as after f6.
Yeah. Fantastic suggestion. Queens off the board would help Fabi a lot. And we're getting a question from our producer. Shout out to Ryan. Might not be great here, but what about pushing the f pawn? I'm assuming f6, but f5? Surely not f5. I'm wondering here, Judith, is f5 totally crazy? Okay, f6 I'm being told is a confirmation. Bishop d6, and this is... well, unless... Okay, queen a7 doesn't work here. Unless it's something other than queen takes queen. This is the line we investigated with the white rook coming into d6, the other one coming to the b file, controlling the 2 open lines.
The evil bar says it's dead equal, David. It's only we have problem with this position.
But how?
But how? We cannot play king f7, can we?
Maybe we can.
But we don't want to. It looks so ugly. How can you play king f7?
Yeah, but the corridor is quite narrow for white to get in. Like, white's rook can only use d6, d7, so maybe it's a good way. Let's put it... Oh, the bar rises. It's not king f7.
c5, bro.
Yeah, c5. And still a bit unpleasant. How is it equal? I'm going to... Judith, I'm frustrated. I'm going to turn on the computer. Whoa. Okay. This isn't going to happen. Queen takes d6. I think you're right, like getting the queens off before allowing white to play c5. And then, I don't know if this is the only move, but rook b6.
Giving up, yeah.
Giving up e6.
Yeah.
Now king f7 and just rook e8 and just chilling. And probably the plan long term is to get like rid of the whole queen side, and then it's 4 versus 3. And
this is what we call chilling? Now I understand why Ding didn't understand what chilling is.
Oh, poor Ding. Poor Ding.
I mean, no, but I...
Casual roast. Oh. Wow, this is not easy. This is like last resort chess, right, Judith? Like giving up a pawn out of the blue and acting like nothing happened.
To give up a pawn, we like to give, we like to give up the pawn, but to find this during the game when you were not realizing that after queen d3 there can be any serious questions how black is equalizing. Then to find this that okay, now I have to go f6, takes, and rook b6. Well, rook b6, I had this idea. I just wanted to make it immediately without giving up the pawn.
Oh wow! So okay, we finally found a way forward for Fabiano. It is a drawn rook endgame, that one, but not easy to judge. Judith, we've spent a long time on this, so let's zoom out and update ourselves on the other boards. See if we're any closer to any resolution anywhere, any tactics.
We have a draw.
We have a draw.
Sindarov.
Breaking news. We have a draw. Yasipenko against Sindarov. Okay. Should we go and check it out, Judith, just to show the final few moves there?
Absolutely. And I see what kind of repetition of moves they made.
Yeah, and we left it
What
with
is
white.
this accuracy 99.2 and 99?
Perfect chess. Maybe it was all prep from Sindarov. Who knows? Maybe it was in those leaked files. But we left it with queen takes c7. And I loved your rook b5 move, by the way. But h5 was the choice instead. Immediately going for the light squares.
Of course, David. Your h5 comes.
h5. And he played it immediately because after queen to e5, trying to get the queens off, he can reject that offer by playing queen to d8, still defending the rook, keeping the queens on. And Yasipenko, I guess because the tournament situation, maybe because of the position as well, decided not to even try. And queen c7, they repeated the moves, Judith. Quite a logical conclusion. Accurate game, but we wanted more. We wanted more.
But why not to play on with white, yeah? This is my question.
Mm-hmm. I guess the question is how to play on risk-free, because once the pawn gets to h4, I start to sweat a little bit.
People don't like to take risk, yeah?
it's a confidence thing. It's like we said, if Yasipenko had won round 1 against Sindarov, then maybe he'd be willing to take more risks.
Okay, so what do you do if queen e5, queen d8, d5? Open up the bishop diagonal. Is it like I'm getting worse?
Rook takes?
I do, yeah? Queen c3?
Queen c3,
h4.
The white king is quite bare, maybe. Yeah, I quite like the idea of rook c5 that you mentioned a bit earlier, but I don't know if it works.
But
here.
the rook c5. Rook c5.
Maybe white's just not in time after h4.
But then... Or knight, maybe the knight jump was better, knight g4.
Knight g4. Yeah. The computer points out this move, Judith, and also in another variation, but e5, just shutting down the bishop. And the position is kind of cut in half, and apparently black's better despite being a pawn down, which is wild.
e5 is a cool move.
Very
but
cool.
I would not think that white is worse.
Yeah.
White can go queen d6, probably.
Yeah.
Queen e4.
Now no way to get back before black starts shutting the door. This is, I mean, if this is some sort of preparation, it's extremely impressive from Sindarov, but either way, like it felt like, again, he's willing to take small risks, give up pawns, and a very convincing hold with black. Okay, we move on. Judith, that leaves us with 3 games in the open section still remaining, and maybe an evaluation bar that's slightly in Giri's favor. We see Giri leaving the board there. Should we go check in on the latest developments over on that one?
Yes, please.
Okay, we see Giri back at the board after Prague's played h6. Quick action replay. We were last here with queen takes a5. We said that was brave from Prague, but maybe not the best move. The knight drops back to c2. Queen has to retreat, and now some forcing lines. Bishop d5, ed5. And earlier we were discussing dc5 and b4, taking all the tempi. But Giri played another very logical move, just rook e1. Bishop b7 feels a bit passive. After bishop g5, Judith, white has the dart squares, but is it enough for an advantage? What do you think?
Well, obviously I would take white side. Which does not mean that it's so good, but it's...
Why would you take white?
Why would I take white? Because white is better. Well, white is ahead of in development, even though I'm not crazy about the knight on c2, but I can visualize it on f5, and then it's a different story. Black has no defending pieces on the king side. So the question is, of course, if I go knight h3 with the idea of knight f4 and h5 possibly, or to come back to f3. Because the problem is I cannot sacrifice it, I'm afraid.
You want to play like e6 or something, but it doesn't quite work yet.
Though even it's things like that would come to mind. I mean, these days to take on c5 takes, go, you know, my usual business. Like knight d4, rook a3, and go to h3 and try to give mates, but probably that's exaggeration a bit.
Very cool idea though. And maybe something we'll see later. But Judah, I was wondering about this as well, like maybe take c5 and then now just knight f3, just switch to positional means.
But I have the feeling that black will go d4 or has to go d4.
Yeah.
Don't you think that that's the...
I agree.
But somehow, on the other hand, I see that it's going to be a pawn up, yeah? Knight takes d4 simply.
Yeah, and if black's knight was already out, like the rooks were in the center, then I would say probably it's a draw, like swap everything off and defend 4 versus 3 on the king side. But here white's quite quick with e6. And...
e6 is brutal, I think, in this position.
Yeah. It's a bit scary for Prague on the back foot. Giri, like, either he takes on c5, I think, or he goes knight f3. I don't think it's his style to go knight h3 and start, like, some attacking
I have a
maneuvers.
question. After
Not
knight f3, would black go c4 or just start developing with his knight?
Good question. Because developing with the knight, then I'm not sure which square, but like then white will probably take and
I would
can't
go
on
knight
d4.
d7, I think. I wouldn't dare going knight c6.
Okay. So you want to take with the knight on this square.
And the e4 square.
Yeah. At least now, yeah, activity. Okay. But you've inspired me, Judith. Knight on f5. For better or worse, let's run. Let's head over.
You like that square also for the knight. I understand.
This is a bit like Giri's game against Sindarov just before the rest day, where he was stuck with a bad bishop against a very strong knight on d4, and that was an endgame. But in the middle game, maybe it's even scarier.
Yeah. Well, again, the question is for Giri that, okay, I have a good position, but how to continue? What is the best continuation? Knight f3 or taking on c5 first?
And I have a feeling he might take on c5 first, knowing Anish. But yeah, I mean, it sort of depends on c4 whether he's worried about that one, because otherwise knight f3, there's no downside, I think, to starting with knight f3. It's
But
only
after c4, the problem is knight e3, no?
Yeah.
How can you cover the f5 square?
Can I put my bishop on e6?
I understand, yeah. I know that freestyle is very popular, but not this kind of freestyle.
No, unfortunately not. And in the meantime, Judith, while Anish ponders over what to do next in this very promising position, we do have Fun Master Mike with Sindarov after his draw in round 8.
Thanks, guys. We are ready for our daily Vachier Sindarov briefing. Now, when it comes to his opening choice, did you feel like Esipenka was being especially careful against you today, given that he's in last place and you're in first place?
No, in my opinion, I think he will play like usual in his style, very solid. And I was expecting some solid line, but also I was prepared to some tricky lines. And yeah, I feel like before, I mean, yesterday, I feel like he can play something like Catalan or d4, c4, knight f3, knight c3. But yeah, and in the position which I got after opening, it was like my preparation and everything was good.
And when did you come up with this idea of sacrificing a pawn?
Yeah, after bishop b4 and take ab, I mean, I think like I should need to play knight a5, bishop d7, bishop c6. But when I saw if I play bishop c6 immediately, I understand he can take on d5 and I cannot take bishop d5, which is like I don't like. And if I take e takes d5, he can play bishop c3, bishop b4, and my position was really very unpleasant. So at that moment, I spent a lot of time, probably 20, 25 minutes, and go to this line with sack pawn.
You had great preparation for this game. As you told me, you were ready for this. You've had great preparation all event. And this is despite the fact that some of your preparation was online. Was that a big deal for you when it got found out, or was it not a big deal at all?
In general, it's not a big deal because, I mean, I don't remember last time when I opened the studies, but during a World Cup, I mean, my fans was write me like, "Hey man, it's like your studies was like not private. Please, I mean, do it private and don't show your prepping." So, yeah, in general, I think everyone need to be very careful from this.
It's actually a great story. You showed off a little bit of preparation and you're still beating everybody. So yeah, it is kind of neat. Now, I saw you get out of your chair when David Luiz was ready to make the first move. You have played the earliest game of the round. Are you going to go play some football with David Luiz with this extra time?
Thanks. I mean, I'm a big fan of football. Also, I watched a lot of his games, and when they said like David Luiz will play first move, I was thinking, I mean, it's a footballist or someone local, some guy from David Luiz. And when he play, I mean, when I saw him, I became very happy. Also, Andre, because he's also a big fan of football, and yeah, I'm enjoyed today.
And finally, I saw you played tennis on the rest day. You've been winning everything in chess. Did you also win in tennis?
No, I think I'm not a good one in tennis, but I try to play a little bit just for myself, tennis, and I enjoyed yesterday.
There you go. For the rest of the world, if you want to beat them, got to go to the tennis court. Doesn't happen on the chessboard. Thanks as always, Javier. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. Oh, that was fascinating. Good to see that Vachier moved over to the tennis court. Judith, there's hope for us yet. That's great. It wasn't all paddle on the rest day. Mike clearly missed some of the action. We needed to see some of it on camera. But interesting about the leaked material. David, honestly, Sindarov seemed completely chill about it. There was no flicker in his eyes. He was like, yeah, it's cool. No big deal. Next. So nonchalant about it.
Exactly. Very impressive attitude. I would be freaking out. I would be a bit tilted, I must admit. I think it helps that he's kind of had a good start to the tournament. He seems really zen, still playing with a smile on his face, still looking very calm, composed. But that is a skill in itself. And that's what maybe sets him apart from the rest in this tournament.
And Judith, of course, grandmasters these days have lots and lots of files in many places where there's extensive prep and crazy computer prep everywhere. Maybe shed a little bit of light on us, because you've lived through that transition. You had to deal with old school and new school. What did it used to look like?
What does it look like? I had my paper notes. That's how it looked like from the very beginning. And it was heavy, so it was my physical exercise as well. Later on, it was my notes in the computer, of course, the thousands of lines and so on. But I was not on this part of the preparation at this scale, what the youngsters are doing, that they are choosing different platforms of making their practice game, because I had my sisters, I had trainings with my coaches. But it's true that it's incredible that this is not the first time we are hearing something like this, right? We've seen this before, like with Fabiano's match with the Magnus. There was a video. They made some nice video and they forgot to change the position on the video, so there was leaking out some prep there. And that's not the only one. There were many other in Ding's match and so on. So it's not the first time. It seems that the players definitely not paying enough attention. And the seconds also don't pay enough attention on the security part. And it's not, they don't have to be very big scientific researchers to be able to find the games, it seems, but it's there simply under their name. But I like very much Sindarov's attitude, and I think this is exactly a champion's attitude, that whatever happens, happens. You go with the flow and you get the best out of that. So that's very important in being a sport person, that when things are going wrong, whether on the chessboard or off the chessboard, that you can handle it in a easy way.
Look, it's a lot harder to steal your prep when it's just a 25-kilo briefcase full of paper notes. So, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Judith. I've got my own meta theory. I think that Sindarov's team had planted those files weeks in advance, and we're even surprised that it took people this long to discover it. And it's actually, the seconds did know about it, they just didn't say anything, and because everyone was preparing for him based on that, that's actually why he's been winning. Oh, we've got some 5D chess going on here. Folks, we've got a couple more moves to analyze when we come back between Anish Giri and Prague, but before we do, let's go ahead and hop into our next break. We've been seeing all of the action virtually on the boards here, of course, but you don't have to pick between virtual and real anymore, because we have the Chess Up 2. This is the world's best-selling smart board. It officially integrates with chess.com. You can play rated games and challenge bots on a real physical board with no phone required, thanks to built-in Wi-Fi and a touchscreen. The TouchSense pieces get pro-level accuracy to your games, and it only registers your move when you let go, just like a tournament. Plus, it's got a built-in clock and AI assistance. It's the ultimate way to play. Save 10% now with the code CHESS at playchessup.com or type !ChessUp in chat to grab this deal now, and we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
And finally, you spoke a lot to me personally at the Toronto Candidates, basically asking other top players to build their brand and to help grow the game by being a more public face in between tournaments. Do you feel like they've done that in the last 2 years?
Yeah, this is the part where you're going to get the Debbie Downer. I will say that in general, this is a quote. This is a saying that it doesn't just apply to chess. I think it applies to everything in life, which is the timing matters. Timing always matters as far as everything goes. And I think the window to really blow up chess and make it more accessible has kind of come to a close, is what I would say. I think the dominant players in space, people like Levy, people like myself, people like Magnus, we're going to continue to be very successful. But I don't necessarily see the window of opportunity for new people coming into the space. Now, I have no doubt that people like Faustino or the really young kids might be able to fill that role eventually, but in that in-between range between, say, 25 to like 35 or to 40 or whatever it is, I don't really see the window anymore. So I don't think that things have gone in a direction that I would have liked since 2024, but of course I could be proven wrong.
All right, well, let's end with a little bit more positive message. If the window is closed on other chess players blowing up the game, what about if a sports or media or celebrity switched to doing chess regularly? Maybe their other career they put on the shelf. Who would you enjoy, or who do you think would have the potential to get, millions of subs on YouTube focusing on chess?
From another field in general, I don't know if it's that easy. I think one thing that I find fascinating about the social media landscape is that it seems like whenever someone goes away from whatever they're known for, a lot of the audience doesn't follow. So as we've seen with chess.com, they have these events like I think Blitz Champs, which have featured some very, very prominent football players. But even with those football players who are well known for playing football, it seems like the audience doesn't translate. It feels to me that it actually, in a sense, it is similar to certain other things where, if Cristiano Ronaldo or LeBron James were to suddenly stream chess, they would have a very big audience just because of who they are and how well known they are. I mean, they're the biggest personalities in the world, frankly. But it seems very unlikely that someone could just like transition. But I would say, if there were people who had an interest in chess, like I'm just gonna give some names like people like a Lewis Hamilton, for example, or Charles Leclerc. I mean, they both obviously have played chess, but if people like that had an interest, or people from F1, that would probably be the main group that I would think of, that I would find it very interesting to see them do it, or maybe some NFL players.
Welcome back, everybody. It's round 8 of the FIDE Candidates 2026. We are deep into the interesting sticky mire of some very interesting positional middle games right now. We've already had one game end in a draw, and that was actually the game between Yesipenko and Sindarov, who is at the top of the standings in the Open at the moment. We've got a number of games still ongoing, and Judith, from the explanations that we've had earlier, I love that H4 is solving all of our problems here. I had the look. I wanted to ask you about the Muzichuk-Divya game, because it's one of those games where the eval bar doesn't really tell the full story. It looks like material is equal. Black's pieces are somewhat coordinated. It seems like the eval bar really favors white, but I'm not 100% sure why. And I wanted to ask you what you thought of this position and how you would break it down, where this potential advantage is coming from. I should point out, by the way, that the eval bar said this before white played h4, before David jumps in and says that's an automatic win.
Well, I like the h4 actually got a question mark, I think. But of course, generally it's a nice idea to try to push h5. Of course, execution is always a big question. Well, the eval bar says white has a clear advantage, and I think it's pretty clear that all of us would pick the side of white. The thing is, the question is whether black can defend herself, but there is a big space advantage for white, having the d5 pawn and that blocked pawn chain, a4, b3, c4, d5, having the rook on e1 and putting pressure on the e file against the e7 pawn. Also, the f3 rook can come back to e3. At the same time, on the third rank, it can serve well. Once it would be possible to play h5, which I think black will stop white to play h5 by playing h5. So the question will be how to break up black's position. Black has to be defending two pawns at the same time. The b6 is weak, the e7 is weak, but that is still not enough to break through with white. So there's something more has to be done on the king side. I'm always thinking about also playing g4 first and only after that try to go h4 and h5. But somehow white has to be trying to break up the position. If black goes h5, maybe white has an idea to go rook f4 possibly, or something to support g4 to break up that the king side. At the same time, in some cases, I think black can also try to think of playing b5 to open up the c file and look for counterplays. So white has to be careful improving her play. What do you think, David? How much?
Yeah, I fully agree. Like that, I would pick here white every time. I think most players would. A very typical pawn structure that arises from these kind of accelerated dragons and similar openings. And yeah, it's just the breakthrough. I've always really enjoyed like the patience that is needed. Like sometimes you double up on the e file, you triple up all the pieces, make black passive. Maybe you can even take a timeout, like use this rook on the f file, try to provoke black into playing like f5, and then bring the rooks back to the e file and tickle. But yeah, it has to be timed well, and b5 is the only thing that might scare me in these positions. That's why I think like h4 rather than g4 makes a lot of sense. G4 might open the white king, and then b5 might be a bit more scary. I mean, I'm just curious, Judith. Like, obviously, white's better, and the computer thinks it's a lot, but why is h4 a question mark? Like, maybe we can go back and just see what the computer suggested. It wanted to play.
Maybe
rook
there was something
e4.
better immediately, right?
Okay, it's suggesting either king h2 or rook e4. Oh wow. Okay, this might be a key moment actually, Judith, because after h4. I would be in your camp. I would 100% play h5, probably in a heartbeat. Just say, okay, you shall not pass. You can't do anything there. But the computer's saying now that b5 might be the last chance she can get in. And still bad for black, but maybe this is the moment. And, oh, this is difficult. Take. I think the queen wants to take because if a b5, then the black rooks might just be able to switch back to the b file and take the pawns. But queen takes b5, and now queen d4.
Ooh.
Hitting the pawn. I always said, keep the pawns on h2, h3, keep them safe. Every position, that's the way to go. But here apparently it's a bit dangerous. Now g3, rook c3, and black gets serious counterplay.
Well, it's a very difficult position upon sacrifice. Because b5, it comes to your head. That's not a problem, I think. But to play takes and queen d4 with an idea after g3 to play rook c3, those are difficult decisions.
Yeah. And it's got to be like sensitivity to the moment as well. Like if this moment passes, maybe by then white's already got like a king on g2 and rook on e4 to stop queen d4, and this may never arise again, this opportunity. Yeah, if h5, the computer now wants to play rook e4, and I guess covering the d4 square, the white king's going to be pretty safe on h2. Okay, now or never. And she's done something else. What? f6? Judith, that is not a very aesthetic looking move.
It's a panic move. It's worse than a panic move.
I don't want to condemn it too harshly, but that is an ugly move. It's got to be said. Like giving away the outpost on e6, locking in the poor black queen. I think it's worse than panic. Like if you play h5, like okay, you're not going to get knocked out in the next 10 moves. You can still play, but was it urgent to play f6? Ben Feingold's watching somewhere.
I think she sees it too much on a tactical point of view. That's the only thing it can be. Because positionally, you never, ever, right? Never, ever play. I see you're speechless, David.
If a student played f6, I think that would be the end of the arrangement. I would rather resign than play f6, Judith. Like, I would not want to sit for the next 3 hours and grovel in a position like this if she even survives that long. Like a rook on e6, and does black ever survive? Oh. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just trying to figure. No, I completely understand, but I just try to figure out what can be the logic of her playing f6.
She thinks it's a fortress. I don't know. Like king on f8, defend e7. I've got to say, we've seen some blunders in this tournament, Judith, but positionally, like strategically, that's the ugliest move I've seen so far in the first 8 rounds.
Yeah, I can fully agree. Positionally, it's a suicide. I don't think Muzichuk can believe it that this happened on the board. Well, now the next thing, when you have a great position, what's the best? h5, rook e6, rook f3 to e3. I mean, what to choose from?
Yeah. the good thing is, like, for Muzichuk now, it's just one-way traffic. She doesn't need to worry about, like, b5 ever. Like, I don't think black can ever create counterplay because her own king's going to be so weak. King on g8 is always going to be susceptible to checks. I don't think white needs to rush. Like, I quite like that rook e3, just sit, or rook e4, rook e6, king h2, g3, anything.
No, you know what she wants to do. I understand it now, what she wants. She wants to play queen f7, and she thinks that having the queen on f7, defending the g6 and the e7 at the same time, it can hold, and king g7.
Okay, but
no, I understand that it can never work, but I think that's what her plan is going to be. And then she thought, well, okay, it doesn't matter, rook on e6 or e4. I mean, white can double it anyway.
Yeah. At least white doesn't have a knight, I guess, to land on e6. At least it's only a rook.
Well, okay, so we'll come back here if there is any strange thing happens or a victory. In the meantime, Lucknow is also having, if we go to bird's eye view maybe, and try to see what's, or see, yeah, this is the Lucknow game.
Let's jump straight there. And, okay, some counterplay. There's a threat for the first time in a while for black. But, yeah, does white play g4 to block it, Judith? Does white just defend her bishop? White's a pawn up, so different type of advantage now to earlier, but at least black has some strong pieces. A bishop on e5. If the knight ever gets around to e5, maybe some hope.
Yeah, at least there are some tactical ideas for black, right? Trying to save. Though the f3 bishop is very powerful in defense and defending the rook on a8 to be going, also covering the f-file.
Would you react by blocking with g4, or would you feel that's too kind of agreeable, too compliant with black, what black wants? Would you want to keep some flexibility?
I don't know, somehow rook d3 seems to be better for me. Because after g4, my c1 bishop I'm not happy with.
Makes sense. I was just worried, like, long term, if white plays g4, then maybe in 20 moves time a black knight lands on h4 and regress it. But
that's a long journey, you know.
Exactly. Probably not so realistic.
I mean, your plan of bishop d4 and going knight d7 e5, that I saw the road to it. I could visualize that. To h4,
yeah,
you have
maybe
perseverance to get there, and your collaboration by your opponent.
That's true. That's true.
A bit,
I think
no?
both moves,
A bit.
yeah, more than a bit. I think both.
You would
moves
go g4? Would you go g4?
In a blitz game, I would go g4 just to rule out any immediate blunders, I think. But yeah, I don't see any reason to immediately flinch and solve the tension. Oh, wow, she's played rook f1, Lagno. Maybe we can get her up on the camera, see if she's feeling confident still. And rook f1, yeah, that didn't come to mind, Judith, but probably good enough.
Interesting that her choice was rook f1.
Guarding the bishop indirectly, so f takes g3 will be met by f takes g3.
Well, probably this is also good objectively. The only question is whether are there any tricks g5, g4 sacrificing, and f3.
Yeah.
Though even there is nothing really.
Yeah, if white gets some time, then I guess the plan is just a4, a5, promote the pawn. So black has to be quick.
That's a nasty plan. I mean, up to today, you were keep telling me h5, h4 moves, and now you're switching sides and you go for a4, a5. Okay, I know it by tomorrow what to expect from you. Just
Tomorrow
push the side pawns.
Tomorrow I'll remember my classical training and push e4, d4 only, like only in the center.
Keep the bishop being solid, protect your king.
You started it, Judith. You were the one who was suggesting in Wei Yi's game after he played like a4, a5. You were suggesting a6, then rook a4, and swing it over to h4.
Okay.
It's not just me who's on the fun.
Everybody has their shortages, yeah?
Exactly. But, okay, before we move away, quick judgment, Judith. Do you think Lagner's going to win this one?
Well, she has to if she wants to try to be in the race.
Mm-hmm.
And besides that, if she's not winning this, then psychologically it would be a huge problem also to continue the tournament for fighting for qualification. That's the other problem in ruining winning positions. That it's one thing that you are not collecting the full point, but the other problem is how to get over psychologically on such a situation if you're not winning this kind of game.
Yeah, fully agree. And she's had an up and down tournament, but this would be a good start to the second half. Let's go to the bird's eye view and see if there's any more drama on the women's boards. We've spoken about two of them. The others look like they're quite balanced, I would say, Judith. Maybe Bibisara against Vachier-Lagrave is the most likely to finish in the near future. We're down to a rook endgame in that one. And looks like Tan Zhongyi against Zhu Jiener, also an endgame, but it is Zhu Jiener who's a pawn up. Not a great tournament for Tan Zhongyi so far.
Well, bishop pair has pretty good compensation, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, compensation. We'll check back in on that game a bit later. Speaking of the open boards then, Judith, we saw Anish with an advantage, good knight versus bad bishop. Don't know how big that is. Credit to Fabiano, he did sacrifice a pawn against Hikaru, and he did find a way to minimize the damage, but maybe we can jump to that one. Wei Yi against Blue Baum in the balance as well. White rook on h4. Let's go to Hikaru and see whether he can get his first win.
And maybe we go back for a few moves just to see how we got here after we left it when Queen d3 was played.
Mm-hmm. And let's do that. Queen d3. We did mention that f6 was the most logical. h6 was a great suggestion from one of our viewers, meeting Queen g3 with Queen g5. f6, the most natural move. We saw the bishops disappear. Queen takes d6, queen takes, rook takes, and the computer points out rook b6 as the most, the safest here, the most accurate. But Fabi plays maybe a more natural version, rook b8, and after rook takes e6, he's a pawn down, but active for now, Judith. But I don't know. White does have this easy plan though of pushing h4, of course, and then bringing his rook to the 7th rank.
Well, the idea was, can you go back for a few moves? Because I think it's nice to explain why rook b6 was so much better, probably, I think. Because after rook e6, rook d8 was the move, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So to keep away the white rook, at least one of them, from f1, it cannot go to the open file. And before black comes to the 2nd rank rook b2, he controls the d file, keeping away the f1 rook, not to give any activity. And this is why rook b8 was, I think, more risky to play by Fabiano, because after rook b8, as the game went, rook e6, going rook b2, which is a very logical way of reaction, looking for counter chances. But still, the rook on a6 would love to go rook d6 now, but it cannot. So the a6, this is the big question. How can black save his 7th rank? But maybe, you know what? Maybe black has to go c5. What do you think about that? And after rook d1, rook d6.
Ah, that's very clever. Just put that on the board, c5. If white tries to threaten checkmate, he gets hit by a checkmate trap himself, rook d6. Nice, Judith. And I've already blundered one of those today. Back rank checkmate, white can't take due to rook b1 check. And therefore the white rook loses some time and black's totally fine. So I like c5 a lot.
But maybe rook b6 is much better, by the way. And to have rook b1 exchange possibility.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And if the whole queenside comes off, then...
But it's important, I think, to highlight that black cannot take on a2. So, black played rook b2, but rook a2 is not possible because of rook d1, I guess. Or rook b1. No, rook b1, rook b6.
Yeah. That was another trap. But now this, threatens checkmate, and h6, white will, I don't know, create some luft, and oh dear, this is scary.
Well, I don't know if it's so good for white, because black has a fantastic passed pawn on a5, but of course white is doubling on the sevens, and it's very scary.
Yeah. Take the pawn, and I think black will do very well to survive something like this.
Well, rook a7, I guess, yeah?
Yeah. Or maybe white waits a little bit. Maybe white has a tempo or two. I don't know, king g2, and I don't know, defend, keep the e-pawn. I just wanted to show that a2, you can still have time to play rook a7.
Oh, very fancy.
Threatening checkmate. And white will be a pawn or two up come the end of this.
Yeah.
So big threat, rook d1, game-winning threat. You're right, Judith. Like, it looks like 50-50 then. Either rook b6 or c5 has to be one of the two.
So if rook, somehow rook b6 seems safer, and that's what he played, yeah.
Yeah, good move. Fabi's got 21 minutes, but he's only got 14 moves to make. Rook endgame, yeah, it might be one or two more big decisions, but still, what do you think, Judith? Should be a favorite to hold this? With one set of rooks off the board, he probably should be able to defend 4 versus 3, although it might not be ideal with a pawn on f6 in those endgames.
I don't like the pawn on f6, that's for sure, and I think Fabi has similar feelings about that pawn on f6. But still, black has to be able to exchange those 4 pawns on the queen's side.
Yeah.
So let's say white goes h4.
Ah, yes, she's joined the team. She's joined the club.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm proud.
Absolutely. So
H4.
still rook a2 is not possible because of rook d1.
Yeah. And yeah, rook d7 or rook d8 coming. So black has to get rid of some rooks, I guess.
So maybe rook b1.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, yeah.
What else?
I don't know, but let's say rook b1. Let's go straight forward. So maybe h4 was not so good because now takes, king h2, rook b2.
Oof. How can h4
But you
not be
never
good?
know.
Yeah.
No, sorry. This is why we play after rook b1, we go g4.
G4. That's nice.
G3 or g4, I don't know.
Yeah. Let's say g4 for now.
Okay.
Just so we can connect 4 with f4 later. Okay, so rook takes, and black is either rook b4 or rook b. Yeah.
Rook b4?
b4 or b2, one of the two. Maybe b2.
Okay.
Or b4. Oh, b4. There's now that if you'd played g3, maybe rook b2, but it's a lot of targets.
Yeah, because now if rook a7, rook c4 with the tempi. But that it doesn't matter whether a pawn on g4 or g3.
You're right. Maybe in that case, if we go back, maybe rook a7. Oh no, wait.
Why not?
Something. Yeah, black can take everything. I guess black's driving the white king up the board though. Now check, I guess, is forced.
Yes, king e2, rook b2, king e3, rook a2.
I don't know. Go for this pawn? Or...
Rook c7?
Yep. This could be unpleasant with the white king so active.
But sorry, I don't go rook a7. It doesn't make any sense the way I played. So after I go rook c7.
Yep, rook c7. Even better. Although now rook a2,
yes.
Rook b2, sorry. Or maybe a4, not sure.
I don't know, let's say a4. Takes on c6. And now king e2.
Yeah. Maybe I want it the other way around, where black takes the c pawn, white takes the a pawn, but I don't think black can arrange that. Since the
also, instead of king e2, maybe rook c7 is also quite can be unpleasant.
Keep the king honest. Yeah. Okay, it looks like Fabiano might be in some difficulty. What do you estimate as the winning chances here for Hikaru? Earlier we said maybe it was just a levelish position, but he's put some pressure on. He's won a pawn. Judah, I could see him winning this. He's won similar games against Fabi before. I think he won like 5 or 6 in a row with white in classical chess against Fabiano at some point, and it was always from grindy positions.
First of all, I would be very upset being on the black side. I would very upset. At the same time, I also think that now it's a crucial moment which pawn move will be made. Or after rook move, after rook b1, which pawn would be made. Yeah, g3, g4. Now it's a momentum, I think.
Okay, this could be huge. I know who Sindarov's cheering for in the remainder of this game. Okay, this could be big for the standings. And okay, Judith, should we zoom out of this one? We'll come back before the time control.
Yes.
Okay, what else catches your eye? Maybe in the open, what do you think is the hottest board right now? Is it Giri Pragnananda or Wei Yi against Bluebaum?
Wei Yi, that is something. I see some weaknesses. And the b7 pawn I see also, which is temporary, I understand, but still it's very scary for black.
Rook and h4 as well, as you predicted.
Yeah, but actually the knight would be better off there. would be quite unpleasant. Yes, but it cost me some tempies.
Okay, let's jump to the Wei Yi board. And let's see whether he can arrange some kind of attack against the black king. I'm assuming rook takes b7. When Bluebaum returns to the board, he's away at the moment. Okay. What do you think, Judith? Rook chief? Rook somewhere?
Well, the first thing comes to mind for sure is rook g4, knight h4 as soon as possible. But the question is, does white have enough time and enough threats? Because black can go knight e7 and maybe it's not going to be anything special for white.
To start with knight e7 or wait till white moves the knight away?
I would wait, because after knight e7, I think d takes e5 could be unpleasant.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
Okay, so how does black wait?
And black go queen e6.
Queen e6. Queen g6 maybe?
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe, you know what? Not queen e6, queen d7. Queen d7.
Nice. Yep, still defending the pawn.
And then if queen g6, then maybe I have f5.
Ooh, wow. Rook.
Maybe d5.
Oh, wow. Wait, after f5? Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, wait, of course.
I don't know, but I thought about, f5 takes on c6, but just realized that maybe rook b6 is possible, but then knight d5.
Knight e5. And, oh, not, whoa. What?
What, queen d1 or what is it?
I was wondering, queen d1, but then...
No, but that's a draw. No, but that's only a draw.
Minimum draw for white now.
Rook b1, rook b1.
Oh, here, nice.
Here.
Okay, this should be a puzzle on the daily puzzles, Puzzle Rush. Rook b1.
Wow. Rook b1.
It's the day of the back ranks. I've blundered a few, but this is another level. This is like the level up from basic back ranks.
Yeah, this is the advanced level we are showing.
Wow, okay.
Which is crazy. I say, why is it dead lost? Why is it dead lost?
Wow. Okay, let's one more time because that was a fun variation. So rook takes b7. Don't know if blue bam's back at the board yet, but rook g4, queen d7 is logical, attacks the rook, queen g6, f5. I wonder whether white just, I mean, now we found out that d5 is a bit wild, but maybe just rook h4 to play knight g5 and come in with a mate.
And after e4, just knight g5, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. We played rook g4 and rook h4, and the rook was on h4 for the only reason that provoked black playing f5 and d4 weaken his king side. Yeah.
Yeah. It's bad to advance pawns on the side where the king stands. That's what I was taught when I was young. Just keep the pawns back. But okay, rook g4. Okay, maybe after queen to g6, there's something different, something else. f5, too weakening. Can black go for like? Now I'm obsessed with the back rank, Judith. Like rook b8 and just try to come around. I guess h3. Yeah, it's very tough to find moves for both sides. Like, I didn't really know what black should be doing. Maybe just rook b1 and get everything off the board and stop pushing.
Takes king h2.
Oh no, I've blundered something, but
maybe
not right
it's
there.
just slow.
Too slow. Okay, blue bum's back at the board. He's going to take the pawn. Whoops. Okay, I get the feeling from these variations, Judith, that you'd rather have white. You're seeing more tactics from the white side, other than that rook b1, that beautiful move.
Well, it looks much more dangerous for black, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very, very dangerous, it feels like. I guess long-term black's doing okay if the queens come off, like with the passed a pawn. And... yeah, but getting the queens off will be difficult.
But you know, also rook h5 may be a move.
Extra pressure and still this idea.
Well, the same. I'm transparent, you know. It's clear what I want to do. Knight h4, I can't even convince you if I say that. No. Knight h4, no way I want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, if you found a good idea, why not stick to it, right? I like it. I approve. And
the only thing I thought to put pressure on on e5.
Yeah.
But of course, takes. Just go for it. Waste time, take it back.
Knight e5.
Knight e5.
Every move we're making is a mistake, apparently. Maybe just d takes c3, ignore everything. Did white have a threat? Maybe just call the bluff.
Well, if there are no serious threats by white, even if I have my knight h4, g6, then white is... then it's no big deal.
Yeah, feels like mate, but I didn't really see it. White would love to have h3. Okay.
Queen, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No.
I went back.
So after all, rook g4, yeah? That's where we were still the best.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, g4 looks like the most human move. We are currently at move 25, and the players have 20-something minutes each. Okay, it could be time trouble, Judith. This could definitely result in mistakes from both sides.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, whoa, what about this? Judith, you loved playing g4 in your career, but what do you make of it in this position?
g4. We guessed the square.
We guessed we were half right. We were half right. I don't think I would ever have thought of g4 in this position. Like, it looks like you should be playing with pieces, like with the knight, with the rooks.
No, but you look at it. I mean, he made a lift for the king, so there is no back rank mate anymore. G5 comes with the. Well, first of all, it's a huge shock for the opponent. So psychologically, it's definitely a great choice. Because probably rook g4 was calculated by Matthias.
Yes. So the whole idea is g5 next. You can almost pre-move it. King
Well,
g8.
first of all, we can show if e takes d4, c takes d4, or no. You think he would not take?
G5 slightly tempting, but I think you wanted to show a tactic.
Yes. Yeah, takes, rook e8.
Oops. Check. And deflection. Now g4 looks masterful since the king can breathe. That is a really nice trick. So he doesn't need to defend d4. He's got it covered indirectly. And okay, what else? I guess he's arguing that the black rook on b7 takes ages to get in the game. Like the knight on c6 isn't defending the king. How to stop g5?
Maybe it was the best move?
I'll quickly check. The computer wanted to play either... Oh, it's changing its mind. It started with rook g4, then it went to g3, then it went to h3, back on g3. Didn't want g4.
But g4 is not.
No, but it's still slightly better for white. So I think in human terms, as you said, it's the most scary. It's a good practical try. Very scary move. And yeah, I did peek Judith, but I think the most logical move, or at least if my mind was on defense, then I would think king g8 just to stop white's idea. And I did notice it's the computer's top choice as well. Just getting out of the pin. Yeah, I would be worried now with white that the rook on h4 just looks silly. If g5 doesn't work, then it's like, what's it even doing here? But I guess it's still got the h5 square you mentioned a bit earlier.
Yeah, king g8 seems to be a very simple move. Very practical one.
Check can always be blocked. What if... I'm just wondering whether any sacrifices ever work, but I don't think they do.
Yeah. After king g8, it's gonna be tricky.
Yes. What about now? Just rook h5, just continuing as you did earlier.
He takes d4.
Okay, I'll take back.
You could go bishop, queen c4 and rook e6 maybe.
Ah, queen c4 check. Now, rook e6. Wow, this gets really tactical. How's black saying?
Well, I don't know, queen
f4
f4 and the g4 is hanging. Suddenly.
Yes. No, I quite like just taking back and keeping black guessing. Same trick if black takes everything on d4, I think. With rook e8 check at the end. Or oh wait, maybe black can.
King g8 is on the board.
King g8's on the board. Wait, can black take here, Judith?
Your plan is to take, and king king f7?
Yeah, and then this is hanging at the end.
Wow.
And somehow the computer says draw. I don't see.
Well, rook takes d8 and queen g3.
Ah,
queen
g4. Oh yeah, there's rook d7 at the end. Wow. Who knows? Rook b1 or we'll take on h5. Okay, this is... Well, I was going to say it's total fantasy, Judah, but if white plays after king g8, rook h5, then it could become quite forcing.
Well, and also white can blunder, because after g4, it can be, the white king can be no back rank made, but it can be other tactics around.
Yeah. For sure. No, I would love to just put that pawn back on g3 now and just play more positionally. Rook back to e4 and just sit.
Shadow bit back to g3, yeah?
Exactly. The trick almost worked. The opponent found the solution, and now back to square one.
Okay, what do you think to zoom out to the bird's eye view and take a look what's going on the others? Because I see with the Giri's game, it looks very promising for white.
Wow. Giri's been learning from Sindarov. It's the exact same pawn structure almost as his game just before the rest day. Also knight on d4 versus bishop on d7. And yeah, let's jump into that game. With a win here, Giri does move up to +1. Might start to feel like it's going to be his half of the tournament. Looks beautiful for white, Judith.
It's amazing. It's quite funny that Giri now has an opportunity to be on the other side of a similar structure than in the previous round versus Sindarov, where he was on the suffering side.
Exactly. If you take away the if we jump into the Giri game, if we take away the white e5 pawn and the black a5 pawn, and maybe push white f pawn back to f3, it's the exact same pawn structure. Just with
but
queens
also
on the board.
they didn't have the h pawn after some while.
Yeah, white played g4 and g4 and allowed h5 and some exchanges. But either way, good knight versus bad bishop and a pawn on b3 to protect. This looks even better for Giri though than Sindarov's advantage ever was. Just with queens on.
Well, and there is this e5 pawn which Giri will not give away. He preferred to queen. Exactly. Queen that pawn. Look at the body language, how happy he is.
Yeah, exactly. But are you surprised, Judith, that the eval bar only says 0.6 for white? To my eyes, it looks pretty sizable.
2.6.
Exactly. At least over 1.
Yeah.
So stingy.
It's crazy, no? What the evaluation bar wants to convince us about. I mean, if with white you don't win this position, you're really unhappy afterwards. You say, if I cannot win this kind of position, what am I able to win? Isn't it? This is the mindset we have.
Exactly. If you're not going to be material up, you want a positional advantage, and this is almost the maximum positional advantage with this piece configuration.
Yes.
Okay, so how does black try to make life as difficult as possible? It feels like you need to take this pawn before it pushes further, like a pawn on e6 and pawn on f5. That's going to be, game over eventually. Which way is white taking back? Which way are you recapturing?
Well, both are incredibly tempting, to be honest. But okay, let's go I take with the rook, because I won the 7th rank.
Yeah, piece play. Okay. Okay, let's get one set of rooks off the board.
Yes, I understand. Yeah, and it's a huge problem that what is the best? Queen e3. So there was also takes, and rook e1 was also incredibly tempting. Let's say f takes e5.
Okay. This is going to be tough to defend. I'm really shocked at this evaluation bar. It's so misleading. Like, the fact that it doesn't say huge advantage to white is confusing. Rook somewhere. C8 maybe.
E6.
E6. Oh.
Would I blundered something?
No. I just hate black's position, and I don't understand how it's now level. Like rook e8, I guess, maybe.
Maybe you can have rook e8, rook e1. Maybe there is a... I don't know. Maybe it's possible to take bishop e6. Hold on. Maybe bishop takes e6 you have?
Oh, wow. That's incredible, Judith. And
Takes, d4.
D4. I thought you just wanted king f7.
Ah, that's also possible. I wanted d4 and push the pawn. which
Wow.
is not working for some reason. Because
Maybe
rook e4 and knight
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah. Just in
Okay,
time.
so king f7, as you said.
But only because I didn't see d4. So. Yeah, and a draw after rook e5. Okay, but this shows that it might be hanging, like, he might need some miracle tactic just to hold the balance, and he needs to see it, like, 6 or 7 moves in advance. 16 minutes, and still 11 moves to play for Prague.
Okay, but if you say f takes e5, can we go just one line there? Rook takes e5, rook e8,
Mm-hmm.
and I just take on e8, and I go rook e1.
Okay. Black. Oh, puts the bishop on f7, maybe?
And if rook e7, you go rook c7, right?
Yes. I mean, it's crazy. This still feels like a small advantage. The fact that eval bar says nothing. I wonder whether white should just take, keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Take back with
Okay,
the pawn.
rook e8.
Rook e8, and then just slowly build up, like rook e3, bring the other rook, rook g3, slide. Don't know, just sit on the position.
Well, I don't know. Can I go a4 takes rook c4?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Knight somewhere. Yeah, there is counterplay. There is counterplay. Okay, what are your predictions in this game, Judith? Do you think Prague is going to be able to hold on? Bit of time trouble, visually unpleasant?
Well, I told you, if I would not win this game, I would be very unhappy. This is what I can say. Because that's the feeling I have. And as we are analyzing, it shows that it is not so simple, right? But intuitively, white has a huge advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Just a huge advantage.
And both players feel it, but big advantage for Enishiri. It feels like there's a big advantage elsewhere. We have breaking news from John Sargent.
That's absolutely right, folks. Look, this is a board that we've been taking a look at for a while, and it's like, this looks actually fairly equal. The evaluation has changed substantially in the board between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana, and I think this is important enough that we should probably take a look at that specifically now. I know normally I bring you the breaking news and then disappear to continue on the current board. I think this is some big stuff.
Wow. Judith, the rooks have infiltrated both sets of rooks. White's on the 7th, black's on the 2nd rank. And if we do a quick count, it is level with pawns, but it's the white king with a bit more shelter, the black king a bit more open, and the evaluation bar is shooting up. This could be Hikaru Nakamura's first win of the event. Wow. Should we do a quick action replay, Judith?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we left it after rook to b6. Black was about to trade off a set of rooks, but after rook a7, okay, the computer points out that black should have been doing anything other than grab on a2. This move may be okay, but suggesting rook to b7, very mysterious. h6, difficult moves. He has not much time, Fabiano, so he took on a2, h3, and now the big blunder, apparently. And it was h5. I've been advocating h-pawn pushes all day, and ironically, it was the h-pawn moving that was a mistake. It looks like he needed to play rook b2, which was an idea he stumbled on earlier, just to get one set of rooks off the board, and this would have created drawing chances. But h5 allowed white's rook in, and Fabiano has miscalculated something. Check. Rook drops back. g7 also falls with a check. And here we are. Black couldn't have gone forward, Judith, because of... oh, actually, wait, maybe not immediately. h4 first. Yeah, and then checkmate. Whatever black does, this is mate. So king h8, a sad necessity. And what do you think of Hikaru's winning chances, winning plan right now?
Well, at first I thought white can go king h1 with the idea that the threat is that the rook will be moving away and then it's over.
Mm-hmm. That is very clever.
But now black can go rook f1 check and king h2, rook f2 back, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Meaning that this move comes with a check. White's rook can't move. Have we made progress? The king being on h2 instead of g1?
Yeah, this is a question.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, but I have a question. Can I go rook h7 check, king g8, king g3?
Oh, wow. Okay, run. Rook takes pawn and hide. Oh. Wait,
I'm losing. That's a smart way of playing. Probably rook e2 or something.
Ah.
Or rook
or
f2.
rook f2.
Why is it lost?
It's rook f2 because it's... Oh, sorry. In that position. I'll just bring it back.
Rook f2 and rook f4, rook g5. And
Yeah.
I got... Okay. So this is not the way of doing it with white.
So someone's getting mated.
Just making the tournament interesting, you know.
Okay. I like the idea, but maybe he can finesse it somehow. Not easy. Hikaru has 21 minutes.
Because I was thinking, if what happens if white goes rook h7, king g8, rook goes to c7, let's say.
Okay.
The other one.
Oh, the other one goes to g7?
No, the h7. No, the h7 to c7. Or not to c7, to d7, okay. I'm sorry.
To d7, yeah. And he's given a check, and you want to run.
And then I start running, you know? But then you go king h8.
Yeah. And the rook can block any mates. The rook can hide.
So it's no big deal, right?
Mm-hmm. So Hikaru's played rook h7 check, exclam apparently.
Okay, king g8.
Okay.
And somehow it's winning.
He's played the best move.
Oh, rook f7. Rook f7 check. And if king g8, then rook h g7 and e5.
Is that so clear? F takes
No, it's not, because you take it.
Yeah, this is the idea you're speaking about, Judith, and now e5, but after takes, yeah, if
no,
white
you know,
takes, there'll be a capture.
Maybe simply white goes rook g6.
Mm-hmm.
And e5 is a threat.
Ah. White's rook holds the pawn, the other rook does some attacking. Black's almost zugzwanged. Like okay, counterplay, a4, just too slow, e5. FL pin. He's
yes, because
right
after a3, e takes f6, and the threat is rook h6, rook g7, rook h8 mate.
Yeah. Basically the same mate we showed, or just on a different side of the board, different colors.
And different colors.
Wow, Fabiano is going down. Sindarov, even when he draws, he wins.
Yeah.
Wow. Rook g7 is going to happen now, just to defend g2. So all he needs to find, Hikaru, to get a winning advantage is to drop back with his rook. He'll find it. I think he'll find it, Judith.
Well, there is not too much of an option, right?
Mm-hmm. True.
And you can see that Hikaru now is like his body language. Now I'm going to be winning.
Finally, he feels. And I did say earlier, like he's got a fantastic score in classical chess with white specifically against Fabiano. Like it's very one-sided score in recent years. So it feels like that trend might continue. Now it looks like
Wow.
genius opening preparation. I was questioning earlier, like playing minimal risk, 2 results approach, but not really going for it. But this is what he maybe should have been doing against Sindarov instead of sacrificing pawns and just sitting on a position, small edge, and waiting for the opponent to go wrong. Rook g6. Computer thinks rook g3 is even stronger, but same idea. Same idea.
And why is it stronger?
I think it's all winning, but I guess, Judith, that after rook g3, if black tries to get out of the f-file pin by moving the rook, like, I don't know, rook anywhere else, then rook takes f6.
With the tempo, because immediately mate threat.
Mm-hmm. If the other rook was still on g6, then white still needs a few moves. And there we go. He plays rook g6, the more natural of the two. Still totally winning. How does black stop e5? Wow.
Crazy. This nuance, little bit more pleasant for white type of position.
And Fabi actually defended perfectly until playing this weird h5 move. Like, it looked like he found the idea of swapping off the rooks, like rooks doubled on the b file, get rid of one of white's rooks, and yeah, if you remove a pair here, it's always a draw, even if black's down a pawn. That was a bit of a weird miss from Fabiano.
I don't know, somehow I have a feeling that Fabiano played h5 because he just wanted to keep on the board unconsciously the pieces, all the 4 rooks. I mean, after the way we were discussing, instead of h5 to play rook b2 and exchange 1 pair of rooks, right? And go for the... I mean, it's also not so much fun, to be honest.
Here it's actually losing to play rook b1 immediately. Black needs to wait.
To do what? Rook b4 first? 6 to
rook
b4?
White.
No, 6 to b4.
6 to b4.
But then maybe also anyway rook c5.
Yeah. I think actually maybe he'd calculated this, that like if rooks come off, okay, this is now difficult, realizing that this is still lost, which isn't obvious, but Judah, I guess rook a6 is such a big threat, winning a second pawn. And if black has to go back, then black's rook gets passive, and then white can start doing all that h4, g4 stuff you were talking about earlier, and very one-sided.
So why is it actually a draw? What?
Wow. H3. Okay, this is impossible. Rook b2. Rook takes a5.
King f7?
Apparently rook b7, which...
Okay, this is impossible. This is not human. No.
Not even slightly, I understand this. And now rook e2. So you cover the 7th rank so that like you don't have to worry about the other white rook getting active like it did in the game, and just put the king on f7 and just... Yeah, impossible. Over the board.
No, this is impossible.
Yeah. Like, even this is going to be suffering for a long time. Like, oh, sorry. That will be suffering, but rook takes e4 will also be
no,
suffering.
that would be not suffering.
It'll just be over immediately.
Just over.
But even this would be a lot of suffering with a white rook behind the pawn and 2 rooks.
Yeah, with 4 pawns, it's not fun.
No. Okay, I mean, credit to Hikaru for making it this difficult for Fabiano. He played h5, but now the white rook got in, and yeah, just to catch up the live board. Fabiano still hasn't moved. We saw some really accurate checks, and
wow.
Okay. Not easy at all. The only way to stop e5 is, I was going to say, rook f4 from Fabiano, as he's just played. e5, at least the rook is not pinned anymore, or the pawn is not pinned. Still some work to be done. Is it 2 pawns though, Judah, if white just takes on f6? I don't know which rook.
With which one, yeah.
They both look tempting. Okay, I'll take with this rook. I just want to keep g2 protected in case you keep rooks on.
Yeah.
If rook takes e4, I might just go rook g5 and threaten some mates.
Yeah, this is over. And if black exchanges the rooks, that's not possible because a4, rook c6, a3, rook a6.
Yeah, just in time. Yeah, and if black goes after the e pawn instead of a4, rook e2, I think white can just take and go rook c5. And this pawn, if it was on h6,
No.
this might be a draw.
No, not rook c5.
No?
Oh, that was a
Or
pawn?
just rook
No, rook a6.
Oh,
h6.
yeah. Even better. same, but even better.
Though,
More forcing.
yeah, 2 rooks is a win. It's in queen ending is a draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If you could like click your fingers and just magically turn these rooks into queens, somehow miraculously, it's supposedly a draw. But yeah, I've never had that in practice, Judith. Have you? Queens and G and H.
I don't know. Maybe I had it in Blitz game, not in classical for sure. But I remember the shock I had when I learned it, that it's objectively theoretical draw. And even I've seen it quite in a few games that people were holding it. I mean, I remember it was such a shock for me that it's impossible.
I agree. Like, I remember when I was 5-6 years old and I was shocked that 2 knights versus a king was a draw. And then I remember, like, when I was 16 years old or something, I was already a grandmaster, and then I found out queen G and H versus queen is a draw. And yeah, like you said, just doesn't make sense, but somehow it is.
It's like, how? Why? I mean, it's completely winning.
Stalemate. I guess that's the difference, right? Stalemate tricks. But without queens, there's never any stalemate, so white would win that endgame. And we're getting some featured chats, and just like that, a generation of chess ends. Time for a new generation now. Judith, the slightly older generation, they're beating each other. They stopped each other last time as well when it was Fabi, Hikaru, and Nepo, and they were like tripping over each other, and they couldn't catch Gukesh in the end.
Well, actually, that was only the mistake of Fabi, because the opportunity he created for himself in that last round is in where was it, in Toronto?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you remember the last game? It was just incredible.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a game that you can barely get over with yourself on not converting that winning game in a candidates tournament.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Fabiano, there has been a pattern. Winning positions, he makes opportunities for himself. He did it in 2018, did it in the recent Freestyle World Championship, winning positions against Magnus, can't convert them. Same against Nepo last time. Here, not winning position, but maybe one he would expect himself to hold, and not quite doing it. And incredible. It feels like he's had such a good tournament, but he would be back on just +1. 2 full points behind Sindarov with 6 rounds to go, assuming he gets finished off here by Hikaru Nakamura.
And it's interesting, and people may not be aware of the psychological situation in this event. Basically, everybody comes here. The only reason you play the candidates to win and to be the challenger of the World Championship match against Gukesh.
Mm-hmm.
And if, let's say, this game finishes that Nakamura wins, which means that Sindarov will have 2 points lead, not many people with 2 points behind have the strengths and that they can visualize that they can still win the tournament, right? And you still have 6 rounds to go. You have to show up every single day, still play, even though you have the feeling you have not much chance of reaching what you came for. And we can't say that Fabi plays badly in this tournament at all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's behind Sindarov, yes. I mean, he's the only one who is chasing him from distance a bit, but still. And it's not a knockout tournament that if you play badly or if you lose, then you can go home. You still have another 10 days to fight, but you're not sure for what for, right? You have to win every single game. Then maybe you have a chance. Well, of course, there is one big game when you play against Sindarov. You have to win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he won't be out of it, Fabiano, but already chances disappearing by the minute. And maybe the bad news, as you say there, Judith, is that a lot of the other players might feel they have no more chance to get first. They might be happier with some draws, some safer chess. And if that means Sindarov can bully them into draws, his +5, he can just sit on that score. And he could even afford one upset along the way, possibly.
Yeah, but that's also tricky. You know, David, what it means that you have your leading position and you want to play for a draw. You cannot do that, right? So, because if let's say Fabiano still wins against Sindarov in which round they play? In,
11?
2 more rounds, yeah. On round 11, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there... Of course, that's always a big opportunity to win, for your pride, for the possibility to catch up.
Yeah. Wow, Hikaru is thinking Judith, but he might be looking for something a bit more direct. But rook takes f6 does seem like it just picks up material now, and it should just be a body count at the end. White with 2-pawn advantage. Do you see any other way for him to keep control here, not risk anything, and bring home the full point? He's calculating something. Maybe he's...
Yes, because he's calculating what is the best of the best.
Mm-hmm.
Of all the options.
Yeah.
And he has the time. He doesn't want to rush.
Mm-hmm. That's true. He's got nearly 10 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time. Only a few moves to make before the time control.
And also, I think it's a question which rook to take, because we were also hesitating to take with the g6 pawn on f6 or with the f7 pawn on f6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both look good. Both look very good. I'm not sure there's a difference. I don't think there is, but
I think I will not take it.
G6.
I don't exchange the rooks. After rook f6, I go rook e4.
Mm-hmm. Let's show that. So, which one are you thinking, Judith? We did show keeping one rook on the g file. And if black wants to keep the rook on, then it's just nice to have checkmate threats with rook h6, but also, whoops, rook h6. Also just defend the g2 pawn in case.
Okay, very good. King h7, not much of a choice.
Mm-hmm.
a4.
Yeah. Wondering whether to be really greedy, but I can save that for later. a4, take, check,
king f7. King f7.
And, oh, maybe not put it behind yet, but... Yeah, he's trying to work something like this out, right?
I mean, I have to try, right? a3.
a3, rook now behind.
Rook e2.
Mm-hmm. c6.
Rook c2. e2, c2.
Oh, I think he's going to take something in a second. He's going to take with one of the rooks. Yeah.
What do you think? Which one he's going to take it with?
Oof. I think he'll take with, yeah, this one. He wants to keep things safe. This final position we're looking at, there's always rook g3 to come and pick up this pawn. Okay, he does take with the f rook, keeping everything covered. Fabi trades off the rooks. Judith, this could be it. Fabi's going to be 2 pawns down.
Maybe
Not
he
much
goes
fight
for
left.
the 2 pawns, G and H pawn.
Ironically, it was with white, Magnus in that case, having a rook G and H versus Fabi's pure rook, that the 2018 World Championship match ended. Fabi does not have pleasant memories of that rook endgame.
Mm.
I think he even had an A pawn or pass pawn on the queen side in that fateful game in the tie breaks. Okay. Can he keep his H pawn alive somehow? King G7.
King G7, Rook C6, 2 pawns down.
Yeah. No chance. No chance. Do you think we'll see Fabiano battle onto the time control and then think for a while before resigning? Or do we think he'll just want to get this game done, forget and move on?
It's not so easy to resign. It's not easy to resign in such a situation. It's not only a game. It's a crucial game. And they are rivals. The 2 Americans are playing also.
Yeah.
And it's a very painful moment, exactly this part of the tournament.
I agree. And I don't think it's a coincidence, Judith, that Hikaru is going to get his first win off the back of some quite nice prep. Like, I know we said it was equal and it was almost fully equalized by Fabiano, but he always had a little bit of pressure. He had a big
All
time
the time.
advantage early on.
Yes. Actually, it was a beautifully played game by Hikaru. Because he could always keep the pressure on Fabiano. And we can't say, if we go back, we cannot say in any position where it was clear equality. Right? That was the only thing when in the chat someone suggested h6, right? To play queen g5 possibility. But I'm not sure that's really equalizing at the same time.
Maybe it was that moment he played queen e7 when he could have forced the bishops off first, f6, bishop d6, bishop d6, rook d6, c5. I think you showed it, Judith. I think maybe that was the cleanest. Bishops off the board, controlling things just very quickly. If we go back, this position.
Instead of queen e7, right?
Yeah, maybe here. Although, okay, the computer still gives a little niggle for white. After rook to d2, keeping material on the board. Don't think we saw that one. But yeah, it's never fully equal. White will have the d file.
After f6, the 7th rank, it has a completely different meaning if once the rook reaches d7.
Yeah, but ultimately Fabiano was not able to keep things together. And if we catch up with the live position, he's played king g7. He's about to reach move 40. Judith, I'm being told there's a bit of time pressure in another board. So just as we reach move 40, we'll let Fabiano mull over that position. Let's go to Anish and Prague, where h5's just been played. Anish has just been increasing the advantage, and it now does look decisive. Not too surprising, Judith.
Yes, I see that another question mark arises there.
Oh, it's always h5. h5, h4, they're always given question marks this round.
Yeah, but there was a reason for black to do so. I mean, this time it's not about attacking, but taking away the square of g4 from the rook, right? So that was kind of scary. At the same time, it seems like queen had a nice square on f6. But, I mean, basically, in such a positions, even if the position would be not so bad, it is very much typical situation that basically Pragnananda was pressed during the whole game. From the very beginning, from maybe move, what was knight a3, move 14 or something. And so basically it is so difficult to fight for 10, 20, 30 moves being pressed during the whole time, and you are just trying always sneak away and get your life back, right? that it's very difficult. But now after h5, the g5 square became vulnerable. This can be a very big problem for black. In f2. Covering the g3 square. And also e7, rook f8.
Even if Anish just sits now and does nothing, like king h2, rook e3, rook e5, like black's just not getting out of this bind. The bishop's so bad. The rook can't help.
This is the position which wins itself by itself.
It feels that way. There's always calculation to be done, I guess. That's my big flaw. Sometimes I relax a bit too early, but yeah, this one, Judah, it looks close, right? Like white can do anything.
The only question I have, can black go bishop c2 somehow, bringing it to e4? This is the only defense chance I'm seeing.
He plays it, Prag. Let's move 39. He's got 47 seconds for the last move. The blue arrow appears, Judah. Is that the only winning move? Well, at least the best move by far. E7, but something you mentioned.
Bishop e4.
Okay. Rook f8 check.
King h7.
Okay, Anisha's thinking, should we put it on the board? E7. Just helping me calculate here. Bishop e4 check, king h7.
Well, I don't know if you can just take and queen f8.
Yeah, rook c8.
Knight e6.
Oh yeah, knight e6, rook f1, knight. Oh, knight e6 is even better. Threatening mate.
Queen g6, queen g6. Rook e4.
Knight f. Oh, nice. Very nice. Black is stuck.
I mean, Giri is incredible. Look at this. From this structure, when he was worse, he makes a draw, and where he's better, he can convert it into victory. Somehow it works something very well for him with this knight on d4 and the white square bishop.
He understands. I remember many years ago, I also had an isolated queen's pawn against Giri. This is like 16 years ago or something, and he also made me suffer a lot. So, yeah, he's a man on a mission. He's going to move to +1. He'll join Fabiano there, most likely, if he gets the win. 6 minutes. I mean, this is quite straightforward to calculate, right, Judith?
Well, it's quite straightforward, and I also noticed that Vachier, there is going to be a draw in the meantime. And also there is some updates, I think, in the women's section. You know, Divya is fighting after we were criticizing her so much after this move f6.
Wow.
She's
the game's
fighting.
Still alive.
Fighting
and
back.
Lizzie Trick. Yeah. And the leader losing control. It looks like Bibisara against Vaishali should be a draw, although Vaishali's having a little bit more fun. Lagno winning. Zuzhina with a small advantage. Wei Yi is about to give perpetual check, most likely, against Bluebaum, but maybe we'll jump into those games a bit later, Judith, once we've reached the time control. We're just waiting for move 40 to hit here. Big round. Big moment for Anish Giri, E7, and Prag's in big trouble. He's reaching for it.
Rook e3 he will play or something, don't you think so?
Oh, he's
Or he
reaching
goes
forward,
for
though.
E7, doing it.
I think it's too natural. I don't think he
Yeah,
wants
it's
to.
the most natural.
Exactly. He doesn't want to wait and allow the bishop to post up on e4. There we go. Anish Giri pushes the e-pawn, winning advantage. Prag has 43 seconds left to make move 40, but there are no good choices in a bad position. This is it. Judith, we're going to see Prag fall to defeat. And it looks like revenge for multiple players, taking vengeance for the first round where Prag did beat Anish. Hikaru was beaten by Fabi. He's going to get the full point. Things are turning. It's good to have the white pieces.
Absolutely. Well, black has to go bishop e4. I mean, no way.
Oof.
And it's on the board.
Yeah. It looks like he played it with 3 seconds left on his clock. And here, rook to f8 check is the winning move. This is, something he's going to spot. He's pretty much calculated it already, Judith. And Anish doing the professional thing, taking a break at move 40, come back refreshed, with double check his calculations. But in the meantime, while Anish is away from the board, it looks like everyone now has reached move 40. And we're going to bring John back in to just break down what we've just seen.
Thank you very much, David. This is a truly historic moment in the candidates. I feel like this shapes the future of the tournament very much so. We have Sindarov drawing on top board, as you can see there, and with Hikaru Nakamura on his way to a potential victory against Caruana, and Giri on his way to a potential victory against Prague. We could have a situation where the leader is 2 points clear at the end of today. That said, this is the candidates and absolutely anything can happen. So we do not sing until all the score sheets are signed and they are in. We'll find out what the conclusion of these games looks like after this break, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, this is Grandmaster Anna Musichuk and Candidates Trivia. Okay, Anna, are you pretty good at trivia in general?
I wouldn't say so, but I don't do them so often. So.
Okay, well this one's all about chess. Here we go. Which player famously beat Magnus Carlsen and Vladimir Kramnik at the 2013 Candidates Tournament?
Ivanchuk?
Very good. You got to get that one, right? All right, number 2. Which player has played the most Candidates Tournaments since 2013?
Caruana?
Yes, Caruana, 5. Very good. Okay, number 3. Who has the record for most draws in one Candidates Tournament?
That's well known. Anish?
Yes,
did,
very
but,
good.
Yeah, it's just sad because, I mean, it's sad that people think he is playing some, I don't know, maybe boring chess and interesting chess, but actually all of his games were interesting, so it just happened he made all the draws.
Absolutely. What is the highest score a player has won the Candidates Tournament with since 2013?
Maybe Vish?
No.
Fabi? Again?
No.
No?
This player, I believe, had the tournament won before the final round began.
Yeah?
Yes. 9.5 in 2022.
Yeah, because this tournament was more than 3 weeks.
Yes, that's true. All right, number 5. Bobby Fischer's incredible 20 wins in a row, and it began in the interzonal, but it continued into his 3 candidates matches. Who were Bobby Fischer's 3 candidates matches against on his road to the World Championship?
Oh, no idea. I don't remember that so well.
Nothing? Taimanov?
About, it was this 660. Yeah,
yeah,
I just got your question wrong, sorry.
Okay, I got Taimanov, and who are the other 2?
Larson?
Yes.
And just, I have to wake up.
Petrosian.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay. Now, would you like
No, it's not tough, it's just that I'm a bit sleepy.
I'm going to ask you a super duper hard bonus question. This is the historical question. The very first women's candidates tournament from the older era was from 1952. Very first one. Who won that tournament?
This I don't know for sure.
It was the 3rd women's world champion of chess.
Bykova?
Bykova, very good. Who finished 2nd place in the 2018 candidates tournament?
Yeah, I'm just stuck.
Yeah. Well, in fairness to you, you just got to the island today. It's Mamedyarov. He tied for 2nd and got 2nd on tie breaks. Yep.
Ah.
Yep. In which city was the 2013 candidates tournament held?
In London?
Yes. And the first modern women's candidates tournament, of course you will know this, in 2019 was held
in Kazan.
Very good. Okay, next one. Which player had a wild candidates in Toronto, losing 4 games in a row and then winning 5 games in a row later on?
Vachier-Lagrave.
Very good.
I think I was the second on this better road for her.
Sorry to bring up bad memories. Okay, 2 more. At the 2014 Candidates Tournament, which player finished last despite being one of the ratings favorites before the tournament began?
Okay, there was one bad tournament for Feruza.
It was Topalov. All right, final question. You have 10 seconds. You already look worried. You have 10 seconds to name as many players as you can from the 2020/2021 Candidates Tournament. I will give you 5 seconds of thinking
This one
time.
that was
The split one.
super long.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give you 5 seconds of thinking time. On your mark, get set, go.
Okay, Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, Vachier, Van Gaal, Alexeyenko.
That's good. That's a tough one.
Sorry.
That was a tough one. And time. Nepomniachtchi, MVL, Giri, Caruana, Dean, Grishuk, Alexeyenko, and Wang Hao.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Okay, but you got 5, which is pretty good in 10 seconds.
Welcome back to round 8 of the 2026 FIDE Candidates. Just when we thought we got a grip on everything from the bird's eye view on the way out, nope, there's more drama incoming. So Judith, David, I'm going to steer you towards the bottom right of our screens, where in the women's candidates we have the game between Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Jine, and it looks like that has swung fairly wildly since we last checked in. Over to you guys.
Yes, as far as I see, it was pretty pleasant for black with the pawn up, but white had the bishop pair and some compensation.
While in the last few moves, what has happened to white is Tan simply blundered. And if we would go back 2 moves ago, what has happened? It started already with king h3, the going to the bad direction. Yeah, knight e4, and after, yeah.
King h3.
And something very bad started to happen with white, because with regrouping with the bishop, suddenly white was not realizing that after knight check, king goes back, knight e3 will be immediately taking the pawn. It was a full blundering in one.
And she's done this a few times, Tan Zhongyi, and she normally has quite a lot of time on the clock when this is happening. She blundered on move 41 in a totally winning position against Lagno, and she had, I mean, it was over half an hour on the clock. She was given an extra 30 minutes. She played instantly, blundered away her advantage. Just before the rest day, blundered a whole piece, went from better to losing. And that was with 15 minutes left. It feels like some tactical mishaps. But now 2 pawns down, Judith. Do you see any chance of saving this game still? White has a kind of active rook at least.
Well, white shouldn't save this game, I think. I don't think there is much to do. After king e2, I'm also thinking to play knight e6 and regrouping, for example, the knight to d4, I would consider. And push away the rook.
Yeah.
I mean, after all, 2 pawns, and it can be connected, like after knight d4, maybe black can start pushing f5 and push the pawns.
Mm-hmm.
For example, also bring the rook into play.
Mm-hmm. How do you coordinate, though? Because if the knight moves, then rook c7 check is a bit annoying, maybe. White's threatening bishop f5. Or she goes back to f1. Okay, at least now knight e6 isn't possible. Oh, it is possible, actually.
It is possible. I have too many knights with jumping all around.
Too many forks, Judith. It's in Blitz, it's like guaranteed blunder territory. But yeah, knight e6, now it's possible. Bishop f5. Forker gets forked. And yeah, I think you're right. Like, just too strong, like too coordinated, the knights. White's bishop, g3 bishop is especially bad. At least for now.
I mean, of course, there is some tactics which can be blundered by black, but it means that black has to blunder.
Mm-hmm.
Or play in every move, inaccurate move, not the best, but maybe the fourth best if she plays in every move and white plays in every move the very best moves, then it can go wrong for black and misplayed. But I don't think there should be huge technique needed to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and from here, maybe I'll just jump straight around some of the women's boards. Just a very quick update before we go back to the open games that might be finishing soon. I'll bring us over to Lagno against Goyachkina. This is a game we haven't been at in a while, but this was the Scotch where Lagno got a big advantage, then became an extra pawn. And Judith still with the advantage, still with the extra pawn, bishop pair as well. How much work do you think is needed to convert this?
Well, I think white still needs to work, because I think the previous move of white must have been g takes f4, taking the first pawn. Now bishop c7, trying to simplify and exchange the very powerful black square bishop of white. So now the bishop is under a pin. Of course, black's next move wants to be knight d6 and somehow get possibly a different color bishop. That would be a dream scenario for black, of course, with the circumstances that should give some drawing chances. But I would think that white would try to play now king g3 or king f3.
Mm-hmm.
And then if knight d6,
mm-hmm.
then maybe rook, if rook e2, knight c4.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's still winning. Everything's protected. Rook endgame as
And-
white's king is still active.
And after g takes f4, maybe the best would be to exchange the bishop and play rook e5.
That's classy. Keep the rook passive, take the pawn. Yeah. I'm impressed that black's got this far, I must admit, Judith, but still lost, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah. So of course black will be fighting on, and white has to have some pretty good technique, but we'll see how it will work out. White played bishop d3.
Keeping the bishop pair. If knight d6, she can run away in various directions. That makes a lot of sense. That also looks very nice and clean. Bishop takes, she'll get a protected passed pawn.
Well, probably black will take g takes f4, and after rook f4 to go king actually he cannot go anywhere because of king e8, bishop b5 and rook f8, while king g8, bishop c4. So actually bishop d3 is a nice move.
Oof, that is very nice. Checkmate incoming. Bishop d3, great move. And yeah, should be plenty of time to win from Lagno. And okay, elsewhere, this looks like a drawn endgame between Bibisara and Vachier-Lagrave. I think as long as white just stays with her king, should be...
Pretty much so,
fine.
because the black king is tied to the g7 pawn. So it's while white is giving up the h5, white will get in return the g7 or the b6 pawn. So that would lead to a draw.
Yeah, and I think it's very important, Judith, that it is a g pawn. So if black were to even get everything and push, let's say the white king stays, push the pawn all the way down to b2, white could even just allow the black king to take the h5 pawn, and there's no way to make progress. And yeah, as soon as the black king starts crossing over to the c3 square, white just starts checking from behind, and there's nowhere to hide. Looks like a, yeah, she knows her stuff. Bibisara, looks like a draw.
Yeah, this is a theoretical draw, so she will make a draw. What else do we have?
Just one more game, and it was that crazy position where black played f6.
Yes.
Divya, she's been in trouble, but this is maybe the best position she's had since weakening herself with that ugly f6 move.
Actually, she had some better moments before, when in the break I looked back. But of course, it's a huge suffer for black. For basically from the early middle game stage, she's suffering a lot. But white still has to work. But of course, the a5 passed pawn is hard to imagine that it's not going to be winning the game, even if white makes some inaccuracies, because white can't really do. If white is not blundering something extremely serious, I think she can always go back and place the correct way because of the structure, because of the protected passed pawn on a5. It just seems to be the absolute impossible to save this game.
Yeah, looking very difficult for Divya, and I do approve of Anna's use of the A and H pawns, the theme of the day, pushing those pawns forward. Both look very strong. Let's go back to Anish Giri's game, since we left him at the time control about to deliver a winning combination, and I see Prag's body language, Judith. It looks like he knows that this game is pretty much done and dusted. It's been a tough game for Prag, a tough start to the second half. Anish has played really, really well, and he did actually play one of the first brilliant moves of today, just giving up on the last turn his rook for the e4 bishop, not even going queen f8 like we were talking about earlier. He played rook takes e4, and he must have something now up his sleeve. Maybe queen f8 again, or a check first on f5.
I think this is the thing. This is the question what Anish tells to himself. Why to rush? I have queen f8. What else do I have? What kind of defense black has? Rook c8 and then knight f5. Not knight f5. Knight e6. This is what we were analyzing before. But there's another option to go queen f5 instead, and to force black to go g6 And I think this is what he's checking now, because of course, when you have a winning position, if you're really professional, you spend that extra few minutes or even more minutes just to make sure that you do the best, the simplest, the cleanest win, because he's just away from 1-2 moves until his opponent will be resigning.
Yeah, professional is a good word here. He's got 20 minutes still on his clock, Anish. A lot of us would be getting overexcited and knowing we were winning or thinking we were winning would rush, but there's no need to press ahead here. I love the Queen F5 check as well, just making the Black King a bit more weak before going for those winning tactics. Queen F8, promoting the E-pawn. And yeah, it's good to see Anish getting some support here in the featured chat. He does shine. He has shone a lot in the last 24 months, and okay, it's still not over. The race to catch up with Sindarov if he wins this game. Queen F5 check, Queen F8. I think they're both good enough, Judith, and he should be getting the win soon.
Which one would you play?
I think now Queen F5.
I also want to go Queen F5. I also want to go Queen F5, and the reason is I know that after Queen F8, if Black goes Queen G6, there is nothing. But still, I somehow would rather have this Queen G6 option still not available. And he goes Queen F5.
Anish agrees. Very, very professional. The Black King cannot go back to G8, or if it does, at least White lands Queen E6 check, Queen D5 check, and will pick up the Black Rook. If not, you can pretty much pre-move Queen F8, and White's going to be winning too much material.
Though I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
After Queen F8, you would win the game, because big material win.
Mm-hmm.
While if now I go King G8, Queen E6 check, I go back King H7.
Mm-hmm.
You go Queen C4.
Yep.
Queen E7. Knight E6, right? That's the problem.
I mean, many things, probably Queen D5 as well. Even Queen E6 probably. But Knight E6 is game over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even if Black defends that pawn, you can many ways to win, but you can still take it. If you want the brilliant move symbol.
Yes.
And there we go. Anish is going to win. Yeah. And the difference is, as you said, Judith, like Queen F8, just want to double check, but this is totally winning as well. Rook C8. And for everyone who wasn't with us before the time control, Knight E6 is the clincher, threatening mate. Queen G6, you can just take the rook. So yeah, this is winning as well, but Queen F5 just, it feels nicer as well to make the Black King a bit more open. Queen F8, you don't have to calculate anything anymore.
Yeah, and also Knight G5 is threatening. It's such a beautiful mate.
Exactly. Even if Queen G7 wasn't a big threat, this is more static. Knight G5 mate. That is beautiful. What do you think? Prag might just resign. Like, there's literally nothing to do. He knows it. Oh, he's looking around, maybe looking for Anish to come back to the table.
Yeah, it's yeah, these guys are great fighters, but at the moment when they realize that basically there is nowhere to go, there is no way that they can escape from this position, then it's only the moment when you resign, when you're emotionally ready. Mm-hmm. And I guess Praggnanandhaa had the time to digest this game because he was pressed during the whole game. And already in the last 5 moves, it was very clear for him also that there is no way he will save this game.
Yep. He knows, and he doesn't look too upset about it. Probably he knows as well that Anish has played a fantastic game from start to finish. Great opening preparation, novelty on move 11, and got that extra pawn, turned it into positional advantage, converted nicely. Sometimes, yeah, there's not much you can do if your opponent plays inspired like Anish has today.
Beautiful game. Great professional, top high level game.
Mm-hmm. But not great for Prag's overall tournament chances. He'll be on -1. And Giri will be on +1. So full point swing for them.
Well, in this tournament, it does matter who wins against whom, because it means that you progress on the cross table and your opponent is going behind. And he resigns.
There we go. Handshake. Anish Giri with a fantastic win with white, avenging his defeat against Prague from the first half of the tournament. And that is our second result of the day. The first decisive point there. We're expecting to see more. Judith, every day with John and with others, with Tanya, we've been doing predictions how many decisive games there'll be in each round, and we haven't got round to it this time. Having seen what you've seen so far, how many players do you think will get the win today? How many decisive results?
Well, it's already, you're asking me. Well, obviously Nakamura will be winning. Wei Yi, Wei Yi will be, well, the bar shows it's equal, but I see that Wei Yi tried knight g5 to play on. But still, I would be surprised if he would be winning. I don't know if white can go wrong, of course. So, too decisive with the guys. Though it's tricky with blue baum, of course. I didn't look at it. And the ladies, well, 1, 2, 3. So altogether today, I would say 5.
Okay. I'll say 4. John, your turn.
That is absolutely not how this works, David. And you know, oh my goodness. Look, the question really is whether we get 4 decisive results today or 5. I think that is fair enough to say. I'm in agreement with Judith. I believe in Anna, and I think she'll find a way to convert that. So, yeah, I'm afraid any number that isn't 4 or 5 feels like fantasy at the moment, and I think I'm on the Judith train here.
Well, 4 is for sure. I mean, even with Wei Yi, it can go something miracle for something.
Yeah, and maybe we check in on that board since we did neglect it in the build up to the time control, just to show everyone a rook sacrifice. And yeah, then we'll be going back to the rook endgame between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano. Still some work to be done for Hikaru, surprisingly. But Judith, I'm just going to bring us back to an earlier moment where, actually, let's go the whole way back to the last time we left it. We left it after g4. The black king dodged the h file.
King g8.
King g8, exactly. Rook h5. And here we were saying maybe e takes d4 and some immediate tactics. But first blue baum retreated the queen, hit the g4 pawn, defended. He put his queen on f7. And a few moves down the line, it looked like Wei Yi was the one playing for the win, avoiding some queen trades. Queen e4, queen takes c4, and we saw a rook sacrifice here. Rook takes h6, a brilliant move. And I actually, out of the corner of my eye, saw this. I thought it was a draw. I thought perpetual check. I think you mentioned as well, likely to finish. But the game continues. Queen g6 check. And okay, he's kept it alive. He's taken a pawn. He repeated 3 times, or twice actually. Then took the h6 pawn check. I guess the king can't run away because of knight takes e5, and there's just too much happening on the e-file. So king g8, and after more checks, he's played knight to g5. How narrow is the path here, do you think, for blue baum to hold the draw?
Well, first of all, he has to calculate. I see that Wei Yi was spending quite a lot of time on deciding to move on and play on this game, and he went down to 7 minutes. Well, the question is, what is his threat to start with? For us to understand, right? Queen g6, king f8, knight h7. I'm still trying to figure out what is the threat by white, to be honest.
Yeah. Let's say black makes a neutral move.
Let's
like
say
a5.
a5, yeah.
Okay. Eval bar tells us there is a threat. But what is it?
Yeah. So let's say queen g6. Let's see the basic. Goes out. Knight h7.
Mm-hmm. Maybe.
No, you know what? Maybe not knight h7. Maybe rook e3.
Rook left. But then knight takes d4, I guess.
Yeah, and then I wanted to go knight h7 and rook e5, but maybe just knight e6.
Holding everything together.
And losing the game.
Well, I guess a rook sacrifice comes with a little bit of risk.
Okay, let's go back and think again. So let's figure out what on a5. Yeah, crazy.
I wonder whether he just wants to take, like, if black doesn't react, maybe he just takes it and then plays like, oh, okay, maybe a check first. Don't know if there's a difference. Let's say I check and then I take on e5. I just want to play e6. And if knight takes, then I'll play knight to h7.
Then knight h7 and takes. Understood. We have someone from the chat. I would be scared to play it with black here. You're not the only one.
I'm glad
You're
I'm
not
black
alone
against
there.
You, if I was black against you, I'd be terrified.
I mean, I would also take it from white. To play this with black, it's not fun.
Yeah, so, okay. Let's say he addresses the fact the e5 pawn is hanging. I don't know whether that's e4 or knight takes d4. The other moves that come to mind would be rook moves, like rook b6, maybe? Or rook b5.
Also rook e7.
Makes sense.
I mean, against knight h7, possibly.
Can I still check, maybe? Hoping for rook g7, queen e8 mate?
Yeah. No, that was not my plan after rook e7, king f8. Let's try it differently.
Yeah, but now I was going to take the pawn anyway. And now I want to do that rook lift you mentioned. Ooh, someone in chat was saying 7 decisive games. That would be... I mean, yeah, maybe I should have gone 6. Oh, maybe I should have gone higher. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, this game, of course, can go anywhere.
Blue bum has a lot of time, though, so should find the right way. Okay, let's say I just take the pawn. Like,
Okay, let's see knight d4. Let's go. So you cannot take d takes e5.
Okay.
Let's go. Okay, so what... knight e6 you have. I mean, after queen g6 and knight h7 idea.
Yep, this was the idea.
Well, yeah, maybe it's just the thing after knight d4, white has to make the perpetuate check, right?
I like the fact that rook b6 is a threat suddenly as well.
No, after knight d4, you know what you want rook b6. So what about playing queen g6?
Okay. King f8.
c3.
Ooh, wow. Nice. And if rook b6?
Then,
you
then I wanted to give it check.
Yeah.
And the check and take your knight. Queen g5, let's say.
Okay. And then I run. Take the knight. Why is this so good for black? I don't understand.
Probably queen f7 and I can resign.
Queen f7. The knight is trapped. Wow. Still looks scary. I can understand why he's calculating. What if white goes to g7?
Okay, but the scary part is that's where we're starting from.
The start position.
Yeah, it's just scary that we cannot escape from that one.
So we are predicting currently knight takes d4, and yeah, white is being threatened with rook b6, so probably has to check. And now maybe the safest would be to take the draw, especially with only 7 minutes on the clock.
Yes.
Keep checking. There's nothing else white can do here. I think this is it, Judith. Just interesting that way you wanted to test blue boundaries one more move rather than taking the draw on the spot.
But you have to test him. If you see that you're not losing and you have the draw in the next move also, and only black can go wrong, and you feel that you're absolutely in the safe side because you can go to the draw anytime, of course you have to try it. I think.
Exactly. Good lesson for everyone at home. Just test your opponents. Chess is like an exam. Difficult
Well, you
one like
have
that.
to give the opportunity for your opponent to go wrong.
Exactly. And they might answer the first 20 questions right, but they might finally get one wrong a bit later, and then the chance will emerge. Okay, knight takes d4. I'll just check. Okay, the computer approves. That is the
best move.
Safest move. The best move.
What about
I
rook
only see one line.
b6?
Rook to b6. So we'll get
Is it
that up
also forcing?
in a second. Rook b6. Did we not see that? So wait, rook b6.
Something is wrong?
Something is wrong. Okay, I assume it's a check.
Thanks.
And maybe just...
So.
Oh, not that one. Not the capture. Oh, check this out, Judith. d5.
d5 and knight h7 and queen e8 or knight f6.
You beat me to it, and you beat me to it even though I had turned on the engine.
Of course.
Nice.
If you tell me that I have something, of course I get it.
That's the trick in chess, to always be confident, always think you're winning. Like some of the best players I know, they think they're winning even when they're like -5 down. They just always believe there's resources. Yeah, beautiful. So, okay, rook b6. I could see that happening. Like, and then d5 would be so clever.
But the
queen
thing
onto a
is,
square.
you know what I think? That in such a position, it is a matter of luck. Because I'm sure it happened with you also, that what is the move which comes to your mind at first? If knight d4 is the first one, then you start calculating and you realize it's okay. If you start looking rook b6 first and you don't see d5 and you think it's good, then maybe you don't look for something better than that, right? Because you say, oh, okay, it's good, doesn't matter, it's draw this way or draw that way.
Yeah. You're 100% right, Judith. Like about a month ago, I came out of retirement. I played in the German league, in the Bundesliga, and a similar situation. My opponent, like it was a level endgame, and then my opponent looked a bit uncomfortable. I don't think he liked those types of positions. He knows I'm a grinder, so he sacrificed a pawn. There we go, knight takes d4. And he sacrificed a pawn for nothing. And I was looking at it, I was like, wait, that's just a terrible move. I'm going to be a pawn up. But I saw two different refutations. I trusted my instinct, played the first one. Obviously, there was a flaw to it. The other one was just winning. And yeah, that's why sometimes luck does play a role in chess. But we see a repetition here, Judith. Do you think there's going to be 3 now? This is the second time we've seen this position.
Well, it's going to be. Okay, Vachier tested, spent another 40 minutes at the board altogether, or maybe only 25, but he had to test it because his opponent could go wrong. And actually, if he would be able to do that in time travel phase, that would have been tricky. If, let's say, it happens move 38, move knight g5, you know? That's tricky.
Yeah. Exactly. And... oh! King e7. Whoa, the game continues, Judith.
And look at that. He played queen h6 to give an opportunity for black to move out. Not queen f6 to make a draw.
But queen h6, if black king had gone to g8, there was queen h7, queen h8. Wow, I didn't even think of this. That is... wow, genius from both players. King d8 is about to be played.
And we didn't look at this line.
I didn't think there was a difference. Wow. The game continues. Let's just show, though. You're right, though, Judith. He is the one still playing for the win, Wei Yi. He could have forced the draw immediately, queen f6. Queen h6. He's forcing king e7 because king g8, there's an extra check and an extra check. And at the end, I guess you can take both ways, but queen e5, the best of the bunch. And white has a winning attack. So queen h6 forced the king to step out. And wow, okay, now we have to think again, reassess. Queen f6, we get a hint, though, from the blue arrow. Oof. Chess is hard.
Chess is fun.
Agreed. Both can be true.
Yes.
Okay. Now.
Well, Queen G7.
Oh. This is crazy.
But it's still going on. Queen G7. And if... You know what? King D6. No? Or king goes... I thought king goes out, and after rook E8, rook B1, rook H1. And perpetual check from the others. But probably it's not the case.
I'll show that, Judith. That's incredible. Check. The king has to move somewhere.
This is not true.
Check. I guess the king runs. But
yeah.
This is an amazing idea, Judith. Nice. Check. Rook sacrifice. I don't know who sacrificed more rooks in this position, but this would be a draw.
But it seems like white had could sneak out. I don't know why. But how?
King G3, I guess. And...
Then rook G1.
Ah.
Knight F5 is there.
Oh yeah, that's that's very true. Oops. Blundered not just one fork, but another fork as well. Blundered all the forks in a row. Oh, maybe then you have to lure the queen to F1 if we go back a few moves.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Maybe in this position... Okay, we see the bar, so we get a hint, but king G2.
And queen F1, king G3.
Now.
And then sneak out to H4 and H5.
That's easy to miss, though, that like the white king can escape. Bluebaum is in this position. He has to play king to D8, but Judith, what about king D8 and now knight F7?
Queen F7.
Queen F7. Queen takes.
And after queen F6, king D7.
And the rook is untouchable. All the forks. We wrote this game off too soon. This is going to continue. Like, if instead of queen F6 as well, like the white pawns are quite scary. Like they could start running at some point.
King D8.
Best move. Wow. Bluebaum, he calculated all of this when he played knight takes D4. That is impressive. Okay. Wei Yi can still bail. Still got queen F6 and a draw. Judith, do you think he's going to continue the fun? Is he going to continue the party with winning the black queen and just keeping the game going with 8 minutes on his clock? Or is this the moment where he does say, enough is enough? That was fun, but you defended well.
I would think that enough is enough here.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's going to be a repetition.
Yeah. How much risk is attached to white's cause here if knight F7... Like, is white risking much, or is it always perpetual if needed? Like, if, like, H4, maybe?
I think it's also risking white. White is also... I don't know.
Okay. But it's quite quick, these pawns.
Maybe. But it's white who has not enough time, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. But how does black create counterplay or threats to force white to try and make the draw? Black's pieces are still quite loose.
He's making a repetition of moves.
Once. Or is that twice now? Wait, we've had queen F6 once. We've had king D7 once. Okay, so this is the second time we've seen this. Queen G7, king D8. Okay, last chance for Wei Yi to play on. Last chance for Wei Yi to go for the win. To risk it. He's smiling almost there, Wei Yi, for a second. He knows there's some risk involved if he plays for more. But there we go. He does give the three-fold repetition. It is a draw. What a fight between Wei Yi and Bluebaum. Ultimately doesn't get them closer to the leaders. To the leader, Sindarov. But a really fun battle from start to finish. Bluebaum defending so stoically. Very, very impressive stuff. But Wei Yi created some chances along the way. And Judith, I think a fair result after that battle.
It was very cool. I mean, they really tried very hard in this game.
You could see the fighting spirit, bringing up the rook, playing g4, after that sacrificing the rook, and played out completely until the very end, asking questions from his opponent. And at the end, when he said, okay, there is nothing more to fight for, he said, okay, it's done. I made my work of today.
Yeah. Good work for today for both of those two players. That leaves us with just one game in the open candidates. And Judah, I don't want to tempt fate, but this looks much more difficult for Hikaru Nakamura than we envisioned. Still winning, as we see with the eval bar, still 2 pawns up, but the pawns are separated. And this idea of checking from the side is quite annoying for white. So white cannot just part with the h-pawn and run the king up the board. Losing a position is still a long way away, and these checks are going to be disturbing the ideal setup. Hikaru doesn't look super confident that he's found the win yet.
Yes, but I think the reason is also because, first of all, before 40 or around 40, when he started to exchange the rooks and collect these extra pawns, he thought it's going to be winning easier. And also that it's going on, what move is it? Because I think it's going on for longer, this maneuvering back and forth with the 2 extra pawn than he wanted to. Of course, he knows that he's winning, but he was not expecting that he has to put this extra energy into converting this endgame, collecting the point, full point.
Yeah, we're on move 66. This is a long old battle. Caruana's not out of it yet, despite what the eval bar says. But while Hikaru goes about trying to push his pawns to glory, trying to get that all-important first win, we have an interview with a man who has just won, Anish Giri.
Thanks, guys, with your Grandmaster Anish Giri, who won his game today, first game of the second half. Now, in your game, actually in the post-game press conference, you mentioned the similarities between your round 6 game and the structure, the knight on d4, the light squared bishop, and the IQP. In the game, though, were you thinking about the similarities in the moment?
At one point, yes. At some point, when we were about to get an endgame, and then I realized I might have this knight on d4, pawn on d3, and I realized that I should avoid taking the d5 pawn, which was the same thing yesterday for him. So at some point I actually thought, initially I realized this is similar to some open Spanish position that I know, but somehow there black has a better version than this, and there it's equal, but because black already has like rooks active and bothering me with on queen side, and here I have better, like he is not active yet, so I was comparing most to the open Spanish position, but at some point I saw some similarities to the game yesterday, but it's not really the same, but some small similarities there.
On our broadcast, Grandmaster David Howell said that you are particularly good at IQP positions. Do you feel that yourself? Maybe it was a personal game that you two played. I think he was referring to, but...
Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I guess as like an old-fashioned player, I like positions that have names like IQP.
Okay.
Yeah.
You mentioned Netflix documentary in your press conference. Are you planning to watch the Netflix Untold? It comes out today.
It's a very good question. So I started a little bit. Usually I watch at some point. I'm very busy here preparing like all the time, but sometimes I take a very small break for myself, and then I watch. Usually I was watching some stand-up comedy here. And now I sort of broke that routine by, instead of stand-up comedy, I watched a little bit of the Netflix thing. But then I realized I should be really careful because I have to think with whom I'm going to watch it. Or rather, if my wife wants to watch it, I should wait to watch it with her together, right? So I will check with her first if she wants to watch it. If she wants, then I'll abstain and watch with her later.
Okay.
And if she doesn't want to watch, then I have to go down the list. I have to probably ask my coach if he wants to watch together. And if he also doesn't want to watch together, maybe I'll have to do it alone.
But it came out today, so you watched a little bit before the round.
Yes. Before the round, yes. It was part of the end. So I have this routine before the round that I watch a little bit of something, like literally like 5 minutes. Sometimes my prep is so intense that I skip that, but usually I have like 5 minutes to watch something. And today it was 5 minutes of the documentary.
In general, do you think conspiracies are good for chess?
Good question. No, but it's very tricky because often, you don't realize that it's fun for a group of people, but it could be damaging for someone else, right? So you have to be careful. I know that also, like from even when you make a little joke, you can offend someone, right? So it's something I'm also guilty of. So you have to be careful and do the conspiracies not at the cost of the cost of some individuals, let's say. But yeah, harmless conspiracy is probably okay.
And finally, speaking of jokes, are the chess mafia jokes over?
Yeah, but then I was thinking you guys will probably buy this whole take thing at some point anyway, and then we're back. So
I don't buy anything.
For now, there was a little break.
I don't buy anything but your time. Thank you, Anish. Back to you guys.
And there we have it. Mike Klein with the important questions and Anish Giri with the hot takes. And yeah, he was hot today. He played a fantastic game, as we saw earlier, Judith.
Absolutely. He was in the mood during the game, and we've seen after the game as well. He was in good shape. But that was quite interesting for me that it's part of his preparation to watch something like 5 minutes before the game. When I was playing, I was listening music, I was having a short walk, usually that was my preparation. But these days, people have different routines of preparation.
Yeah, and I'm most impressed by the self-control. Like, once I start watching something, I have to finish the episode, or I have to, go deep into it. I struggle to watch just 5 minutes and then be able to turn it off. But he knows what works best for him, Anish. We know he loves a bit of social media. He loves to keep up to date with the news. And I think a lot of people are going to go and watch that documentary after they're around today, just like him, and hopefully with his wife too. But in the meantime, we have this position on the board, and Hikaru started pushing. I like the moment, Judah. I think he's found a good moment with the black king on h6, because the white king could maybe hide around the side and use the e-pawn as a shield from in checks.
Yeah, it's getting less and less chances, practical chances for Fabiano, I think. Yes, it is a good setup, I think, for Hikaru to put the rook on f5, and then having still the pawn on e4, he made the push h5. Black had to be going away, and now there is a free road for the pawn on e5. And as you said, the king is supporting it, coming. How can black stop it, right?
Yeah.
The only question is if there is side checks. So, for example, I would go king g7, let's say.
Yep.
You cannot go e6 because of rook e1 check. And what do you do now?
Okay, so instead of e6...
I think maybe you have to go rook f6 to make space opportunity for your king. Because, for example, if white goes king d4, let's say, instead.
Yep.
Rook a4. Where can the white king go? Check.
Yeah.
Check.
Well, yeah. Check. You have to come the whole way back around and try to hide around here. But I love your move, rook f6, and this formation is quite a nice one as well. Like, as soon as the black king gives way, the king gets some squares, but also the rook will just be untouchable, like h6, e6, and he's going to slow play, like advancing his pawns, almost guaranteed now. Checks from the side, like the king hides on f5. Oh, I shouldn't make a knight move like that, but if the rook cuts off, then I think you don't even need the king, right? You can just start advancing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, of course, to have a rook against queen, it would be a dream scenario for black, even though that's also a losing position, right? But with good defense, you can resist for some time.
Yeah, but here, hard to resist for Fabiano. Yeah, checks from the side now. The king runs up. Checks from behind. It also runs up and hides behind the pawn. Okay, let's say I start checking before I drop my king back, since that rook f6 was so convincing.
Okay, king e4.
Okay, I'll check.
King d5.
Check.
King e6.
I'm running out of checks. I wanted to stalemate myself somehow, but...
Yeah, rook a6, king f7. If you go king g7, I go rook f6.
Yeah, rook f6 again. Or check and rook f6 maybe. How about check the king h6?
No, I just go rook f6.
Just
David,
rook f6.
No, we don't do anything. No, nothing have changed. Nothing have changed. We don't want to be flashy, fancy, giving a pawn as a present. No.
I'm too fancy. This is my this is my nature. Yeah, now the king hides back on this square, and this is the key.
Yeah.
Getting white enough time to start pushing the pawns again. And I just wanted to show as well in this position, if I keep checking, I don't think you go to g8. You just go back here, and then the pawn.
But you can show if we go to g8. Of course, we will go rook g7.
Yeah.
Right.
It's still winning, but I just wanted to
Go
show
to
something.
h8. Go to h8, and then you can,
Okay.
you can show.
Yeah, you just think I'm repeating moves, and then you'll go out to f8,
Yeah.
but no, g8. There we go. Draw. Stalemate. Nakamura won't blunder into that one. And it looks winning, and at least in a way that we fully understand now, Judith. So the bar makes sense since White's plan is so straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's difficult to go wrong for Hikaru from here.
Yeah, rook f6 is the key. King g7. I have a feeling Fabiano might test a little longer. Like, not sure exactly how right now. How about rook a4?
I like your try,
Yeah.
but I go e6.
Yes. And I was hoping I've provoked you.
And I go rook e5.
Hmm.
Very nasty.
Yes, and that's the key. I realized as well you could be extra flashy. I know you said don't be flashy like 2 minutes ago, Judith, but you could maybe as well give a check and then go e7, but why bother? Oh wait, king g7. I was just thinking this and e7.
Yeah. But
Game
I
goes
don't
on
know
at
if you remember, I told you I don't want to have a rook against queen.
Exactly.
Because then I would be embarrassed not to win with the queen.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Can be tricky.
Did you
And,
ever had rook queen against rook and where you had the difficulties? Where your opponent was great defensor?
Yes. It was actually, there was one tournament long time ago, the World Junior Championship in 2008, and I had it back to back in 2 consecutive rounds. But the first day I had the queen versus the rook and I struggled. I won eventually, but it took me like 35, 40 moves going round and round. And then the next day I had it from the losing side and I lost in like 8 moves.
Oh.
Even though my king was in the center, I just couldn't hold it. So it's always, yeah. MVL also beat me in queen versus rook and some others. But how about yourself, Judith?
I remember that that some people were good in defending, but I don't remember that anybody defended. But I remember one thing, that when I was preparing for what year was it? I think 2011 maybe. I was preparing with Almashi for the what was it, Grand Prix or some big knockout event, and I told him, you know what? It's important to study the must-know endgames, and it's part of it, queen and rook. And then we studied also queen and rook bishop versus rook. We made some training, and of course rook and bishop versus rook. That's how I progressed to the next round when I did it against Nisipiano. I knew it by heart. I was like blitzing 70 moves. I was not even claiming a draw. I was with the rook. But with the queen and rook, I remember that it was very hard and we looked at it and then we played the way that one of us were using the engine. And that's how the other one was trying to win. And we were able to win it. But if if the defender side with the rook makes the best setup, then at some point you have to bring the queen back to give the move to the rook side. And it's not logical at all. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, you looked at it. But we finally found logic behind it, but we were sweating until we understood it. And now I just remember this, that at some point you have to bring the queen back. Like somewhere the rook is cut on the 6th, let's say your king is on the 8th, and you have your king, and sometimes you have to bring the queen back. And after that, things are good.
Yeah, I remember playing when I first found out that computers were actually quite good at defending these things many years ago. I started playing as well, and I did. I must confess, make a few draws at the beginning because I couldn't figure out the winning pattern. And like you said, it's always defending on the 6th or the 3rd rank with the rook.
Yes.
And yeah, hard to find the right square, but that's the best attempt to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I know from those moments, if you can win, easier. Otherwise, then don't enter to the queen and versus the rook, because that you can regret it and be upset about it. So that's why I don't go to this flashy e7 kind of things anymore.
Yeah.
I
rook
see,
e5 is-
but rook e5, e7, having your rook. Oh,
And he resigns. Fabiano didn't even try to fight on a few more moves. He trusted that Hikaru had already found the winning pattern. And this is huge, Judith. Huge for the standings. Huge for Sindarov, who now extends his lead over Fabiano Caruana. Huge for Hikaru to get his first win of the event. Moving on up. Second half might be the one for him to go on a streak. And yeah, lots for the players to break down and discuss after that game.
well, it's a very painful loss for Hikaru, for Fabiano. Yeah, the players are analyzing. We are those classical people who are talking after the game, analyzing, sharing ideas, and but of course Fabiano was always a great sportsman. You could always see him being very fair player. At the same time, it must be so painful for him to lose this game, and he lost it in a way that he was grind. It was a grind during the whole game. He was so close to equalize the game, right? And Nakamura just played an incredible game today.
Yeah, very impressive play from Hikaru Nakamura. Back to the player that we know. And that means that all of the open games have now finished. We're up to 3 decisive results overall from the 8 boards. Just as I say that, oh my god, Anna Muzichuk has blundered. She's worse
What?
than losing against Divya. What? Is that a transmission error or is that breaking news? She's just played a7. Firstly, giving up her pawn, but I mean, Black has options here. Does she just take that pawn?
Oh
Divya's
my
gonna
god!
be the only one with the winning chances. This is crazy, Judith.
She blundered that it can be taken.
I think she's low on time. Both players on seconds, but I think she's banking on the fact that she can take this pawn, and she's assuming she can give perpetual check. But Black can escape that. Maybe the Black Queen will go to d7 with a check, and the King will just sit on g7, and the game goes on 3 versus 2. Divya turning it around.
Oh my god. What happened to that beautiful protected passed pawn on a5?
Oof. This was unthinkable, like even just half an hour ago, but especially 2+ hours ago. It looked like very much one-sided traffic, Judith. This must be the nerves of the tournament. She didn't know how hard to push, and okay, Divya brings her queen into the center.
Queen e3 question mark.
That's harsh. If it's not an immediate draw, then the game goes on, then it's harsh. Okay.
Well, probably simply there was a better move. That's why it's a question mark, because I think Queen d7, King g7 was very promising, what you pointed out there.
Just quickly show that on the board. The Black could have avoided any checks, any nonsense with Queen d7 check. And if White, no matter what White does, King g7. And White's queen is a bit stuck. Not exactly sure the winning plan now for Black, but maybe the queen just activates eventually. Maybe out this way as well. And White struggles to give more checks. But okay, let's catch up with the game. This is huge for the standings.
Wow. Especially that, well, Vaishali made the draw only, but still. In
Okay.
h5, now king g7, I guess.
Yeah. It's crazy that black is now totally winning against, according to the engine. She can block with her queen, and it still feels like white has drawing chances, no passed pawns, but I guess concretely there are issues right now. White does have a big weakness on d5. Queen h6 threatened.
Well, she probably has to give a check or play queen f5.
This is wild, Judith. Like, this could totally derail Anna's tournament. She's not been in trouble really, other than maybe one move in round one, or a couple of moves in round one. She's not been in any trouble the whole event.
Yeah, and I was considering that it is happening quite frequently. I think that she's actually playing because Koneru was declining her participation, right, in the last second change. And without pressure, without all this preparational pressure what all the players had. And then without that, she was playing, and she was playing well, and she was leading. And for me, it was quite natural to see that this is the case. But today, in this position, the position she had, it's just unbelievable to ruin it. So if she's going to lose this game, which is great chances, but if she can save it, then it's still okay. But to lose that game, that's a heartbreak.
Yeah.
And very, very difficult to handle.
Yeah, it's been a great few rounds for the Indian players. Divya and Vaishali, they were struggling early on in the event, but they started picking up some wins. Ooh, that's a sneaky move. Threatening maybe some checks from behind, maybe the d5 pawn in some variations.
And also maybe f5.
Mm-hmm. f5. She's actually going to catch up with Anna Muzychuk if she wins this game. And there'll be a huge pile-up in first place. f5 going for mate. Okay, and while Anna tries to defend this, we do have some breaking news. There has been a result, another result in the women's candidates. John, we need to find out what happened.
So off screen, while we continue looking at this game, we can confirm that Katerina Lano has won her game against Alexandra Goryachkina. Obviously, that was the positional grind that we thought would go one way for a while. But as we've seen with so many of the games in the candidates, just because something is one-way traffic doesn't officially mean it's going to end that way. So this one has indeed ended in favor of the white pieces. Back to you.
Yeah, very much an expected result, Judith. And that was maybe the one opening that went wrong for Goryachkina. And ultimately, despite putting up fierce resistance, she was punished.
Yeah. Well, this is still the most interesting game, while also the... What has happened? We need to check.
We need to check. And Judith, this will go on. It's still a long fight ahead, but let's just quickly jump over to the all-Chinese battle, because I do see the evaluation bar, and I think there might be some checkmate nets incoming. The white king is just stuck, despite the extra bishop for white. The pawns are too strong.
Yeah, the king is coming to e3, and there will be not really defense for white to be able to... Well, the back rank is going to be painful for white.
Yeah.
Nothing can save white.
Sorry about my mouse there. Accidentally drawing a knight move again with the king, but this just looks... this looks over. What if the white king hides? So let's say white makes a move. Let's say I just wait. What's the finish?
King e3.
King e3, and then I run away from any mate.
Rook b1.
Check. Maybe just...
Yeah, king f2. Why not?
Oh, but king f2, bishop.
I think actually the most painful, very rude way of winning, you know, is to play f2. After check, to play f2.
Yep.
You go bishop b5, and I take it.
As soon as you said rude, I thought it might be something like this.
And then I go king e2, then you go king g2, I go e3. And then you wait for me until I go h3, or you can wait for me until I queen my a-pawn.
Yeah, I don't think she'll be waiting much longer here before offering her hand in resignation. So a little bit of work to be done. The move rook to f5 has been played, but I think same idea. Looks very, very strong right now. Checkmate threatened.
So this way I cannot sacrifice my rook, because it goes from bishop to c4.
Yeah, not yet at least. Okay. No rude finish, so is there any more simple finish?
For sure.
Yeah. Check.
She goes check, king. King f1, rook c2.
That's very clever. Cutting away any bishop c4 ideas, so the king goes into the corner.
She goes to the corner.
Now king f2 feels like it's a mating net.
You also have some rude ideas, I see.
Always.
King f2, bishop h5.
Okay. Bishop h5, and then just rook g3, threatening mate.
King h2, e3, yeah?
And then push the pawns, yeah. Or king f2, bishop h5, just rook g5 as well, just swap the rooks.
Yeah.
Everything looks good. This feels like it might be the last few moves, but it's been a real terrible tournament for Tan Zhongyi, who I must admit, Judah, I thought might be one of the favorites just on her past record. She's played fantastic at the last candidates, former women's world champion, but she's been unlucky a few times, making mistakes always with a lot of time on the clock. Feels like the calculation just not quite at its normal level.
Yeah.
Rook g5 played.
Immediately.
Yeah. Too many pawns, so the rook has to stay on the board.
Rook c5 also quite unpleasant.
Rook c5
Cutting
unpleasant.
out the bishop from everywhere. Every opportunity to go on the diagonal.
She plays king f2. She's just going to push her e-pawn now. Not much can be done about that.
The problem is black can't really spoil the game, no? There are a lot of different ways of winning it. It's so many pawns, too many passed pawns as well.
Yeah, too many pawns, too much time. 1 minute is more than enough with an increment. Almost pre-move territory here. Yeah, I think this might be it. Tan Zhongyi, not many logical ways to fight on with the white bishop unable to ever move away from protecting h5. Oof. It's always tough, Judith, as well, losing to a friend, a compatriot, like the All-American battle in the Open, like
yes.
1-1, the other's chances damaged. Now the two Chinese players. Yeah, it feels like normally friendly fire is what you expect, but they've been anything but friendly in this game.
Well, that's how we are, no? Before the game, after the game, we can be friends. During the game, that's not the time for that.
Agreed.
Chess is a cruel game.
It is indeed. Hard to keep friends off the chessboard since you have to be ruthless.
In the meantime, we don't want to go, yeah, because the other game also will be decisive.
Yeah,
if we can go to bird's eye view, because Divya is just because it's a critical moment there.
Ooh,
because look at that, is Queen G6 wins or not?
Oof. She has 2 minutes. She should spend all of it calculating this
Queen
move.
G6. Queen G6. Is it winning or not? Because it seems to me that maybe it's not. Because takes and the opposition.
Yeah. We'll quickly put that on the board because she bypassed this moment, this opportunity. And you're right, Judith. Opposition. If it was this move, if it was white to play, then black wins. I guess.
Yes.
Just by yeah, I realize I can't make a white move because it's black to play. But if the white king goes, then eventually the white king will have to give way. The black king will come round.
Yeah.
But yeah, this would be a draw. So good call from Divya. She didn't need time to think. Now Anna has to be careful of where to put her king.
Well, she cannot go to f3 because then the pawn is taken by check.
Mm-hmm.
But probably Divya will bring her king.
Yeah. She might even be able to force a queen exchange in a favorable way if white isn't careful here. If the white king goes to the wrong squares, there's also like this idea of queen h6, queen g6 if the white king goes to the wrong squares.
Yes, but the thing is that I don't think she will. She can't count on that.
Yeah. So you think this is the winning plan?
Well, yeah, this is what I see. I think that king, let's say, goes to f2. And then black will go king f6. And what can white do against king e5? If queen h8, then king f5.
Yeah.
And black has e4 square, e5 square.
And it's funny, Judith, because we were talking earlier today, a long time ago, about queen and 2 extra pawns being a draw, but that was the h and g pawns because the enemy king can hide in the corner and some stalemate ideas. But central pawns, as far as I know at least, I think they're winning.
Yeah. King f2 is played. Ah, queen d... No, queen d5 is also not good because it's the pawn endgame. I mean, queen e7, queen f7 is a draw.
Yeah, just quickly show that this is not happening for everyone at home because the white king is quick enough to get in front of the black pawn. And this is a very well-known draw. Yeah, looks like a good moment to run with the king. Maybe she can wait a little bit longer as well, give some more checks. Yeah. She could start with queen f5, start with queen f4, start with something, and then start running the king a bit later. Queen h4.
Yeah. But I think still the winning plan is to bring the king.
Okay, what do you think of the probability, kind of the odds here that Divya will win and convert this advantage versus the game eventually being drawn? As she does bring
If
her
she
king.
wants to win, if she wants to win the tournament, she has to win. And this she has to know. She will never ever get such an opportunity like today. There is no way. I mean, do you remember what position she started out with? You don't want to, because after f6 you wanted to quit this game, yeah?
Yeah, I felt bad. Like,
yeah,
as a commentator, I tried to be neutral, but that was a tough position to look at.
No, she has to win. There is no question about it. There is no other option for her.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't get these presents very often. Especially that this game she's playing against the leader herself.
Yeah, and with black. Big result.
Yeah.
We're expecting her to bring her king forward here. King
f6, queen h8. King f5. Well, this is where we were in our analysis, right?
Yeah. Now, what if white keeps giving checks? Queen c8 check. I just don't want to... There we go. Check. I don't want to give black time to centralize the queen because once the black queen is centralized, there'll be too many cross checks, blocks. I don't think black can pick up the d5 pawn yet because there will be skewers on the 5th rank. Like king e5, there'll be queen c3 and gotta watch out. Not so easy suddenly.
Not so easy suddenly.
Oh, in the meantime, some breaking news at least. We have a result, and it is Zhu Jiner who wins as expected against Tan Zhongyi. That was a very controlled finish from her with the black pieces. The first black win of the day. More decisive results. And okay, bad news for Tan Zhongyi, who's now on a -3. But good news for Zhu Jiner, who jumps up the standings. Okay, she's going back. So this is the second time we've seen this position, Judith. Maybe she needs to do something a bit different. Does she block with her queen? That feels like it's a bit of a concession. Queen g7. Does she step across king g6? Still winning, but she's getting nervous. 15 seconds. She's looking at the clock. Needs to move. 7 seconds. King g6. Okay, do you think she's going to go around her queen? She just needs to get her queen to a better square, right?
So now the question is whether queen e8 check. Is she going to go back to g7? And it's white to move again?
Maybe, but we've pretty much been in that position.
But it was black to move.
Mm-hmm. Queen g8.
G8. Okay, so maybe king h5, but then queen f7. Isn't it a repetition of
6? She's allowing the position to repeat once. I think she just wants more time on the clock, extra 30 seconds. This will only be the second time.
Okay.
After queen h8, queen back to g8. The black king's only been on h6 this first time and only been on g6 once before. But she is visibly nervous, Divya.
Well, it's understandable.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I mean, I'm not blaming her for that. But okay, she cannot go king f5 because that would lead... Yeah, king h5.
Mm-hmm. Exclamation mark given by the computer. I think maybe the only winning move there. And now the checks will dry up. They will get blocked.
So on queen f7,
mm-hmm.
king h4.
Yeah. The goal is to force queen h7 and then king g4, and black is ready to block any checks with queen f4.
And the white king is in a bad place because some... Yeah, after queen h7, king g4, I think white is either ending up in a queen exchange or losing the pawn on the spot.
Yep. Queen h7 would make it easy for Divya. She needs the white king somewhere else, anywhere else, ideally on the opposite flank to the black king.
Probably queen f7, king h4, king e2. No, king e2, queen h5. Oof.
Maybe just go away, queen a8, and then you run the king away. Maybe. At least then there's no queen exchanges.
Not an easy move to make.
No.
Very 40 seconds? Difficult.
Okay. Big moment. Maybe there's no choice here. Queen f7 played.
King h4.
h4. But now, how do you escape the queen exchange? Queen f6 is a threat. Where's the white king go?
Last game of today.
Mm-hmm. Could be a long one, Judith. It could be very short if the queens come off, game over, or it could be a very long day.
What can white do?
I guess the d5 pawn isn't hanging yet, as e7 would be e7 would also hang. So I don't know, queen h7, king g4, maybe then. It's just so hard to find the square for king, though.
After king g4, queen e4 is not possible to queen f4. If king goes to the e file, queen e5 check. And you either have to move back to the f5 with queen f5 or move to the d and then give the pawn. Well, I think it will be the case that white will lose the pawn and then still struggle and try.
Yeah. First job for Anna Muzichuk, she just needs to keep the queens on. It's not easy now.
Just. Well.
Queen f5 and queen h4 threatened. Can white even keep the queens on the board?
Maybe actually she cannot do it.
She can't move her queen.
It's over.
She can't move her queen. It has to be a king move. I think maybe you're right, Judith. Just run with the king.
Yeah,
queen
king
e5,
e2, queen e5, king d2.
Yeah. Oh, king f1, but it's over. Queen f5 gets the queens off. Handshake. The leader is taken down. Anna Muzichuk loses her first game of the candidates, and Divya joins the lead, winning with black. What a turnaround, Judith. That was the most unlikely result. Just judging from the middle game position, but Divya hung in there and took a chance when it came.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable turn. 5 games, yeah?
Yeah. That is just unthinkable. And that means that the women's candidates is even more open than it was before the second half of the event. John, dissect for us, please, what you've just witnessed and what we can expect going into another round tomorrow.
I absolutely love this. This is the most bloodthirsty day I think we have seen at the candidates so far. The players have come back well rested after the rest day and are absolutely out for it. This is fantastic stuff. There's a lot to cover today, so I'm not going to ask one of you from one section and one of you from the other. I'm going to ask both of you, but let's start with the women's section. Judith, we've obviously just seen the last game end in a fantastic swing, but overall, talk us through the games you've seen today and how that's going to affect the tournament as a whole.
Well, basically everything got shaken up in this round because Katarina won and went to 4.5 points, and Anna Muzichuk, who had a 0.5 point lead, she was absolutely winning, the dream position you can ever imagine, and something miracle happened. I don't know what happened with her. She just completely collapsed, started to blunder pawn after pawn, and not only ruining her winning position, positionally winning position completely, but she just collapsed, and not even to ruin it only to a draw, but she went all the way to lose. So you can see the cross table. That is just unbelievable that we have 5 ladies running for become the champion with 4.5 points. So it's absolutely remarkable what we are seeing and witness today.
David, I would also say though, chess and tournaments especially, I've been on the receiving end of the bad side of this, unfortunately. Momentum matters a lot. Even though we have 5 women with 4.5, who wins today and who doesn't win today might play a huge role in who ends up steamrolling and gathering wins tomorrow and the day after, for example.
Exactly. And I mean, if that result were any different, that final game we witnessed between Anna Muzichuk and Divya, I would have said Anna still looks in control, still with slightly higher odds than the rest of the players. But you mentioned that word momentum, and that's going to take the wind out of her sails. Losing with white in such a dominant position is the most heartbreaking thing in an all-play-all tournament. I think at this point, you could literally choose any of the top 7 players. Like Tan Zhongyi now is slightly adrift, but you could take any of them and pretty much just toss a coin or roll a dice. And I think it's just so evenly split. It will come down to that last push, the emotion, who can keep it under check, who can just lock in and focus on the games. But I will say momentum-wise, it's possibly the 2 Indian players, Divya and Vaishali now, who have maybe that belief in them on the back of some really strong results, that this might be their year.
And now we take a look at the open section. I mean, Judith, this is also turning into a very interesting story, but a very different story to the women's candidates, now that we actually have an extra 0.5 point for Sindarov.
Well, the Sindarov game was not anything spectacular. At the same time, he was playing very fast, as he does in most of his games. He seemed very relaxed, and he sacrificed the pawn after all, and made a pretty quick draw, while the others were playing it out and sweating quite a lot. What was a very impressive game, of course, for me, it was how Nakamura being in a not the best shape of his life. What he showed today, it was quite amazing and incredible. And somehow Fabiano today was on the wrong chair, playing against the wrong person.
These results are incredible. It means that Sindarov now leads 6.5 points. He's a full 2 points clear. We've also had word that, unfortunately, Divya Deshmukh feeling a bit unwell, so unable to join us for an interview despite her win. So congratulations once again to Divya, and we hope that she gets well soon and that she's feeling at 100% for her game tomorrow. But in the meantime, Mike Klein did manage to catch up with Hikaru Nakamura, who turned things around in spectacular style now to climb to mid-table at the candidates. Let's hear what he had to say.
Thanks. We're here with Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who scored his first win today. Now, you, of course, beat Fabiano in round 8 at the previous candidates, but I want to talk about his final round game in Toronto. Nepomniachtchi apologized that he ended Fabiano's chances to win. You kind of ended Fabiano's chances by your winning today. What did you guys say after the game?
I mean, we were just discussing the game. It was nothing specific to the tournament standings or anything like that. I mean, at the end of the day, I think you have to have some pride and be serious about the tournament, even if you're not in the running to win. So I obviously was going to take the game very seriously, even if, it's one of the last chances for Fabi to maybe catch Vachier. But I mean, it's what it is, and I'm very happy with the way I played today. So it's a good result.
He said in the press conference that preparation is even more important because there's no increment in the first time control. Was that something you thought about before the tournament too, that preparation was going to be perhaps even more important than a regular event?
Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, I think this isn't necessarily, criticism of FIDE, but I think it's pretty stupid to have the time control the way it is here. Either every tournament should be no increment or every tournament should have increment. I mean, I really think it's stupid to have this disparity in time controls, because it's just make it standard, make it uniform one way or the other. But because of the situation with the time control, it's very tricky, because if you get down low on time, if you get down to like 10 or 15 minutes, you don't play the same way you do with the 30-second increment, I'll tell you that, because you start panicking. I mean, there's a classic meme with the brain just exploding. I mean, panic is a real thing. And it's strange because, if you look at players like I'll just use Fabi as an example. I mean, I'm sure you look at some Grandchester event, he's down to like 3 minutes, maybe like 2 minutes, and he's probably, cool as a cat with no worries whatsoever. So preparation is very important. I mean, I think also, with everybody having so much time to prepare before the tournament, that does put a premium on trying to get an advantage or surprise your opponent early in the game.
We also noticed in the press room the possible similarities to the Weyi position. You admitted to having that thought during the game. Was it a passing thought, or was it one that kept recurring that you had to block out of your head?
I mean, it was more of a passing thought, but I think in general there have been some odd similarities in certain games. So, for example, the first game against Fabi, he got this G3, H4. And I didn't put the pawn on G6 and H5. And the second game against Yasipenko, I didn't put the pawn on G6 and H5. I put on like G6 and H6, and I got a little bit lucky. So, yeah, the irony or the similarities between the games is not lost on me. I mean, I think, though, at this point, having played so many tournaments, I kind of just go with the flow. And I don't really get frustrated by any of that stuff.
And final question, there has been some online chatter that perhaps he should have played some more high-level classical events. I think your least favorite opponent is social media, but what would be your response to some of that chatter?
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason I don't have a good result is simply because the easiest way of putting this is that I'll say my internal clock doesn't work as well as it once did. And I think the ability to stay calm is not as great. So if I use the Weyi game as an example, against Weyi, I think I had something like 15 minutes. And I think I made the critical error rook f1 in like 30 seconds or something. And I felt like I had like 3 minutes left, not 15. Fabi, I had 4 minutes, and I played this king e7, I think in 20 seconds. And so I'll just say my internal clock is, and feeling for time is not as good as it once was. I think that's the issue. It's not a matter of playing high-level chess, but certainly winning the game today will shut everyone up, and I hope they enjoy it, because there aren't going to be many more events like this in the future.
Speaking of internal clock, there's a line of people that want to talk to you about your first win. Congratulations. Please enjoy it. Now back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mike. Oh, I am rooting for Hikaru here. I do not want the internal clock to slow down a lot, because if there's no hope for him, my God, I don't want to think about what the implication is for myself. Let's go ahead and get our closing thoughts before we round off the stream. We've had a fantastic day of chess, some exciting results that paint very different pictures in both the Open and Women's, and we got to witness all of it, the highs, the lows, and the swings. So, David, summarize today for us as we head on out.
Wow, today was big. Today was dramatic. I'm just thinking about the Open now, and yes, Sindarov looks like a massive favorite, even more than before today, even bigger than he did when he was on that winning streak in the first half. But I've got 2 games now circled in my calendar. He still has black against Anish, black against Fabiano, the 2 players closest to him. So there's still chances. If one of them can go on a hot streak, one of them takes him down along the way, that we might have a 2-horse race. But for now, it does look like he's out in front. And yeah, the women's, anything can happen.
I want to piggyback off of that, Judith, because I think David makes a really good point. Yes, the gap looks huge on paper, but lose to one of them and it's already a completely different story. So let's give kudos for this fantastic result so far, but it is still in all change territory.
Well, I believe that today there was a significant progress for Sindarov, because during the commentary we were discussing what happens if there is still a 1.5 lead and then maybe his Fabi, let's say, wins against him, and then it's only half a point. But having 2 points, even if he's going to be losing one game, it's still 1 point ahead, right? But what is very critical, I think, still, that how his the pressure is rising for him. Because, you know, you have your fans and it can be a lot of pressure rooting for you. And the closer we get to the end of the event, the more pressure can be on the shoulder of Sindarov. And that is not easy and not something to underestimate. At the same time, of course, he's very young and you can see him smiling and cheerful, and he doesn't care whether his preparation was leaked out or anything. So it's incredible to see it live here, and I'm so happy to be with you here, and I hope that all the fans and all the people who love chess, they follow us, because it's another historical event.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judith. And I think you guys have summed it up very well. Sindarov very much in control of the candidates now with a 2-point clear lead. The women's candidates absolutely wide open where anything can happen. But so much can change in the blink of an eye in a tournament. Will Sindarov finally get a taste of the pressure potentially getting to him, or is his first-time candidates meaning that he's completely fearless and continues to gallop away from the field? We'll have answers to some of those questions and more when we return tomorrow with more action from the FIDE candidates. It's the same time, same place on this channel. Wherever you are in the world right now, stay safe and take care of yourselves, and we look forward to welcoming you back here tomorrow. Good night.